The pseudo-dragon guardians, with their reddish-brown scale armor, emitted a faint glow under the afternoon sun. Pseudo-dragons displayed a high agility, performing various evasive maneuvers in the air to dodge the incoming arrow shower. But the arrow rain covered a large area. Even though pseudo-dragons used all sorts of methods to evade, some pseudo-dragons were still hit by the arrows. With painful hissing, they fell from the sky, one after another, like dumplings. Their scale armor, however, provided the pseudo-dragons with satisfactory defense. The falling pseudo-dragons shook their dizzy heads and continued to fly back into the sky to launch another attack. However, there were unfortunate pseudo-dragons that were pierced directly through their bodies by the dragon-locking crossbow bolts, leaving a bowl-sized hole. They died instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second and third waves of arrow rain quickly followed. The arrows were unleashed, not sparing any cost, like a downpour. The pseudo-dragons resembled flying hedgehogs, their bodies bristling with arrows. At the same time, more and more pseudo-dragons were seriously injured and fell on the ground, unable to get up again. After the third wave, half of the pseudo-dragons were eliminated. Nevertheless, more than 100 of them still attacked desperately. Soon, they reached the airspace above the undead army. The trolls started throwing flying axes. The 20 Nisbets used the strip characteristics skills on the pseudo-dragons. In an instant, black fog enveloped the heads of 20 pseudo-dragons. The next second, their wings twitched and they could no longer fly. They fell from the sky. The Nisbet walked up, raised his battle axe, and cut off the heads of the pseudo-dragons. Fang Hao stood at the end of the line, watching the skills released by the Nisbets. The pseudo-dragons that were stripped of their flight characteristics fell from the sky like victims of Parkinson's disease. Just as I thought. The situation was as he expected. Characteristics referred to racial characteristics, without a deeper interpretation. The form of skill released by the strip characteristics was more like a curse ability. The effects were also like those of a curse, the loss of physical abilities. The battle was continuing. The skeleton giant bats began to act, clashing with the remaining pseudo-dragons. Two types of attacks from the pseudo-dragons were confirmed so far. Biting and tail attacks. The end of a pseudo-dragon's tail was like the stinger of a scorpion. The stinger could easily pierce the skull of the skeleton giant bat, and the movement was extremely fast. But the skeleton giant bats won in sheer numbers and their lack of sense of pain. They stubbornly entangled the pseudo-dragons. Lots of the pseudo-dragon guardians were kept out of the line by various means. A few pseudo-dragons, despite being studded with arrows, managed to bypass the skeleton giant bats and dive into the ranks below, starting a melee. Change to melee weapons. Demetria ordered again. All the archers put away their bows and took out their melee weapons from their waists. Angia and Domina also led their melee troops to start cleaning up the surrounding pseudo-dragons. Even the pseudo-dragons who had rushed into the ranks were killed swiftly. It was clear that though this creature resembled the dragon clan in form, their character was more like a wild beast's instinct. Highly aggressive, but not very intelligent. They couldn't judge whether they had a chance of winning based on the enemy's number and equipment level. Even if they didn't have any advantages in the battle, they still launched attacks nonetheless, even showing signs of fighting to the death. Soon, large numbers of pseudo-dragons were cleaned up. Those who realized that they wanted to escape too late were surrounded by the skeleton giant bats and were chewed into white bones. Bones and gore fell from the sky. Sir, all the enemies have been killed. Demetria walked back. Fang Hao nodded. Well, clean up the battlefield and collect all the bodies. Yes, sir. Demetria took his orders and left to command everyone to clean up the battlefield. They collected arrows and dealt with bodies scattered all around. While everyone was busy, Angia carefully walked over. Hey, what? You wouldn't need much to convert these little dragons. Can you leave a few for us? Angia said mysteriously. Fang Hao was taken aback and asked in curiosity, do you have a use for them? Ahem. Well, it's not for me. I am asking for Domina. She wants to taste whether these little dragons are delicious or not. Angia replied. Fang Hao frowned. Domina wants to eat this stuff. The food that could be butchered would be marked as, can be butchered. He hadn't received such a notice. No, she wants to feed it to her giant queen spiders in her camp. She doesn't want to eat them. Oh, then leave some for her. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. Good. Angia agreed and walked to the front of the team, whispering to Domina. Then, one could see Domina commanding the spider soldiers to wrap 5 well-preserved bodies with spider silk. They turned the bodies into cocoons. In no time, the battlefield was cleaned up. The arrows were recycled, and they gained 142 of the wriggling spine. Beyond that, there were no other spoils of war. Sir, the scouts have returned. They didn't find any enemies on the road leading to the cave. Demetria walked over again. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Good, leave some people to guard the supplies. Let's go up the mountain. Yes, sir. The treasure cave is located halfway up the mountain. Without the guidance of a map, it would be very difficult to locate it within such a massive mountain range. The path up the mountain is not easy. The cart and the bodies can't be carried along. Demetria arranged for some people to stay at the foot of the mountain, not only to guard the belongings but also to keep an eye out for potential enemies from behind. Fang Hao and others formed a long line. A skeleton troll took the lead, chopping away the thorns blocking the path with the battle axe in its hand. This allowed the team to progress smoothly. Upon reaching the middle, they saw the treasure cave. Everyone drew close, looking at the huge cave. The cave was very tall. Standing in front of it, you feel very insignificant. You can see traces of excavation around the cave. Stay alert here, I'm going in to take a look. Fang Hao said. After using God's presence, he utilized the skeleton sparrow to enter the cave. The skeleton sparrow is small in size and thus often unnoticeable. Even if there are powerful creatures in the cave, there's a great chance they'll overlook such a small sparrow. The cave is dark and deep, with jagged rock walls on either side. Perhaps because they've been dealing with burial grounds lately. Fang Hao even suspects this mid-mountain cave may well be an ancient tomb or some sort of historical monument. The cave path is sinuous. Fortunately, there is only one road. Moving forward, you can see some plants, similar to moss, glowing a faint green light in the corners of the cave. Luminous fungal carpet. The deeper you go, the larger the coverage of this fungal carpet. Covering the floor and walls entirely, it truly resembled a large carpet. Fang Hao controlled the skeleton sparrow to land on the carpet, showing no aggressiveness. So, it's probably just a kind of fungus that grows in particular environments. Soon, Fang Hao flew to the deep part of the cave. All around, various nightstones started to appear. As his field of vision became lit up, his heart gave a great leap. It was a wide open, massive space. Rather than a cave, it was more like a palace carved into the mountain. The stone wall was no longer rough. The ceiling hung full of lanterns adorned with nightstones. On the stone columns supporting the roof, intricate designs were carved, contrasting greatly with the stony corridor outside. In the center of the palace was a massive rectangular stone platform, covered in a great deal of fur. Other than the size, it looked quite like a huge stone bed. Surrounding the stone bed, heaps of gold coins and gems could be found. The flicker of the gemstones and gold was almost blinding to Fang Hao's eyes. This is madness. Did he just stumble upon a pirate's treasure trove? How could there be so much wealth? The quantity of jewels shocked Fang Hao. It took a while for Fang Hao to suppress his astonishment. Flapping its wings, the sparrow flew a circle around the cave. Other than the piles of gold and jewels, no danger or enemies were detected. Only after confirming there were no enemies and no danger, Fang Hao controlled the skeleton sparrow to fly out of the cave. After dismissing God's presence, Angia asked, "How is it?" "No danger inside, there's a lot of money." Fang Hao replied. "A lot of money. A lot of money. The cave is filled with gold coins and gemstones." Fang Hao stated confidently. Angia frowned, touched his forehead. "Did you eat some strange mushrooms or something?" "No." Fang Hao checked the light feather short sword strapped at his waist, ensuring that he wasn't under a curse or mental disruption. Therefore, he hadn't hallucinated. There were indeed countless treasures inside. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and crafted a large amount of troll-stitched marching tents. This type of tent is stitched from large pieces of beast skin. They can wrap up the gold coins and gemstones for transport. Let's go. Move in. Fang Hao ordered. Everyone, carrying their stitched beast skin, with nightstones out, walked into the cave. They hadn't walked far, when suddenly, Demetria halted the advancing team. With the nightstone in hand, he crouched down and looked at the ground. Master, there are footprints on the ground leading outwards. Fang Hao and Angia rushed over to Demetria's side, where they too noticed the outward moving footprints on the ground. When Fang Hao came in earlier, he didn't have the nightstone for illumination. He hadn't noticed the footprints on the ground, but now that Demetria mentioned it, it was obvious towards what he was implying. Someone had left from inside the cave. Judging from the footprints, they weren't made a long time ago, probably just a few days. Demetria analyzed. At these words, Fang Hao suddenly thought of the Blood Hunter. It was while he wasn't home, that he had cleared out Shadowwind Castle. Now, the same thing is happening again. Wasn't this unearned wealth? Fang Hao stood up and immediately said, "Hurry up and finish moving everything as fast as you can. Let's not disturb the owner when they come back to rest." The pseudo-dragon outside the door was the guard protecting the treasures in the cave. He had already committed the act of killing, so the enmity was inevitably formed. Leaving now wouldn't change anything, so he might as well do a thorough job. Alright, let's keep moving. Demetria gave the order. The large group marched onward swiftly. As they entered the deeper chambers of the palace, everyone's expressions changed. Mountains of treasures. How much fortune was this? Move everything to the carts at the foot of the mountain. Domina, you ride the bone dragon and transport the bodies back, then return here. Fang Hao gave a direct order. Yes, master. Domina agreed and immediately left. The remaining skeleton trolls and spiderized soldiers opened large stitched-up beast skin bags, filled them up with gold and jewels, then used spider silk to seal the opening. They then carried everything down to the foot of the mountain. The skeleton soldiers were busy going in and out. They carried bag after bag of treasure out. As the surface jewels decreased, they discovered golden chests and dragon crystals on the ground. The moment he saw the dragon crystals, Fang Hao realized that the cave's original owner was probably an actual dragon. The footprints at the entrance might belong to another human, or a dragon in human form. Previously, Domina mentioned to Fang Hao. Many races had the ability to morph into human form once they became heroes. Maintaining their original form consumed a tremendous amount of energy, so they typically appeared in humanoid form, retaining some of their original features. Like Domina in her humanoid form, she still retained her insect shell and spider appendages. It's highly possible that the owner of the cave was a dragon who can shapeshift into human form. Master, we've finished moving everything and cleaned up any traces we left behind. Demetria walked over again and reported. Good, you all did well. Fang Hao nodded in approval. Master, we can leave now. It's getting late outside. I'm afraid we won't return to the webweaver's campsite until after midnight, Demetria continued. The time spent fighting with the pseudo-dragon guard was less than the time it took to transport the treasures. Now it was 10 p.m. The wilderness at night was very dangerous. Wait, Angia, can you write in the Orcish language? Fang Hao asked. It depends on the words. On this pillar, write, the treasures now belong to the Blackstone tribe. If you're not happy, come fight with me, you little dragon. Hee, you're really bad. Angia smiled, understanding Fang Hao's intentions. She immediately began to carve Fang Hao's words on the stone pillar. Halfway through, she turned back and asked, how do you write, fight? You're asking me. Just draw a kitchen knife. All right. Demetria, standing behind them, watched as the two debated how to substitute for the characters they didn't know how to write. He had to leave and instructed everyone to prepare for the return journey. Soon, the twisted and provoking words were completed. The two of them headed down the mountain, and the team began their return journey. The large group moved swiftly through the night. In the woods on either side of the road, you could hear creatures sounding along with the caravan. Luckily, There were many undead in the team providing an adequate defense. After trailing them for a while, when they're near the webweaver's camp, they gave up following. Domina arranged rooms for everyone. Fang Hao and Angia got a room suspended in the air, secured by white spider webs. Because the spiderized soldiers didn't use beds, the two had to sleep on the ground as well. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard the scurrying sound of spiders outside. It made him uncomfortable. The next morning, Fang Hao walked out with dark circles under his eyes. A giant spider hatchling delivered 2 pieces of roasted meat to him. On the roasted meat, there were still some dark red scales that hadn't been removed. The roast meat was made somewhat coarsely. It looked like the meat was just cut into chunks, roasted, and then sprinkled with some seasoning. Compared to the food Aira makes, it's simply no comparison. Moreover, at a glance, the roasted meat in front of my eyes looks like the corpse of the pseudo-dragon guard that was killed yesterday. There was no prompt for slaughter when the corpse of the pseudo-dragon appeared. Fang Hao wouldn't dare eat such meat casually. Many creatures have toxins in their flesh to lessen their natural predators. If he was poisoned by just eating something casually, it would have been a poor trade-off. Just when Fang Hao planned to let the giant spider hatchling take away the roast meat, Angia rushed out of the room. "The roast meat is delivered, let me taste it." Saying that, she took a bite. After chewing a couple of times, she tasted it. The next moment, she spat it out. "It's not tasty, and it's poisonous." Damn. Fang Hao cursed and immediately got some drinking water for Angia to rinse her mouth. At the same time, he asked the giant spider hatchling to take away the roast meat. The giant spider hatchling held up the tray and ran off. Fang Hao also called a spider warrior standing outside the door. He asked him to inform Domina that the meat was poisonous and couldn't be eaten. The spider warrior left, and Fang Hao looked down at Angia, who was squatting and rinsing her mouth, his brow slightly furrowed. Wasn't it said that the body of the pseudo-dragon was supposed to be a reserve for the giant spider queen? Why was it sent here early in the morning? Adding to that, Angia had been eager to eat just now. Fang Hao could guess a few things. It seemed that Angia had told Domina to send a portion to her after she finished cooking. With a displeased glance at Angia, Fang Hao squatted down and asked, "How are you? How did you know it was poisonous?" "My tongue is still numb. There must be poison, I have experience," Angia said with a heavy tongue. One of Angia's racial traits was poison resistance. As long as she was not killed directly by poison, her body would slowly dilute the toxins in her body and eventually recover to normal. This was the main reason why Angia dared to eat anything and was still alive. If any other race followed her reckless eating method, they might have died many times already. From the storage space, he took out a detox potion and had Angia drink it up. After a while, Demetria arrived, and Angia had also returned to normal. Fang Hao took out some prepared roast pancakes and divided them among the two as breakfast. As Angia ate, she grumbled about the dragon meat, which was nothing to brag about. Not only was it poisonous, but more importantly, it was not tasty at all. After breakfast, they walked out of the room. At the center of the camp, they saw Domina directing her work. "How's the preparation?" asked Fang Hao. "Sir, everything is ready. The 20 bone dragons can take all these spoils back," Domina replied. The gold and silver jewelry brought back yesterday had been divided into 20 parts, wrapped in thick leather. It was secured to the backs of 20 bone dragons with layers of spider silk. This ensured that the wrapped pieces would not fall or get damaged during the bone dragon's high-speed flight. Well done. The skeleton archers and skeleton trolls that came this time will all be left to you. They will follow your command," Fang Hao continued. Domina hesitated slightly, but still asked, "Sir, what are your plans for the Blackstone tribe?" With the power of the Webweaver camp, they were not at the same level as the Blackstone tribe. The only thing Domina could rely on was Fang Hao's undead army. If Fang Hao was unwilling to intervene, not to mention that she would not be able to defend the Mithril mine, even her camp might be taken over by the Blackstone tribe. Spider-mutated monsters were particularly despised by the orcs. Falling into the hands of the notorious Blackstone tribe would have unthinkable consequences. After a moment of thought, Fang Hao said, when the time comes, I will arrange for bone dragons to continue transporting some troops over here to ensure your safety. If the owner of the treasure cave does not take action against Blackstone, I will arrange for the bone dragons to clear out the Blackstone tribe. The owner of the treasure cave? Domina asked, her eyebrows creasing slightly. When Fang Hao and Angia were taunting inside the cave, Domina was directing the bone dragons to transport the war loot from the wolf camp batch by batch. She was not aware of this matter. After Fang Hao gave her a brief explanation, Domina instantly understood Fang Hao's intentions. So, he was planning to agitate the murderer. All right, sir, we'll wait a few more days according to your plan, Domina said. Fang Hao nodded. After explaining the Blackstone tribe's affairs, Fang Hao looked directly at the golden chest on one side. He walked over to open the chest. A large blue light sparkled. Obtained. Blueprint for giant dragon's white steel helmet, blue. Blueprint for white steel armor, blue. Blueprint for white steel claws, blue. Blueprint for white steel tail spike, blue. Dragon crystal +8. Warfire coins +120. Seeing the blueprints and dragon crystals that appeared, a look of delight appeared on Fang Hao's face. Finally, there's equipment for the bone dragon to wear. The bone dragon was one of the most powerful units in the territory. Its mobility and combat abilities were incredibly strong. But all along, the bone dragon's armor had been two metal shields, fixed to the bone dragon's chest to act as defensive armor. The defense was not strong, and when the bone dragon was in fast flight, the armor clattered noisily, which was quite inconvenient. Now, there's finally armor for the bone dragon to wear. Blueprint for giant dragon's white steel helmet. Thick leather 20, iron 22, white steel ingots 18, white steel plaques 10, metal parts 22. Giant dragon's white steel armor blueprint. Thick leather 120, iron 100, white steel ingot 80, white steel plate 60, metal parts 100. Giant dragon's white steel claw armor blueprint. Thick leather 60, iron 50, white steel ingot 42, white steel plate 20, metal parts 65. Giant dragon's white steel tail armor spike blueprint. Thick leather 90, iron 80, white steel ingot 70, white steel plate 45, metal parts 55. The size of a real dragon race is enormous, hence the resources consumed are much higher than those of normal armor. However, fortunately, all these four blueprints involve only white steel and ordinary materials. Fang Hao has enough of them at hand. After returning, the crafting process can begin, equipping the bone dragon. In addition, a good number of dragon crystals that were obtained in the cave can be put to use in expanding the number of bone dragons. This could considerably strengthen the fortress. The final dragon crystals and warfire coins are pretty straightforward. They are directly stored in the storage space. Using the Book of Lords, the blueprints are grouped. After giving a few instructions to Domina, Fang Hao leads his team onto the bone dragon, carrying the spoils of their expedition back to their territory. Upon returning to the fortress, it's already 3 in the afternoon. 20 bone dragons, their backs filled with spoils, land on the open ground in front of the Lord's mansion, raising a great cloud of dust. Master, you are back. Era, along with some maids, rushes out to greet him. Yes, I was gone for a day. Nothing happened to our territory, did it? Fang Hao jumps off the bone dragon and pats Era's head. No, Master, nothing happened to the territory, and Dr. Nelson did not come out either. Era softly reports. The nearby territory is tightly surrounded by the undead. Strangers and beasts are attacked by the army as soon as they approach. This basically prevents problems, and any special situation in the other affiliate cities would be communicated with Fang Hao by using the sound transmitting shell, and thus one would not reach Era. Good, as long as there were no problems. Fang Hao nods in satisfaction and then commands the others. Angia, you supervise the skeletons to transport the pseudo-dragon corpses to the transformation pool. Knees too, you guys remove the packs from the dragon's back. After Angia greeted Era, she directed the skeletons to transport the pseudo-dragon corpses back to the transformation pool. Knees 2 and 10 others follow Fang Hao's command, cutting off the cords binding the beast skin packs, and removing them. 20 packs thrown onto the ground raise a huge noise, accompanied by the clinking sound of coins. Open the packs. The packs are opened one by one, and a great number of gold coins and gemstones spill out, forming 20 small piles of gold. Wow! A chorus of gasps arises from the maids. The afternoon sunlight reflects off the gold coins, dazzlingly bright. The maids' eyes are wide opened and they stand, stunned, unable to believe what they're seeing. They've never seen so much money before. Actually, Fang Hao is not short of money either. But storing and carrying gold coins is a burden, so every time the amount reaches a certain level, they'll be sent to the Trade Alliance to be exchanged for Warfire cards. Warfire cards can contain a large amount, but they certainly do not have the impact of seeing mountains of gold coins. Human gold coins 750,000, silver coins 520,000, orc gold coins 1,150,000, silver coins 680,000, dwarf gold coins 320,000, silver coins 150,000, undead gold coins 450,000, silver coins 120,000, elf gold coins 30,000, silver coins 50,000, golden artifacts 200,000, silver artifacts 500,000, gemstone agates 3,240,000. With the system's enhancement, the quantities and types of items have been automatically tallied. There are quite a few types of currency. In addition to human, orc and undead money, there are also dwarven and elven currencies. He's seen dwarves at the Trade Alliance auction, but he has yet to meet the legendary elves. Arrange for people to sort out these spoils. The coins will be exchanged for Warfire cards by Dujin when the time comes. The gemstones and gold and silver utensils can be sent straight to the basement. Fang Hao dictates gently. The gemstones can be used to make jewelry by the goldsmith. Gold and silver utensils will be checked again, and ones that are not useful will be sent to the coin mint to be recast into gold coins. Yes, master. Aira claps her hands and tells the maids behind her. Okay, stop standing there, go and prepare some boxes, and separate the coins and the gems. The maids recover from their shock and, following Aira's instructions, they bring some large boxes. They begin classifying the coins and gemstones. While the maids are busy, Fang Hao heads for the skeleton conversion field. From a distance, he sees Angia instruct the skeleton soldiers to throw the bodies of the pseudo-dragon guards into the transformation pool. Over 300 pseudo-dragon skeletons were being slowly consumed in the transformation pool, eventually unlocking new troops. Alright, everything is thrown in, I'm not needed here anymore, right? I'm going to play with Lori now. Angia says. Go ahead, but remember to be back in time for dinner. Fang Hao advises. Oh. Before long, Angia was seen riding her giant lizard, waving to Fang Hao as she gradually receded into the distance. 5 minutes later, the first pseudo-dragon guard was completely transformed, and a new type of soldier was also unlocked in the transformation field. Skeleton pseudo-dragon guard, Tier 6. Faction. Undead. Racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, vulnerable to light, emotional language. Skills. Keen senses, magic resistance, bite, stinger. Innate abilities. Intermediate flight mastery, intermediate hunting mastery. Emotional language, this unit can't speak but can share its emotions through sensations. Keen senses, this unit has an advantage in sensing and perceiving. Magic resistance plus 15%. Bite close range attack, lunges at target unit for a bite attack. Stinger, tail stinger attacking the target, low resistance units may be poisoned or stunned, external interference can prematurely terminate the stun effect on the target. Note. Skeleton units transformed from corpses still retain their features and attack methods from their previous lives. Fang Hao nodded, the attributes of the skeleton pseudo-dragon were average. Nothing particularly outstanding. But they could replace the skeleton giant bats. The flying units went from being Tier 3 to Tier 6 troops. But when Fang Hao saw the recruitment conditions of the pseudo-dragon, the smile on his face immediately faded. Skeleton pseudo-dragon guard, Tier 6, wriggling spine 6, death trace 3, dragon crystal 3. He could bear the first two materials. To recruit a flying unit that can only bite and sting, it actually requires 3 dragon crystals. Let alone the effect of this pseudo-dragon and giant bat isn't substantial. Even if they had some special skills, Fang Hao would not be willing to spend 3 dragon crystals to recruit them. Bloodstones and blood castles can be continuously eradicated, but they are easier to get than dragon crystals. The skeleton giant bats still offer the best cost-performance ratio. After checking the properties of the skeleton pseudo-dragon, Fang Hao continued to attend to his own affairs. He was here mainly to continue recruiting bone dragons. The dragon crystals awarded from the treasure cave and the treasure chests this time totaled 32. He planned to recruit them all into bone dragons. Bone dragon. Wriggling spine 10. Death trace 7. Star silver 5. Dragon crystal 10. He had a storage of death trace and star silver in the warehouse, fulfilling the requirements for recruitment. He adjusted the recruitment quantity to 3. Confirm recruitment. Multiplication of effects by 100 triggered, recruited bone dragons 303. Phew. In an instant, the sky darkened. 303 bone dragons appeared in midair, circling above Fang Hao. Go and stand by outside the city, Fang Hao loudly instructed. The bone dragons flapped their wings and flew towards the outskirts of the city. Fang Hao did not immediately leave the city, but went to the blacksmith's shop to gather all the blacksmiths and went out of the territory together. On the open ground outside the territory, in addition to the just recruited 303, there were 72 bone dragons that had been previously recruited. The remaining bone dragons were stationed in some affiliated territories in Bloody Fortress, assisting the Black Thorn in the fight. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, found the blueprint for dragon equipment, and began to manufacture. Multiplication of effects by 100 triggered, obtained giant dragon's white steel helmet 404. Multiplication of effects by 100 triggered, obtained giant dragon's white steel battle armor 404. Multiplication of effects by 100 triggered, obtained giant dragon's white steel claw armor 404. Multiplication of effects by 100 triggered, obtained giant dragon's white steel tail armor stinger 404. As the dragon's body was enormous, so was the dragon equipment, equally gargantuan and heavy. Pieces materialized out of thin air and fell on the ground, causing a thunderous sound. Kulin, you lead the team to equip these gears onto the bone dragons, Fang Hao instructed the blacksmith's team leader. Yes, sir, Kulin responded. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Hao had just bid farewell to the elderly clan leader of the Blackfoot Cat tribe. He then saw the skeleton merchant Dujin, accompanied by a small figure, coming his way. Upon seeing Fang Hao, he politely bowed and announced, "My lord, Mr. Moru from the Trade Alliance has come to pay you a visit." Moru was a goblin cashier that Fang Hao knew. The goblins seemed small and comical, but they excelled in goblin technology and had keen minds. In the Trade Alliance, they often held high positions. Moru was a goblin cashier that Fang Hao was acquainted with. Last time, during the battle, Moru could be seen trailing behind the person in charge of the base, signifying his high status. Hearing Dujin's words, Fang Hao immediately smiled warmly and said, "Mr. Moru, please come in, why didn't you notify me beforehand about your visit?" Moru entered the Lord's Hall, greeted with a smile, "Good morning, the esteemed Lord Fang Hao." In the past, Moru used to refer to Fang Hao as the young undead. But ever since he found out that Fang Hao had a dark gold level hero for protection, he dared not casually address a mighty lord. Maintaining respect towards the strong is a necessary condition for the goblins to survive on this continent. "Good morning, have a seat and let's chat." Fang Hao gestured for him to sit down. The petite Moru sat down on a chair and without wasting a moment, his smile faded, and he made clear his intention, "Mr. Fang Hao, I am here regarding the incident at the auction last time. The Trade Alliance has made a decision." Fang Hao had a hunch about Moru's purpose for visiting. After all, 3 days had passed and given the efficiency of the Trade Alliance, it was high time a result was produced. Fang Hao nodded and asked, "So, what was the outcome?" "We from the Trade Alliance are deeply sorry for such a terrible incident occurring at our base. Shirl has been relieved of his leadership position, and the Flower Demon too will be awaited for further interrogation. By that time, the Dreamy Forest should be reaching out to you, trying to seek your forgiveness, Moru spoke clearly. The incident at the last auction didn't cause Fang Hao any loss. The goods he purchased were given for free and his membership was upgraded to gold. That was the compensation the Trade Alliance offered to Fang Hao. The main purpose of Moru's visit today was to inform Fang Hao about the Trade Alliance's disposal methods regarding Shirl and the Fairy Clan. Fang Hao thought for a while and realized he didn't need to pick a fight with the Trade Alliance, especially since he would need to use this platform to sell his goods in the future. Alright, I am satisfied with the way the Trade Alliance has handled the matter, but I hope these two won't be let off by the Trade Alliance until I hear from the Dreamy Forest, said Fang Hao. You can rest assured on that matter, we are equally outraged by the actions of the Fairy Clan, Moru solemnly said. That's good. Both of them had achieved their desired outcomes, hence the atmosphere relaxed significantly afterwards. Fang Hao realized that the reason he was treated with such importance by the Trade Alliance, and even received compensation and an official apology after the incident, wasn't because the Trade Alliance was easygoing, but because of Rolana's status as a Dark Gold level hero. If Rolana hadn't been present at the time, and Fang Hao had only brought Demetria and Angia, although they could have defeated Shirl, there would have been no chance of receiving compensation from the Trade Alliance nor a visit from Moru. At the end of the day, truth is based on strength. Fang Hao had the maid bring fruit wine, and Moru didn't hesitate to taste it. By the way, Mr. Moru, is the Dreamy Forest where the Fairy Clan resides? Fang Hao asked casually. The Fairy Clan is a rather rare race. Since they possess a purple hero and most of their troops have reached the 7th or 8th rank, they should be quite powerful. However, as his territory expanded, he only came across the Fairy Clan a couple of times at the Trade Alliance outpost. Fairy Clans, Dreamy Forest, is truly an interesting place, indeed. After drinking a glass of fruit wine, Moru continued to say, when I was young, I was fortunate enough to visit the Dreamy Forest once. There's a small bridge at the entrance there. If you're a bad person, your footprints on the bridge would be black, but if you're a good person, the footprints would be blue. Quite interesting, wouldn't you agree? That is indeed interesting, Fang Hao curiously asked, then how do they distinguish good people from bad people? Is it based on the faction or faith? I'm not sure about that, but my footprints were blue, and they were warm and courteous to me. Moru laughed heartily. Oh, come on, you're from the Trade Alliance, even if your footprints were black, they wouldn't drive you away, Fang Hao retorted. Moru was stunned, and that was indeed the case. Nevertheless, he added, stepping on blue footprints is a good thing, isn't it? Who would want to be the bad guy? You're right, Fang Hao took a sip of wine and continued to ask, the Fairy Clan seems to be in desperate need of the Heart of Asha. They were willing to take action within the outpost just to get the Heart of Asha. I don't know about that. It's quite common that a fallen race, like the Fairy Clan, needs certain items to save their race from extinction. Moru glanced at Fang Hao and said in a low voice. It seemed that there were some things Moru did not wish to reveal. After all, the Trade Alliance had to maintain neutrality. Revealing information about the different races casually could result in serious consequences. Moru was quite talkative, and showed no immediate intention of leaving. Fang Hao could tell that Moru was also trying to extract information from him. It seemed that the Trade Alliance was quite interested in this rising force of his. The two of them chatted until noon, when Fang Hao invited Moru to stay for lunch. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Bloody Mountains, Core Holy Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a 3 million strong undead army filled every inch of visible land. In the undead army camp, 3 trolls, their bodies covered in beast skins and painted with totems, lay on the ground. At the side, Blackthorn was drawing an array. Soon, the array was completed. The throats of 3 cattle were slit, and their blood slowly flowed following the lines of the array, eventually pooling on the bodies. In the next moment, the corpses sat up abruptly. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Blackthorn asked, "You are now dead, and you must answer my question truthfully." "Yes," the troll responded mechanically. How many trolls are there on Core Holy Mountain? The troll answered, less than 500. Is Caius among them? Yes. How many warriors did he bring? Caius brought 200 guards. Boom. In the next moment, the corpse inflated and then exploded like a balloon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Subsequently, the second corpse came to life as blood flowed along the lines of the array. Blackthorn continued his questioning. Are there any heroes besides Caius? No. Is there really a deity in Core Holy Mountain? The deity sleeps and punishes anyone who disturbs his rest. Have you seen this deity? No. Boom. The moment the corpse finished speaking, it exploded. This interrogation had plunged Blackthorn and others into deep thought. A corpse cannot lie, but it would recount what it perceived to be true, not necessarily the actual truth. The troll was confident in the existence of the deity, despite never seeing it before. This was highly suspicious, and the army had advanced so far by now. If the deity really existed, it should have appeared. The third corpse was then interrogated. After the third corpse sat up, Blackthorn asked directly, where does the deity of Core Holy Mountain sleep? In the temple on the Holy Mountain. Has he ever come out? Blackthorn continued to ask. I don't know. Can he directly intervene in the war? The deity will help his believers achieve victory. With a bang, the third body exploded again. All three corpses had been interrogated. However, more questions had arisen. Whoosh. At this moment, a bone dragon descended from the sky. The orc scout jumped from the dragon's back and reported loudly, Commander, there is a man-made structure halfway up the mountain. The trolls have fortified defenses around it. The structure halfway up the mountain was the temple the troll mentioned. In essence, it was more like a huge cave carved into the mountain. Blackthorn pondered for a moment before issuing a low order, sound the war drums and prepare to attack. End the battle before night falls. Yes, Commander. The heroes and the orc messengers retreated after receiving their orders, and the deep sound of the war drums began to echo. A layer of faint light enveloped all the undead troops. Whether there was a deity or not, they had no way back now. If the enemy really had the strength to defeat their million-strong army, retreating now would make no difference. But if the deity was merely a ruse, just a rumor among the trolls, then, they would end this battle before nightfall and claim the Bloody Mountains. They would send news of their victory to their lord. As the drumbeats quickened, the undead army began to move, slowly advancing towards the Core Mountain. The Core Holy Mountain was steep and the stone stairs in the middle had been coated with a special fat by the trolls, making it as slippery as ice. It was almost impossible to ascend the mountain via these stairs. But Blackthorn and others were well prepared. An army of millions would not tussle with the enemy through a narrow path. When the command flag waved, a loud noise resonated from the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of dragon-lock crossbows fired arrows attached to nets into the mountain. Layer by layer, they hung on the cliffs. From a distance, it looked like a fishnet stocking had been pulled over the mountain. The undead soldiers bit onto their weapons, their limbs moving like spiders as they began to ascend the rope mesh. In the blink of an eye, the cliff face was covered with skeletons. Faced with the ascending undead, the trolls were filled with despair. The densely packed undead filled the entire mountain, giving off an unprecedented oppressive feeling that was suffocating. Even the trolls who had already made up their minds to die began to tremble. Why exactly were there so many undead? Throw the stones. At that command, all the trolls started lifting the stones they'd gathered and fling them down. Boom. As the boulders fell down the mountain, they took down a row of undead soldiers. Seeing that their strategy was rather effective, all the trolls began to work hard on moving and throwing stones. Woo, whoosh, whoosh. Just when everyone's attention was focused on crushing the skeletons below, a howling sound was heard from the sky. Roar. Several bone dragons, clad in shining silver armor, spat out pillars of black light, raining down upon the troll troops. The trolls who were originally focused on throwing stones became enveloped by the beam of light. The next second, their flesh began to fall off, leaving behind skeletal remains. They rolled down the mountain. In an instant, Dozens were killed, reducing the already small number. Nearly 100 bone dragons began to circle around the mountain. Some undead jumped off the dragons' backs, landing directly on the platform before the cave, fighting with the trolls. Caius stood alone on a platform to the right, a crossbow bolt drawn from the mountain in his hand. He threw it forward at the bone dragon. Squeak! The bolt penetrated the metal armor on the dragon's chest, making a sound of steel being squeezed and distorted. The bolt lodged in the bone dragon's rib cage. But it didn't cause any damage. Instead, the dragon breath that rushed towards him caused Caius's body to rot and wrinkle. Although he didn't suffer the same loss of flesh as the others, he was greatly affected. Caius threw out more axes. They were easily dodged by the bone dragon, which flew away. He was an orange hero-type warrior. Even level 10 soldiers were no match for him. But against this highly mobile, airborne bone dragon, Caius was rather helpless. The thrown crossbow bolt could cause some damage. But apart from the first attack, the bone dragon would deliberately dodge the remaining ones, making it difficult to hit the target. But the bone dragon's deadly breath could continue to breathe, continuously attacking below. This was the difference between the races. Seeing that there were not many good options, Caius had no choice but to order everyone to hide in the cavern. The trolls let out a series of low roars. They pushed down all the stone walls they were hiding behind. Rubble and rolling logs resulted in a massive landslide. The trolls, after knocking down their shields, all retreated back into the deep recesses of the cave, watching the bone dragons outside that kept circling, trying to breathe dragon breath into the cave. The undead army was still bravely climbing up. Soon, undead soldiers reached the waist of the mountain. They unsheathed the weapons clenched in their mouths and began to attack the cave. There was no fixed order, nor formation. Like crazy men, they rushed into the cave. Boom! What greeted the undead inside was the desperate resistance of the trolls. The skeleton warriors who had just rushed in. Before they could swing their swords, their heads were cut off by the trolls and kicked out of the cave. But in the rear, the white bone warriors kept pouring in. In the blink of an eye, the only passage in the front was filled with a white-boned army. "Make way!" Caius shouted, his right arm muscles bulging, his veins throbbing. The arm was full of explosive power. The next second, a powerful fist swung out. Boom! A loud boom and the potent gust of wind blasted out in a fan shape. The front was instantly a vacuum. Undead skeletons were blasted into bone dust and scattered around. But then, the open ground in the front was filled with undead again. They were unafraid of life or death, and kept attacking. Damn it! Caius cursed. He swung out punch after punch, knocking back the approaching undead. Caius relentlessly swung his fists, releasing bursts of energy. Skeleton warriors taken in the blast were instantly crushed to bits. But every time a batch of the undead was eliminated, the cave was promptly refilled with more. Endless undead streamed into the cave, launching fearless attacks at the trolls. Although it was a cave, it was artificially carved so that the distance between the stone walls on both sides was considerable. It resembled a broad corridor more than a cave. Caius was ferocious and unstoppable, but the other trolls didn't share his strength. Soon enough, the trolls defending the flanks began to suffer casualties. The formation was broken. Like a dam being released, skeleton warriors flooded into the ranks of the trolls, prompting an even fiercer slaughter. "People of Thunder Snake, what are you waiting for?" Caius shouted behind him. As Caius finished speaking, totem signals began to emerge from the trolls at the back of the line, illuminating with a faint blue glow. It was as if many dazzling thunder snakes were circling their bodies. These were the guardians of the Troll Temple, the Thunder Snake tribe. Despite the toughness of troll bodies, they lacked the ability to control elements. However, the Thunder Snake tribe broke this barrier. Through the faith in their totems, they sealed divine powers within their bodies, granting them temporary strength and control over thunder and lightning. The Thunder Snake members were empowered by their activated totems. Their bodies were surrounded by crackling electricity and their muscles swelled rapidly, filled with explosive power. "Caius, retreat. We can only hold out for 15 seconds, said a member of the Thunder Snake tribe. Immediately afterwards, they charged forward, fighting alongside the undead. Boom. The leading thunder snake troll punched the shield of a skeleton warrior. Electric arcs flashed upon the shield. Unleashing a massive force, he sent the skeleton warrior flying. The latter was reduced to a pile of bones as it hit the ground. The same scenes occurred in every corner of the cave. The trolls surrounded by electric arcs displayed noticeably improved strength and speed. Even more surprisingly, the effects of the lightning could chain and jump, simultaneously killing several skeletons. The cave was filled with piles of bones and the ground was dyed red with blood. Regrettably, the totem enhancement of the Thunder Snake tribe could only last for 15 seconds each time. When the effect of the lightning disappeared, they were instantly overwhelmed by the undead army. No killing was necessary, as they had already been trampled into meat paste. 2 hours. Huff. Huff. Caius was panting heavily. He was the only survivor in the cave. Objects surrounded him, filled with bones and weapons. Similarly, Caius himself was severely injured. His armor was in tatters, and he was soaked in blood, resembling a blood man. If it weren't for his strength as an orange-ranked hero and the robust body of a troll, he would have died in the undead's siege. I know you're outside. Shall we talk? Caius, repelling the attacking undead, shouted towards the entrance of the cave. The undead's calculated attack, with the coordination of aerial and ground forces. There must be a commander. Sure enough, after sending out the message, a deep and hoarse voice came back from outside the cave. Chief Caius, at this point, what more do you have to say? Outside the cave, Blackthorn replied, but the attacking undead didn't pause and continued their relentless attack on Caius. Can I see your leader? Perhaps we can change the current situation. Force is never the only solution, Caius said while fighting off his attackers. It's strange to hear this coming from a troll, retorted Blackthorn. Caius ignored the sarcasm in his tone and continued, how about letting me see your leader? Maybe we can end this war. Blackthorn naturally understood Caius's implication. No one wants to die. He wants to surrender and compromise. But with the Bloodthroat tribe gone and most of the trolls in the Bloody Mountains massacred, how could such hatred be easily eradicated? Moreover, Caius did possess an immense strength. Never mind allowing him to meet Fang Hao. Even their own heroes dared not confront Caius directly and instead had been attempting to wear him down with their swarm tactics. He had this clearly in mind. Without much hesitation, Blackthorn replied, Caius, you can talk to me. I am fully responsible for the matters in the Bloody Mountains. Caius immediately felt a sinking feeling. Without the possibility of negotiating with the enemy's leader, his bargaining power would be significantly lower. But his injuries didn't allow him to stall any longer. Facing the unending influx of undead, he grinded his teeth and said, Don't kill me. I'm an orange-ranked hero. As long as you bring me to your leader, you will earn merit. His identity as an orange-ranked hero was his only bargaining chip for survival. In this land, orange-ranked heroes were the top recruits for all forces. No leader could ignore an orange-ranked hero who offered allegiance. Unfortunately, the response he received was not what he hoped for. Our lord is very busy and fears there's no time to meet with Chief Caius. As soon as Blackthorn finished speaking, the type of soldiers storming the cave changed. Instead of the never-ending stream of skeleton warriors, they were now large skeleton trolls wielding massive shields. Caius's punch landed on the shield. A sound resounded, like a drum being struck. The skeleton troll that was hit went flying. However, there was no mass death of warriors. Crash! The troll shield formation quickly broke apart. The sturdy and heavy shield surrounded Caius in the middle. From the gaps in the shields, sharp lances protruded, thrusting towards Caius from all sides. Caius swung his fists wildly, but his strength and stamina were rapidly declining with every passing moment. The blood gushing out caused his vision to blur. He knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. What do you want from me? I am the bravest of the trolls, a powerful orange hero. I can give you great benefits. What good will it do you to kill me? You'll gain nothing from killing me, roared Caius. His voice drowned out the sound of his fists beating against the shields, echoing throughout the cave. Yet, the tone from outside the cave remained calm, No, your corpse is worth more than you are now. Yua, what do you want? Caius roared. Blackthorn said, enough. Your last words, Chief Caius, are a bit long. Welcome to the undying undead. With Blackthorn's words, the encirclement around Caius swiftly closed in. One lance after another pierced Caius's body. Blood soaked the ground red, and Caius helplessly kneeled on the ground. A sharp battle axe fell on his neck. Gurgle. His eyes bulging in fury, his head dropped and rolled to one side. As the battle ended, the cave fell silent once again. The undead soldiers who used to fight to the death remained stoned, waiting for the next command. Inside the cavernous hull of the cave, the bodies of undead and trolls strewed across the floor. Walking into here felt like entering hell. Blackthorn commanded the cleaning of the battlefield. The 2-meter-thick piles of white bones were cleared, the corpses of the trolls and the undead were separately disposed of. As the undead soldiers cleared the battlefield, Blackthorn came to the deceased Caius. The troll's bravest warrior was still kneeling at the time of his death, his head had merely rolled aside. Bending over, he picked up the head, his bony fingers gently closing the eyes. Bolton. Blackthorn called. From the rear, an armored pig-headed human, Bolton, quickly approached and bowed. Commander, what are your orders? The body of Caius, I am entrusting it to you. After the cleanup, send it to the Lord along with the other spoils of war, Blackthorn ordered. Yes, sir, replied Bolton. He summoned several orcs from behind, who carried Caius's body, along with the head, outside. The cave was nearly cleared. Blackthorn continued deeper into the cave with his men. Although it's called a cave, it was referred to as a corridor leading to the temple by the trolls. The trolls' living conditions were more primitive than humans, without palatial-like structures. As they delved deeper, patterns and combat scenes drawn in white lime began to appear on the stone walls. The sun, lightning, these were the primary symbols in the patterns. In a picture depicting the hunting of a massive, bloated creature, someone had summoned a thunderstorm from the sky. It assisted the trolls in defeating the creature. And, some trolls began to worship the thunder. About 3 to 4 minutes deep into the cave, there were no remaining trolls to be found. However, at the end of the cave was a massive bronze door. The trolls' casting technology might not have been perfect, so although there were carvings on the bronze door, the craftwork was somewhat blurry. It was hard to make out the patterns on it. Sir, we need a key to open this door. Despite applying great force, the bronze door wouldn't budge, and a keyhole could be seen in the middle. It was clear that a key was needed to open this door. Order some men to search through all the troll corpses. The key must be on them, commanded Blackthorn. The bodies of the trolls and the bones of the undead had been separated. So it should be easy to search. An orc quickly rushed in, excitedly presenting a bronze key to Blackthorn. Sir, it was found. Open it. He already said. The key was inserted into the keyhole, and with the combined effort of the skeleton troll, the bronze door slowly opened. The interior scene was revealed to everyone. It was roughly a 200-square-foot room. Numerous nightstone chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the walls were filled with bizarre, ancient runes. In the center was an ancient altar. In the center of the altar was a stone platform about the height of a person, on which lay a chunk of flesh the size of an adult bear. The flesh writhed slowly, seemingly still alive. Below the flesh, on the stone platform, was a groove that seemed to be collecting the flesh's blood. Giant Wall, do you know what this is? Blackthorn asked Giant Wall, who was beside him. Everyone turned their eyes to Giant Wall, hoping he could give a precise answer. However, Giant Wall simply shook his head slightly in the end. I don't know what this is. Blackthorn also nodded slightly, not delving further into the matter without a clear answer. Blackthorn arranged for the chamber to be searched. After carefully avoiding the altar and the hunk of flesh in the center, a silver chest and a single-page map marking special locations were found in the secret room. As for the chandeliers on the ceiling and the wall lamps, no one dared to touch them. After reporting everything back, a second visit might be necessary. All right, close the bronze door, let's leave. Blackthorn ordered again. The bronze door was shut once more. Blackthorn left some people behind and the main team began to head back to the north town. Inside the main city. After dinner, watching the maids frolicking in front of Fang Hao's mansion. He had stayed in his territory the entire day. Moru stayed until 3 o'clock before he left. If it was not for the need to report results to the Trade Alliance, Moru probably would have dined there too. At the same time, Fang Hao also learned a lot of information he was curious about from Moru. Just as he was about to go back to his room to rest, Nelson approached, followed by 2 skeleton warriors, jointly carrying a bone skeleton that was as clear as jade. "Lord, good evening." Seeing Nelson, Fang Hao gave a smile. "Good evening, Bachelor Nelson." Without small talk, Nelson continued, "My lord, this is the demon doll I crafted according to the notes. I need to explain how it operates." Fang Hao glanced at the skeleton beside him. Most of the skeleton was still the jade-like transparent bones. But the right arm of the skeleton was noticeably thicker, and the color was somewhat yellowish. Most notably were the large bat wings on its back. These wings originally belonged to the Red Duke, but after Rolana killed him, Fang Hao had people find and bring them back. This time, Nelson directly implanted them onto this body. It looked a bit misfit, but if it could fly, it would be quite nice. "Let's hear it," Fang Hao said. Nelson then explained to Fang Hao how to control the demon doll. There were 2 ways. One way is string manipulation. It can be understood as a puppet master, but the puppet and its master are connected by countless strings. Moreover, it requires a lot of coordination and long-term practice. Without a few years of work, it is difficult to accurately control the puppet. The second method was the Undead clan's God's Presence. God's Presence is a powerful ability of the Undead clan, and some even believe that this skill is very similar to the ability of divine descent of the believers of God. Nelson would inscribe a special rune on the doll's skull. It would allow Fang Hao to control the puppet with God's presence, achieving dual control of himself and the doll. This method would consume spiritual power exponentially, but the advantage is that it could be put into use immediately. Then let's use the second method. My fingers have never been nimble since I was a kid. Nelson showed no surprise at Fang Hao's choice. The demon notes only mentioned methods of controlling puppets through puppetry. However, Nelson added the method of controlling puppets through God's presence based on Fang Hao's abilities. Nelson was a supporting type hero. His rating as an orange hero was not because of his strong combat abilities. Instead, it was attributed to his vast knowledge and insights accumulated over countless years. As the number of high-level heroes in the territory increased, more and more high-level heroes joined them. No one could shake Nelson's status in the territory. Besides Fang Hao, Nelson was the most respected figure. "Sir, this set of runes is similar to the giant spirit totem on your back. You need to drop a drop of blood in the center of the runes," said Nelson. There was a small round rune at the puppet's brow. This central rune connected with all the other runes on the puppet's body. Fang Hao didn't hesitate, pulling out his light feather short sword and gently pricking his index finger on the tip. A drop of blood was dripped onto the puppet's brow. The next moment, the blood rapidly flowed along the runes and was quickly absorbed, disappearing without a trace. However, Fang Hao could clearly feel a difference. It was like the sensation he had just after the God of Giant Spirit tattoo was finished. He could clearly feel a connection to the puppet in front of him, as if a new skill had been added to his skill bar. He attempted to use God's presence on the puppet. Then, the puppet's body, held up by 2 skeleton warriors, suddenly trembled. It immediately broke free of its restraints and stood up. At the same time, Fang Hao's mind was filled with the puppet's perspective. He could even see himself through the puppet's eyes. This way of observing himself was more realistic than looking in the mirror. He continued to experiment with moving forward, lifting his arms, and flapping the bat wings on his back. The puppet started to slowly rise and circled in the air. Before, Fang Hao had controlled skeleton giant bat, flying in the sky. Although the experience was average, it laid a good foundation for this time controlling the puppet's flight. Soon, he became familiar with the flying maneuvers, able to stop abruptly in the air and fly through obstacles smoothly. "Lord, how does it feel?" Nelson asked. It's not bad. Fang Hao answered, taking a step forward, but felt empty beneath his feet and nearly fell. He was not yet familiar with this kind of multitasking, controlling both his body and the puppet at the same time. When he focused on the puppet, he tended to neglect his own movements. Just like what just happened, he stumbled and nearly fell. But it's not a big problem. With practice and familiarity, he could get used to this type of control. Besides, he wouldn't use the puppet and himself at the same time very often. This was easier than spending a few years practicing puppetry. Once you are more familiar with it, it's fine. This puppet has its unique features. In the future, you can replace it with more advanced limbs you obtain. Nelson continued. Fang Hao nodded in understanding. This method of putting together corpses to gain power was rare, but it was undoubtedly simple and useful. All right, I understand. Fang Hao answered. He controlled the puppet to land next to him and began to check its attributes. Demon Doll. Category. Puppet. Physical strength. Level 5 strength. Abilities. Bachelor of Light, Chosen of Light, Purification Aura, Healing, Blade of Judgment, Full Throw, Flight, Gate of Demon. Bachelor of Light. The use of light magic reduces the cost of magic by 20%. Chosen of Light. When using light-type positive state magic, it increases self-attack and defense by 2%. Purification Aura. Defense increased by 5%. When activated, it can remove negative status from target units. Healing heals allied living creatures and causes damage to undead, demons, and dark creatures. Blade of Judgment increases self-attack power by 20%. Full Throw increases weapon throwing damage by 10% and throwing distance by 20%. Flight. This unit can freely fly in the sky. Gate of Demon summons a teleportation gate for 10 seconds, can be used for regional transition. Description. Who can resist a toy that can accompany you and possesses many abilities? Seeing the puppet's attributes, Fang Hao was surprised. An item that was crafted actually possessed abilities not inferior to those of a hero. Furthermore, the puppet's physical strength had reached level 5. You should know that blue plate armor only had a defensive force of level 3. A set of armor would only reach level 4. Level 5 was comparable to a piece of purple defensive gear. Bachelor of Light and Chosen of Light were clearly attributes of the Church. They could enhance the effect of light-based skills. Purification Aura had the effect of dispelling negative attributes. Healing could be used for healing or as an attack skill, causing damage to dark and undead creatures. And Blade of Judgment would increase the doll's attack power, making it capable of both healing and attacking. With this puppet, he wouldn't have to worry about getting injured in the future. The skill, Full Throw, came from the Orc Arm, improving throwing abilities. Flight came from Bat Wings, but the most delightful part was the Gate of Demon skill. After these few times of understanding, he realized demons had a high mastery of spatial techniques. The demonic space, in the Book of Lords, where items can be stored, is also a storage space created by utilizing spatial technology. The Gate of Demon, on the other hand, is a more advanced technology. Fang Hao thought of the demonic space used for storing items. Immediately, another problem occurred to him. If the demon doll could be put into the demonic space or not. It is known that the demonic space can't store living entities or troops. In some sense, the demon doll might not belong to either of these categories. If it could be stored in the demonic space, then he could always carry it with him, thereby adding a new life-saving trump card for himself. Upon thinking this, he immediately tried it. With a thought, the puppet before his eyes vanished instantly, and the next second, it was already stored in the storage space. It really could be put in there. In this way, he could carry it with him. Even if he went to a human city, he would no longer need to have a skeleton following him around. He selected the puppet from the storage space of the Book of Lords and summoned the demon doll again to stand in front of Fang Hao. Sir, it requires more practice and you will become more proficient with time. Nelson sat on the side, quietly watching Fang Hao get accustomed to the puppet. This is much simpler than puppetry technique. Fang Hao said with a smile. All right, sir, go on and practice. If there is nothing else, I should go back now. Nelson got up, intending to return to the Viscera Museum. Fang Hao quickly stopped him. Wait a moment. Sir, is there anything else? I will first upgrade the Viscera Museum, said Fang Hao. The manor was upgraded to Stone Castle, and the Viscera Museum also met the conditions for upgrading. They put away the puppet and directly arrived at the Viscera Museum. Viscera Museum. Wood 25,000, stone 20,000, stone bricks 12,000, hemp rope 8,500, leather 1,600, shadowstone 20, death trace 15. The consumption of materials was quite high, but it was still sufficient. He straight away chose to upgrade it. A glow enveloped the building, expanding it. Half an hour later, the entire building was completed. The Viscera Museum occupied a larger area, and the original flat floor had 2 additional floors. The entire building was made of stone with patterns and reliefs related to the undead. Viscera Museum. Category: Special Building. Viscera jars documented. Revival, lightning speed, killing proficiency. Recruitment available. Priest. Priest. 1 wriggling spine, 1 death's trace. Note: by placing Viscera jars that have stored various energies here, powerful abilities can be granted to troops and special weapons can be made. Materials needed for upgrade: sturdy wood 8,000, stone bricks 7,500, precision work stone bricks 2,000, cast iron pieces 200, fine iron 100, metal parts 1,200, mithril 50, shadowstone 50, death's trace 30. After the Viscera Museum was upgraded, the new feature was the ability to recruit priests. By the name, it should be a talent in the funeral industry. Fang Hao directly recruited. 100-fold amplification effect triggered. Recruited 101 priests. In an instant, 101 skeleton priests clad in long robes appeared in front of Fang Hao and Nelson. After scanning their surroundings, all of their eyes settled on Fang Hao. They quickly stepped forward, saluted and said, "Greetings, sir." Like Nelson, they also possessed wisdom. Fang Hao nodded. "Welcome to our team. From today onwards, you will take orders and arrangements from the scholar Nelson." "Yes, sir." The priests looked at Nelson again and continued their salutations. "Scholar Nelson. I need some preservative materials. Go prepare some." Nelson didn't hold back and directly ordered. "Yes, scholar." The priests immediately dispersed and began to work. Watching the departing priests, Fang Hao continued to ask, "Do we have enough manpower? Shall we recruit more?" Nelson shook his head. "No need for now. We can recruit more when we need them." "Oh, all right." Nelson left, and Fang Hao continued to control and get familiar with the puppet. After putting clothes and equipment on the puppet, and attaching that wooden mask on its face, except for the empty-looking arms and legs without muscles, it didn't look like a skeleton puppet. 2 hours of continuous training passed. The night was deep and quiet, and due to the consumption of spiritual power, Fang Hao's head was starting to throb. He put away the puppet and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, in the early morning, as Fang Hao woke up from his sleep, he received good news from Blackthorn. The entire Bloody Mountain range had been completely occupied. The trolls who surrendered were, under the arrangements of the female troll Stella, began to settle in the North Town. In the next few days, they started to gradually resume production and return to their normal lives. This was good news, as they would no longer need to worry about the dangers to the north of their territory. Moreover, the Bloody Mountain range was rich with numerous veins of ore, which could be mined for more basic materials. After hearing Blackthorn's news, he immediately sat up from bed. After breakfast, at 8 a.m., Bolton, riding on the bone dragon, landed in front of the Lord's mansion. Seeing Fang Hao enjoying the sun, he jumped straight off the dragon. "Lord," Bolton saluted and said. Fang Hao sat up. Bolton continued, "My lord, the battle in the Bloody Highlands has been won. Blackthorn ordered me to bring back Caius's body and the spoils of war first." With that, he unloaded all the items from the dragon's back. Apart from the dismembered Caius, there was also a silver chest and a large amount of scavenged gold and silver currency. These were all spoils of war that Blackthorn had gathered and brought back with Bolton to give to Fang Hao. "Good, well done." Fang Hao nodded, and then instructed a maid, Go and get Scholar Nelson. Tell him we have a new hero's body that needs to be dealt with. The maid acknowledged his words and quickly left, while Fang Hao went straight to the silver chest. He directly opened the chest. Obtained. Curse Thunder Totem Scroll, Blue Iron Armor Fist Blueprint, Blue 12 Troll Stones, and 76 Warfire Coins. Curse Thunder Totem. Category. Scroll. Description. Records the method for drawing the Curse Thunder Totem. This was the second time Fang Hao saw a totem scroll. He himself already had a body of the giant spirit totem tattoo on his body. And in battle, it demonstrated high combat ability. However, the body of the giant spirit was a purple scroll, the reward in front of him was blue, and the level was much lower. The second blueprint was called Iron Armor Fist. Iron Armor Fist. IRON 3, Cast Iron BLOCK 2, Leather -3. Description. Iron Armor Fist commonly used by those skilled at close combat. The only one in the territory who excelled at hand-to-hand combat was Angia. But Angia's Tiger's Claw was also of blue quality. If both items were of the same quality, then there was no need for it. Fang Hao had always wanted to change her weapon to a better one, but the Tiger's Claw and the Fist Armor were considered unpopular weapons here. They were rarely sold, and thus, few blacksmiths were willing to forge them. He put away the blueprint and immediately stashed the scroll as well. My lord, this map was found in the temple on Kor Holy Mountain. Also, in the temple, we discovered an altar and a wriggling piece of flesh. Commander Blackthorn said that the piece of flesh might be an organ and suggested you to look at it when you have time. Bolton said, as he handed over a single-page map. Map. Thunder Temple. Category. Single-page map. Description. A map that records the target location. Using the Book of Lords to record it, he could see the location marked on the map. Upon looking, he realized that this location had been recorded before. It was the map of the desolate battlefield that Dong Jiayu gave him. And the Thunder Temple was a location in the desolate battlefield. This was quite a coincidence. As Fang Hao was examining the blueprint, Nelson came over with 6 funeral priests. My lord. Nelson and his men saluted Fang Hao. You guys first take away this body. And Nelson, come with me to the Bloody Mountain Range later, there might be a creature's organ that can be sealed there. Fang Hao nodded and said. All right, my lord. Nelson responded. Then, he had the funeral priests behind him carry Caius's body to the Viscera Museum. Soon, everyone was ready. Nelson, accompanied by 6 funeral priests, will go with Fang Hao to the north town city of the trolls. And the task of guarding the territory was given to Angia. Just as well, early in the morning, she was still in bed, and it was a bit hard to get her up. The hero accompanying them was Demetria, an orange hero whose power was sufficient to protect Fang Hao's safety. Everything was ready. Fang Hao directly released the demon doll, initiating demon teleportation. Teleportation, however, was not unrestricted, requiring confirmation of the teleportation location from the map in the Book of Lords. Locations unrecorded could not be used for teleportation. On the map, North Town City was confirmed. The doll swung both arms forward, and a dark red magical screen immediately appeared. Although it was the first time using it, there should be no issues. The teleportation gate lasted for 10 seconds, in which Fang Hao had Nelson and Demetria walk into the portal. Only after those few people entered did Fang Hao and the doll enter the screen at the last moment. Upon restoring their visibility, they found themselves in the clan leader's hall in North Town City. Around the screen, a large number of undead soldiers were gathered. It seemed that the sudden appearance of the screen had made everyone at the scene very tense. As soon as Blackthorn recognized Fang Hao and Nelson, he immediately withdrew the soldiers. He stepped forward to greet them respectfully. Lord, Mr. Nelson, Lord Demetria. Everyone paid their respects one by one. There were still many people in the hall at this time. Blackthorn, Black Sword, the female troll Stella, and several trolls looking dispirited. Managing a city with only Stella, a single troll, was not possible. Therefore, among the surrendered trolls, some manageable trolls were also chosen to jointly govern the rest of the trolls. Well, Blackthorn, Black Sword, and Petty, you all have done an excellent job, and all of you will be rewarded in time. Fang Hao did not immediately mention the matter of the meat piece, but instead first expressed his recognition of their merits. Even if the loyalty of the skeleton heroes had reached 100%, still, rewards should be given according to one's contributions. These were what Blackthorn and others deserved, and the rest of the trolls and orcs were all watching closely. Thank you, my lord, they all saluted. Fang Hao directly walked to the main seat, sat down and asked, "What's the situation in North Town City?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of Blackthorn and others fell on Stella, who was standing at the side. The female troll Stella had undergone significant changes from before. She was dressed in a long skirt made of leather and linen, standing at the head position of the trolls' camp, beginning to resemble the figure of a leader. Stella took a step forward, knelt on the ground, and said, "My lord, North Town City now accommodates over 74,000 troll captives. According to the plan, 3 stone mining sites and 2 mines will start operations tomorrow, and the remaining mines will gradually resume production. The whole Blood Mountain range now had only these 70,000 trolls remaining in North Town City. Most of the others had already died under the Undead's blades, or had been converted in the transformation pool. These 70,000 surrendered trolls, called the citizens of the city, were in fact prisoners and slaves. The power to grant life or death was all in the hands of Fang Hao and his men. Below, there were 12 trolls, selected to manage the city. Hearing Stella and the human leaders above discussing their tribe's matters, the trolls' hearts instantly leapt up. They understood that the man sitting above was no longer a food reserve for trolls, but their lord who held the power of their life and death. The entire hall quieted down instantly. Trolls were uneasy, with some starting to sweat profusely and tremble uncontrollably in their self-imaginary situation. Fang Hao slightly nodded, and the atmosphere eased significantly. He didn't need a city populated only by the undead and the deceased. The restoration of trolls' production and normal life was what North Town City needed to do. Good. While resuming production, do not forget about maintaining order in the city. The old ways and styles of the trolls need to be completely eradicated. Anyone dares to rob women and food by force, immediately throw them into the transformation pool. Blackthorn, you must also supervise this, Fang Hao said solemnly. It was not Fang Hao overstating. The lives of trolls were even more savage and open than those of the orcs. Robbing others of their women and food came down to who was stronger and had greater abilities. Fang Hao wanted to establish a more stable order, so he had to break away from the old characteristics of the trolls. Yes, my lord, answered Blackthorn. Stella also said, "Rest assured, my lord. I will do it well." Fang Hao acknowledged. After inquiring about North Town City's situation, Fang Hao then proceeded to address the news Bolton brought back. Blackthorn, you said you found a living piece of flesh on Core Holy Mountain. Fang Hao looked at Blackthorn. Yes, my lord, it is the troll temple there. The item being worshipped inside is a piece of flesh the size of an adult bear, and it is squirming, Blackthorn replied. Stella, do you know what this flesh is? The troll temple was dedicated to the giant spirit god that the trolls have been passing by word of mouth. Stella pondered for a moment and responded in a soft voice, "My lord, according to the rumors of our tribe, the temple is where the giant spirit god slumbers. If it means that it's just a piece of meat inside, then it proves that the giant spirit god is a lie. No one had ever seen the real giant spirit god. So a long time ago, rumors started spreading amongst the trolls that the giant spirit god was nothing but a lie. But the Bloodthroat clan was ruthless and powerful, so no one dared to question it directly, nor did anyone try to verify the rumor. Now, upon hearing Fang Hao mention there was no dormant giant spirit god within the temple, Stella felt even more sure that this was a lie. But Fang Hao didn't see it that way, because when he first discovered Rolana's heart, it also separated from the body. Since Blackthorn mentioned life characteristics, it could be the organ of some powerful creature. He did not exclude the true association with the giant spirit god. What about you? Fang Hao asked the trolls below. The trolls instantly murmured, but the answers given were much alike. If there's no giant spirit god, then it is a story concocted by the Bloodthroat tribe. just to take more tributes from them. Seeing no news can be asked from them. Fang Hao gave up pursuing this line of questioning. He spoke to Blackthorn. Prepare the bone dragon. Let's go take a look together. Yes, Lord. Arriving at Core Holy Mountain. The bone dragon landed the crowd before the temple on the mountainside. This temple of the trolls, built within such a rugged cave, was beyond Fang Hao's expectation. Know this, the temples built by humanity, even if not as grand as palaces, are very clean and filled with various sacred auras. The construction scale and surroundings here are rather poor. Following Blackthorn's lead, they went deep into the cave, pulled out a key and opened the bronze door. They saw the scene inside the stone chamber. It was indeed a chunk of flesh, like a piece of beef on a cutting board, a giant piece. The chunk of flesh, like a heart, was rhythmically constricting, probably a living creature. Below the flesh was a round altar. From the previous tomb of the dragon, a similar altar was spotted. Lord, this is the chunk of flesh I told you about, Blackthorn said. Fang Hao took out the demon doll, controlling it to enter the stone chamber, and approached the tissue closer. As he got closer, the characteristics of the object appeared in front of Fang Hao. Heart of Storm. Type. Organ. Description. The prosperity of the race had faded away long ago, and the scattered tribes could only pray to their progeny of God. Not much information was revealed. Seemingly, this tissue was actually a heart, but only part of one. From this, you can imagine how vast the original creature was. The master of this heart is the sacred progeny. After checking the attributes and ensuring no danger, Fang Hao turned to Nelson, who was standing beside him, and asked, Bachelor Nelson, does this meet the condition for putting into a viscera jar? Yes, my lord. Saying that, Nelson took 6 priests and went into the stone chamber. After a round of inspection, he came out again. There are indeed organs of powerful creatures, Lord. The sealing ceremony will take some time, approximately about 5 days. Very well. Fang Hao continued speaking to Blackthorn. Arrange personnel to guard this place, preventing anyone from disturbing Bachelor Nelson's work. Yes, my lord. Blackthorn complied and started gathering a large force, surrounding Core Holy Mountain. No one, be it ground forces or in the air, could interfere with Nelson and others who were conducting the ceremony. Having left the place to Nelson, Fang Hao and the others returned to the town north. 5 in the afternoon, the clan leader hall. Fang Hao sat at the head. The people below have already filled the place. Besides Blackthorn and Giant Wall, the heroes, and the orcs who participated in the battle, worked as scouts and messengers. For this war, they deployed an army of up to 3.5 million. Hence, a lot of people from the northern orc tribe also came. Those here were the leaders or representatives of the various climes. According to tradition, if you win the war, a reward is given. Fang Hao stood, made a brief opening remark, and went straight to the point to commend the heroes and soldiers who performed specially in this battle. Blackthorn, as the general of this war, you led well and contributed much. You are awarded 10,000 warfire coin, and funds will be allocated from your territory to forge more exquisite equipment for you. Fang Hao stated. Blackthorn and others, although they were skeleton heroes. But considering their wisdom and ability to think independently, they also spent money to buy the items they needed. Therefore, while promising to create equipment, he also awarded warfire coins. Thank you, my lord. Blackthorn respectfully thanked, showing little emotional fluctuation. The troll campaigners who attended this award ceremony, however, experienced a significant disturbance. They barely believed their ears. He was directly awarded 10,000 warfire coins. It's already an astronomical number. Contrarily, the orc campaigners, who appeared rather calm, looked at the somewhat disturbed trolls with a gaze like observing the countryside people. During the last Crescent Heights attack, Fang Hao awarded Demetria 10,000 warfire coins. At that time, the orcs shared the same reaction as the trolls now. Seeing it for the second time, it seemed much calmer. Silence. Female orc Stella reprimanded, then only the entire hall quieted down. Fang Hao continued the commendation. Black sword, giant wall, heavy arrow. The three of you, as vice general of the campaign, also contributed significantly. Each of you is awarded 5,000 warfire coins. The domain will fund to forge new equipment for you. Black Sword was left at Core Holy Mountain, leading forces to protect Nelson and several funeral priests. Giant Wall and Heavy Arrow stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Thank you, my lord." Once the rewarding of heroes was completed, Fang Hao's gaze fell upon Pigmen's Petty. Petty, the clan leader of the Pigmen clan, was responsible for assembling all orcs for this battle. During the fight, the bloody fort and the transport of resources from Beijun City were also up to Petty. This time, she had really put in a great deal of effort. "Petty, my lord." Petty stepped forward. Unlike Blackthorn and the others, she had signed a slave contract with Fang Hao, so her salute was even more deferential and modest. In this battle, the Pigmen village has done an excellent job in providing assistance. You will be rewarded with 8,000 beasthead gold and a Thunder Curse totem scroll. Upon hearing that, Petty expressed her gratitude loudly. "Thank you, my lord." All the orcs looked at Petty and the Pigmen with envy. Fang Hao's individual reward carried a significant meaning. It seemed that in the future, the various scattered orc tribes would likely look to the Pigmen village as their leader. All other orc villages that participated in this battle will be awarded 5,000 beasthead gold. In addition, your villages will receive support in terms of territory resources. Fang Hao rewarded the remaining orcs collectively. This time, since there were too many orcs participating, Fang Hao could only reward the villages as a whole, rather than individuals. Otherwise, granting rewards individually would be pretty tough. "Thank you, my lord." All the orcs saluted in unison. Based on the 5:1 exchange rate of beasthead gold and warfire coins. That was equivalent to 1,000 warfire coins. Although many people were involved, distributing the reward to the village would still allow the village to flourish. Finally, Fang Hao's gaze landed on the female troll, Stella. Stella was the first troll to surrender, and she had provided many valuable pieces of information for this battle. Fang Hao could reward Stella, but doing so would give Stella the image of a traitor among the trolls. He still needed Stella to manage the trolls for him. After thinking for a while, he said to Stella, "Stella, according to our agreement, you've guaranteed the lives of these trolls. Therefore, there is no reward for you this time. However, if you manage well in the future, I will reward you separately." Stella paused for a moment and then understood Fang Hao's intention. She quickly got up, knelt down, and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your trust. Thank you for sparing our lives." Fang Hao nodded slightly. The other trolls, hearing their conversation, also understood the meaning. It seemed that they had survived in the presence of the undead because Stella and this lord had reached some sort of agreement not to kill them. The trolls, who had previously opposed Stella being a woman, started to change their perspective. They appeared a bit less indifferent. With the end of the award ceremony, the feast began. Food and dishes were brought in, and everyone was celebrating the victory of the battle, enjoying the abundant food. From the main seat, people came forward to flatter Fang Hao, to which he responded with a smile. Meanwhile, in a cave within the chaotic stone forest of the Bloody Mountain Range, the farmers were huddled around a campfire, cooking food. In the depths of the cave, Shu Yong pulled out the iron sword from his waist and carved a 15 on the wall. It was their 15th day hiding in the cave. With the preparations they had made in advance and the exchange function of the Book of Lords, they had managed to hold on till now. "Sir, the gruel is ready. We can eat now," one of the farmers said. "All right." Shu Yong came over and sat down by the fire. "Sir, I went near the Bloodthroat tribe yesterday. There are fewer undead now. I think we can plan to get out," another villager said. Although some doubted if the outside had been entirely occupied by the undead, Shu Yong knew that most parts out there were still human cities. Otherwise, the other lords wouldn't be chatting so freely every day. Shu Yong pondered for a while. "All right, we can scout the path when it gets light. If there's a chance, we'll all escape together." "Yes, sir." After a few brief exchanges, silence fell again. Everyone was eating their food in silence. During the night, Fang Hao used demon teleportation to return to his territory. Lying lazily in the hot spring, Era gently massaged his shoulders, relaxing his muscles. Just as Fang Hao was enjoying the comfortable massage, the Book of Lords suddenly received a private message. Fang Hao opened it, finding that it was a private message from Chu Jishang. Because Fang Hao had blacklisted him, which restricted him from buying items that Fang Hao was selling, Chu Jishang could only send a private message. However, they could still see each other's chat messages in the channel. Fang Hao. This is Chu Jishang. I am now ordering you as the elder of the Tianping Alliance to donate 10,000 green weapons, 10,000 sets of green equipment, and 100,000 units of food to the Alliance free of charge. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Fang Hao's eyebrows slightly furrowed. This guy must be out of his mind. Ever since the last tile incident, Chu Jishang's popularity in the channel had completely hit rock bottom. All individuals in the channel boycotted his tiles and refused to buy anything from him. Unexpectedly, Chu Jishang joined the Tianping Alliance and even became an elder. It seems that the people in the Tianping Alliance also needed tiles for their upgrades, which was why they let Chu Jishang join. However, Fang Hao was a bit puzzled. Even though Chu Jishang harbored resentment towards him, many people in the Tianping Alliance were on his blacklist. It's hard to believe that Chu Jishang was foolish enough to contact him privately and spout such delusions. Demanding thousands of green equipment and hundreds of thousands of food units right off the bat. Has he lost his mind? Fang Hao didn't want to waste his time on someone like Chu Jishang, so he didn't reply and directly closed the chat channel. He thought that would be the end of it. But to his surprise, the other party sent another message 10 minutes later. If you're not afraid of us, don't you worry about your subsidiary territories. Your little girlfriend Dong Jiayu, for example. As long as you provide equipment to the Alliance on time, the Tianping Alliance can grant you the status of an elder. If you fail to understand the situation and refuse, don't blame us for being ruthless. Upon seeing the message sent by Chu Jishang, Fang Hao's brows instantly furrowed. He immediately contacted Dong Jiayu in private to confirm her safety. Dong Jiayu quickly responded, saying she didn't notice any dangers, but she did encounter a nearby lord recently, although there was no conflict. It seemed that Dong Jiayu was still unaware that she was being targeted. Fang Hao informed Dong Jiayu about the Tianping Alliance situation, advising her to stay within the city for the next few days and to be careful. Dong Jiayu said she understood. After instructing Dong Jiayu, Fang Hao also replied to Chu Jishang. Chu Jishang, you don't have the guts. It must be you Tianping who made you say these things. Tell him to avoid seeking his own death. Upon reading the message from Fang Hao, Chu Jishang felt a sudden chill up his spine. Fang Hao was not someone to mess with, and he definitely had the capability to kill. However, on second thought, the other party had no idea where his territory was, so there was nothing to fear. And those targeting Dong Jiayu were others from the Alliance. There was no way they could trace it back to him. Once Chu Jishang was certain he was safe, he immediately switched back to being arrogant. Good, very good. Opposing our alliance, you will soon know the consequences. Fang Hao didn't respond further, he directly closed the chat channel. Dong Jiayu was indeed quite far from the main city. She needed to replan for safety and development. But it wasn't urgent. He would rearrange everything tomorrow morning. After finishing the private chat with Fang Hao, Chu Jishang immediately turned to his side and said, "Boss, what should we do next?" Fang Hao is not scared at all, he seems quite confident in his abilities. At Chu Jishang's side was the hierarch of the Tianping Alliance, Yu Tianping. Chu Jishang was simply Yu Tianping's mouthpiece. This Fang Hao really doesn't know his place. Yu Tianping's face also turned somber. The Tianping Alliance had been exceedingly active in the region recently. It was in no way an overstatement to say that it was the top alliance. Nobody dared to disrespect the Tianping Alliance. But Fang Hao, his responses showed no fear and he didn't give a damn about the Tianping Alliance. "Yeah, boss, what should we do next?" Chu Jishang kept asking. While conversing with Fang Hao, Chu Jishang was feeling quite nervous himself. If it wasn't for Yu Tianpeng watching, he wouldn't dare to be so tough. After thinking for a moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through Yu Tianpeng's eyes. Tomorrow, tell Song Yu to attack Dong Jiayu. Force her to disclose Fang Hao's territorial location. Everyone in the entire region knew that Fang Hao sold a large number of weapons, equipment and daily necessities every day. Among them were many high-quality green equipment. So the grudges between them were not sufficient for Yu Tianpeng to want to kill Fang Hao. But the wealth Fang Hao possessed was enough to tantalize Yu Tianpeng. If they could eliminate Fang Hao and seize all his resources, not only would the Tianpeng alliance remain the top alliance, he himself would also become the region's strongest individual. Sure, boss. I'll inform them once I get back. I won't disturb your rest anymore, Chu Jishang continued. Yu Tianpeng nodded and walked into his own room. Chu Jishang teleported to his territory using the alliance's building. After arriving at his lord's mansion, he arranged for the servants to prepare dinner and began talking to member Song Yu while eating. Song Yu happened to find Dong Jiayu's territory by chance. Dong Jiayu had berated those who framed Fang Hao on the regional channel more than once. Everyone assumed that they knew each other and were very close. These days, although Song Yu hadn't shown his face, he had arranged for a large group of scouts to observe the situation near Dong Jiayu's territory, preparing for the attack. He didn't hold a grudge against Dong Jiayu or Fang Hao. But the development of the Tianpeng alliance was rapid and it was the top alliance in the region. Being able to align himself with it, he saw great advantages for his own territory's development. Plus, the alliance had promised him, if this matter was successful, they would support his territory and promote him to be one of the core members of the alliance. This was an offer Song Yu couldn't refuse. Chu Jishang sent a message of attack to Song Yu, and received a reply soon after. Alright, I've arranged scouts these few days. She doesn't have any special military forces, so taking her down won't be an issue. Chu Jishang replied, Alliance Master Yu wants Fang Hao's territory to be near yours. This, being close to me, am I in danger? Alliance Master Yu has everything planned. As long as we know the location, other people will be dispatched to seize Fang Hao's territory. What are you worried about? Ah, that makes sense. Then I'll start the alliance building first thing tomorrow morning. Once the people are gathered, we'll attack. Sounds good. After a brief exchange, a whole plan targeting Fang Hao was drafted. Next day, early morning. Fang Hao had just woken up from his sleep when he received a series of private messages. From people like Zhang Bin, Fu Lei, and a few others who've had dealings with him. Without exception, they all asked him to look at the regional channel. Fang Hao immediately opened the regional channel to check the messages inside. Just as he entered, someone said, I don't know who's more formidable, Fang Hao or the Tianpeng alliance. I guess Fang Hao is more powerful, he sells so many pieces of gear every day, he surely has a lot of troops. Pay attention, the Tianpeng alliance is going after Dong Jiayu this time, not Fang Hao. While Fang Hao has many troops, Dong Jiayu may not have as many. Who is Dong Jiayu? Weren't they going after Fang Hao? Hey, it's none of your business, all you need to know is that Dong Jiayu is subordinate to Fang Hao. I think Fang Hao is in danger. The Tianpeng alliance can quickly gather a lot of manpower. I bet on the Tianpeng alliance. I bet on Fang Hao. While people in the regional channel were in heated discussions, Fang Hao scrolled up the chat record to find the origin of the discussion. He discovered that the Tianpeng alliance had posted a message in the regional channel early in the morning, claiming that Dong Jiayu, a subordinate of Fang Hao, attacked their alliance member Song Yu by surprise, almost costing him his life. After a series of criticisms, the Tianpeng alliance officially declared war on Fang Hao. And the first attack was directed at Dong Jiayu. This message set the regional channel ablaze first thing in the morning. The number one person and the number one alliance in the region. Their confrontation could be said to be the biggest event among the transmigrators. Ding. At this time, Dong Jiayu also sent a message. Brother Hao, I don't know this Song Yu, let alone attacked him, Dong Jiayu said. I know, they are just finding an excuse to show off their strength in the channel while remaining blameless, Fang Hao said. The other party was not that foolish either, and knew to find an excuse. I heard that the Tianpeng alliance is quite formidable. I might not be able to handle them, Dong Jiayu said bluntly. With the help of Fang Hao, Dong Jiayu managed 3 cities. However, her focus was not on military development. If targeted, she might not be able to resist. Don't worry, I'm here. They won't be able to cause much trouble. But, Brother Hao, our territories are quite far apart. No worries, just get ready, I'll be there soon. Oh. After ending the chat with Dong Jiayu and ignoring other private chats. After a simple wash and breakfast, Fang Hao began to mobilize his forces. A teleportation portal only lasts for 10 seconds, so the troops he could take needed to be concentrated, not numerous. To ensure his and Dong Jiayu's safety, Fang Hao summoned 3 bone dragons, 6 Nisbets, and 13 skeleton trolls. Demetria was accompanying him as a hero. Angia was left behind to guard the territory while she slept in. All of them mounted bone dragons. When the demon doll summoned the teleportation portal, the 3 bone dragons immediately charged into the light display. The massive bodies of the bone dragons began to change, as if absorbed by the light, disappearing into it. After 10 seconds, the 3 bone dragons had entered the portal. The next second, they appeared in the center of Dong Jiayu's territory. The sudden appearance of the magnificent bone dragons caused immediate chaos. The guards quickly assembled, farmers dropped their work and scurried back into their homes in panic. At this point, Dong Jiayu rushed out with her spear in hand and a firearm on her back. She originally thought that Song Yu had already attacked, but when she stepped out, she saw Fang Hao and a large number of skeleton soldiers. The most eye-catching among them was a lizardman in golden armor. Brother Hao, how did you get here so quickly? Your words sound strange. No, I mean, how did you get here so quickly? Just a teleportation spell. So, the enemy hasn't attacked yet, right? Fang Hao continued to ask. Dong Jiayu shook her head and said, I've arranged for people to keep an eye on them. They should still be preparing and haven't dispatched troops yet. Knowing the opponent's intentions, Dong Jiayu would naturally not sit idle. She too had arranged for people to keep an eye on the opponent. If the enemy had too many people and Fang Hao could not arrive in time, she would take her people and retreat first, then take back the city in entirety once Fang Hao's people arrived. Now that Fang Hao was here, she had no other concerns and left everything to Fang Hao. Well, since we know the location of their city, let's go straight there. There are quite a few people betting in the channel, let's not keep them waiting too long. Dong Jiayu was somewhat confused. What was Fang Hao talking about? One of the skeleton trolls on the dragon's back jumped off, leaving a space behind. Come on up. Let's go to their territory, Fang Hao continued. Are we heading there directly? Dong Jiayu asked. What Elsie? Fang Hao responded. Oh, answered Dong Jiayu as she climbed onto the bone dragon and settled on its back. She stroked the bones of the dragon's back, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Jiayu, you lead the Waya, Fang Hao said. Oh, that way. Dong Jiayu pointed in the northwest direction. With a kick, the bone dragon shot straight up into the sky, dashing towards the indicated direction with everyone on its back. With the whistle of the wind buzzing in her ears, Dong Jiayu's face was full of excitement. This was far more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. What would have taken 2 hours to travel by foot was visible within just 10 minutes. Ahead lay the city. She signaled to Fang Hao, confirming that the city was indeed Song Yu's city. Alright, let's descend. The 3 bone dragons dived straight down. In the city, Song Yu was checking the reinforcement troops sent by the Alliance members. There were so many people, even including special troops of level 6 and 7. This made Song Yu slightly less worried. The scout evaluated Dong Jiayu's forces and found a few troops of level 5, but most were ordinary human soldiers of levels 2 and 3. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, they couldn't compare with his forces. Moreover, even if Fang Hao departed now, there would be no way for him to arrive so quickly, even if he flew. As long as he captured Dong Jiayu's city, he would be the hero of this battle, and when the alliance dealt with Fang Hao, he would receive the reward he wanted. Just as he was about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. 3 huge creatures obscured the sky overhead. Before he had time to react, these 3 huge creatures dived down. They spewed out beams of black light, sweeping across the frontline army. Under Song Yu's gaze, the thousands of soldiers from the alliance began to have their flesh dissolve, shrieking and wailing as their bodies turned into white bones. Then, the 3 bone dragons landed on the ground. Skeleton warriors jumped down from their backs and began to slaughter the remaining soldiers. Song Yu stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to do in the face of this sudden onslaught. Just as he was about to turn and run, he was kicked away, stumbling several times before he regained his footing. When Song Yu saw who had kicked him, his face instantly changed. It was Dong Jiayu, the very target he was about to attack. Dong Jiayu, don't go crazy, we can talk this out. Song Yu, sitting on the ground, began to retreat while pleading. He had thought about how to purchase Dong Jiayu, this attractive woman, once she fell into his hands. What he did not anticipate was the consequence of his defeat. Dong Jiayu did not approach. Instead, Demetria came forward and, like carrying a small chick, grabbed and threw him to Fang Hao. "Do you know who I am?" said Fang Hao. Song Yu shook his head slightly, but a bad feeling had already formed in his heart. "My name is Fang Hao. I heard that your Tianping alliance is looking for me." Shock and incredulity crossed over Song Yu's face. How could Fang Hao have arrived so quickly? Even by plane, he couldn't have arrived so fast. His eyes unconsciously drifted towards the 3 bone dragons behind him. So, he did have a plania. Upon hearing Fang Hao utter his name, Song Yu wore an expression of disbelief. After the shock wore off, his heart quickly sank. As expected, Fang Hao indeed came to aid Dong Jiayu, and he even arrived astride a bone dragon. A 10th tier bone dragon, and he had even captured his 8th tier orange lizard man. Damn, how could Fang Hao possess such immense power? If he had known Fang Hao was so formidable and quick to act, he wouldn't have agreed to this plan. Even if it meant becoming an elder in the alliance of Tianping, he wouldn't dare to provoke Fang Hao. Sadly, it was too late for regrets. He had already chosen to stand against Fang Hao. "Brother Hao, Mr. Fang Hao, I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. Chu Shang made me do it. I hold no grudge against Miss Dong." Song Yu's face turned pale, falling on his knees, and pleaded loudly. He remembered all too clearly, the individual who provoked Fang Hao had his head chopped off. His photo was broadcasted directly in the area's channel. Thousands of alliance troops were slaughtered, their bodies dragged around by skeleton soldiers, piling up to form a mountain of corpses. He was finished. The only thing he could do now was to beg Fang Hao to spare his life. Song Yu begged loudly, with tears streaming down his face, pleading for Fang Hao to forgive him. Yet Fang Hao showed no reaction at all. The Tianping alliance's malice towards him went beyond simple verbal disputes, mobilizing manpower to attack his subsidiary city. If he didn't possess strength or haven't unlocked the demon teleportation skill, Dong Jiayu, a woman, would fall into their hands, the outcome of which was not hard to imagine. If circumstances allowed it, the Tianping alliance would unhesitatingly kill him and seize all the resources in his territory. Victors are kings, losers the vanquished. There was no point in pleading for mercy. Fang Hao continued to look at the rather peculiar alliance building in the channel. This structure had 4 large arches, though there was nothing else special about its appearance. "Is this the alliance building? Can it teleport me to Yu Tianping's location?" Fang Hao asked Song Yu. Song Yu stumbled over to explain, "It technically can, but the alliance buildings within each territory can be toggled on and off. Only when the local building is activated can alliance members receive aid, and no one else can utilize the building." This news somewhat disappointed Fang Hao. It looked like finding Yu Tianping's domain via the alliance building wasn't possible. Yu Tianping might not have activated the teleportation in his territory, and even if he had, his group's identities precluded them from using the teleportation device. What's more, the structure might have certain peculiar features that could put him in danger if he attempted to use it. Fang Hao gave up on using the building and continued to question. Do you know where Yu Tianpeng's domain is? I don't. Fang Hao furrowed his brows. Seeing Fang Hao's frown, Song Yu immediately froze in shock and quickly explained. I only just joined the alliance 2 days ago, and the only one who has contacted me is Elder Chu Jishang. He's also the one who assigned me my tasks. After observing Song Yu's panicked demeanor, it was clear he wasn't lying. If he were truly unyielding, he wouldn't have given Fang Hao Chu Jishang's name. So you do know the location of Chu Jishang's domain then? Fang Hao continued. I've been there before. It was in his domain that Chu Jishang talked to me about this matter. I've never planned to target you or Miss Dong. It was my utmost mistake to be influenced by him. Quote. Smack, smack. Just as Song Yu was sobbing loudly, Demetria slapped him twice, silencing him completely. Even though the orange 8th tier hero had held back, it was still more than Song Yu could bear. He spewed a mouthful of blood and broken teeth, and his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Get his Book of Lords. Fang Hao ordered. Demetria bent over, unclasped the Book of Lords from Song Yu's waist, and handed it to Fang Hao. After he devoured Song Yu's Book of Lords, he occupied Song Yu's territory, and the map in Song Yu's Book of Lords was synchronized with the map in Fang Hao's Book of Lords. In the southwest corner, there was a certain territory that seemed to belong to Chu Jishang. He summoned his demon doll and cast a healing spell on Song Yu. Then, he splashed a bucket of cold water on him, and Song Yu woke up almost instantly. The bleeding had stopped, but he'd lost several teeth. When he woke up, he found that his Book of Lords had been devoured by Fang Hao. His expression changed yet again. As this Chu Jishang's domain? Fang Hao confirmed once again. Song Yu seemed to hesitate a little, but finally nodded. Yes. Fang Hao nodded, now certain. Swoosh. Demetria immediately swung his sword, severing Song Yu's neck. His head rolled away, landing several feet away. His eyes were bulging, bearing a look of disbelief as they stared at his headless body. After killing Song Yu, Dong Jiayu's soldiers, who had followed closely behind, arrived. They swiftly took control of the city. All right, everyone mount the bone dragon. Fang Hao issued the next order. Everyone remounted the bone dragon. The demon doll once again cast a demon teleportation. Everyone then stepped into the portal. Through the teleportation portal, Fang Hao and the others had already arrived at Chu Jishang's domain. Chu Jishang's domain was considerably better than Song Yu's. As an elder of the alliance, he had received quite a bit of support recently. The territory was expanding rapidly. With the support of the alliance members, they had already occupied 3 nearby territories and plundered a large amount of resources, making Chu Jishang's life increasingly prosperous. When 3 bone dragons carrying skeleton soldiers appeared, it instantly drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers. A mere approach with their weapons was met with the death breath of the bone dragons, reducing them instantly into scattered white bones. Skeleton warriors disembarked from the dragons and began to clear the city guards. With a captured peasant in tow, Fang Hao spoke in a cold voice. Where is your lord, Chu Jishang? The peasant trembled in fear, his voice quivering. The lord has gone to the tile kiln. And where is this kiln? To the west outside the city, the peasant quickly replied. After releasing the peasant, Fang Hao addressed the crowd. Everyone, there's no need to worry. I'm only here to discuss some matters with your lord. As long as you stay here obediently and avoid touching any weapons, I can assure your safety. Do you understand? Ununderstood, the crowd stuttered in response. Any soldiers attempting resistance or defense had already been eliminated. The only ones left were these timid and fearful peasants. Fang Hao came for Chu Jishang himself. There was no need to kill all these people. He ordered the skeleton soldiers to guard the people. Then he led the remaining men quickly toward the tile kiln on the west side outside the city. Shortly, Fang Hao arrived at the location of the kiln. There were numerous kilns constructed here, and many workers were bustling about. Not far away, a middle-aged man, surrounded by many people, also noticed Fang Hao and his troop. The sight of the undead army approaching him drained his face of color, and he turned and bolted. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Dong Jiayu hit his ankle. Chu Ji-sheng fell to the ground, howling in agony. What an aim! Fang Hao praised Dong Jiayu. Firearms are actually not easy to use. They are slow to load, inaccurate, but pack a punch. If fired accurately, they can kill an enemy of higher rank. However, that's if you can fire it accurately. I wanted to fire a warning shot, didn't mean to hit him, Dong Jiayu said helplessly. Well, seems like he's done too many bad deeds, even the heavens aren't helping him, Fang Hao justified. Chu Ji-sheng's guards were eliminated. 2 skeleton trolls dragged him to the crowd as if he were a dead dog, and threw him in front of everyone. Who are you? I'm an elder of Tianping Alliance. Don't act rashly. I have tens of thousands of soldiers in the city. You won't benefit from this, Chu Ji-sheng, clutching his ankle, shouted loudly. Blood was seeping out from between his fingers. Pain was warping Chu Ji-sheng's face. He continued to issue warnings amidst his whimpers of pain. Chu Ji-sheng, you swore at me just last night. You can't have forgotten me already, Fang Hao smiled at Chu Ji-sheng. Chu Ji-sheng's pupils contracted, you're Fang Hao. No, impossible. How did you get here? They had calculated that Fang Hao's territory should be near Dong Jiayu's. There were several regions between Dong Jiayu and himself, how could Fang Hao possibly be here? And didn't he send Song Yu to kill Dong Jiayu? Did Song Yu die? How could it happen so quickly? Demetria bent down and snatched the Book of Lords from him. After consuming it, they also found the location of Yu Tianpeng's territory on the map. Fang Hao nodded at Demetria, hinting something. Swish swish. Getting Fang Hao's hint, Demetria swung his swords and severed Chu Ji-sheng's arms. Blood spurted out from the wounds, dyeing Chu Ji-sheng red in an instant. As Chu Ji-sheng was about to let out an even more piercing scream, Demetria swung his sword again, and the blade flashed across his neck. A head fell from the body, rolling on the ground and finally stopping at a distance. His eyes, still wide open, stared grimly at his city in the distance. Bury him here. Let's go back to the city to rest, Fang Hao said. Demon Doll releases skills by using the energy from its controller. After releasing Demon Teleportation twice in a row, Fang Hao's spiritual power had also been drained. After burying Chu Ji-sheng, Fang Hao led everyone back to the city. The villagers were still gathered and squatting on the bare ground under surveillance. Fang Hao spoke, this city has a new ruler now. If you're willing, you can continue living here. I will assign a new city lord for you. If you don't wish to stay, you can leave, and I will provide the necessary provisions for your journey. This place was different from Song Yu's city. It was quite far from any subsidiary territories. Although Song Yu's city could be handed over to Dong Jiayu, there was a significant distance from both Fang Hao's and Dong Jiayu's territories, so a new lord would need to be assigned here later. Hearing Fang Hao's words, the villagers began to discuss among themselves in hushed whispers. Chu Ji-sheng was not a competent lord, he had been heavily exploiting the villagers. In the tile production, a piecemeal work system was established. The territory did not provide food supplies, they had to exchange their productions for it. The more you produce in your work, the more food and living essentials you get. However, often, for a family to be well fed, it's a challenging task. The territory Fang Hao now occupies and the undead he leads still cause great worry amongst the people. Just as he finished speaking, many indicated their desire to leave. Fang Hao made no attempt to stop them. All right, Dong Jiayu, take a few people to distribute food to those who want to leave. The rest can take the day off. The food supply will be made available tonight to ensure everyone's well fed. We'll return to work tomorrow. From now on, everyone here will be promised food and warmth. Upon hearing this, some of those who were about to leave squatted down again. Apparently, the promise of food and warmth made them willing to stay and monitor the situation. Okay. Dong Jiayu opened the warehouse and distributed food to those who were leaving before exiting the area. Those who remained also received enough food, although they were all sent back to their dwellings to eat and were not allowed to leave unless it was necessary. Fang Hao handed out some roasted cakes. He was checking the chat within the channel while having his lunch. What's going on? It's noon already, but there's no news from either side. Damn. Dong Jiayu hasn't been killed, has she? I think something must have happened to people from the alliance of Tianpeng, otherwise, they would have released the news. Ha. Song Yu has just left. Could a little lady resist our alliance army? Right. Not to mention that little lady. Should we find out where Fang Hao is based, we'll level his territory, even scatter his ashes. The people of the Tianpeng alliance were arrogantly powerful, and the others dared not say much. Fearing that they had chosen the wrong side and might face the retaliation of people from the Tianpeng alliance. On the other side, Yu Tianpeng was sitting by the bed, looking sullen. He had slept until now, accompanied by the two lady lords of the alliance last night, and had just gotten up. He had expected to wake up to news of having taken over Dong Jiayu's territory. But now, he hadn't received any news. Just now, he had chatted privately with Chu Jisheng and Song Yu. However, their chat threads had become grayed out. And the messages he sent out indicated those two players no longer existed. This made Yu Tianpeng's face even more drab. Despite his great confidence in his alliance, a bad omen sprouted in his heart. Why would these two people disappear? Unless they were dead. In the local channel, everyone was still heatedly discussing, and the members of his alliance were boasting that Fang Hao, the first killer, was nothing compared to the Tianpeng alliance. But him, the alliance hierarch, was already sweating profusely, and his hand holding the Book of Lords began to tremble uncontrollably. He didn't even have time to brush his teeth or wash his face, promptly rushing out of the Lord's mansion to gather all the soldiers and surround his location. He had an ominous feeling that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. After lunch, Fang Hao opened another bottle of mental potion and drank it down. Nisbet, you stay here and manage things for now. I will send someone to replace you later. Fang Hao ordered. He also recruited 200 human soldiers from the barracks to follow Nisbet's dispatch. Nisbet belonged to the Undead. Nisbet, a Tier 10 troop. He was intimidating enough, but his managerial skills were inadequate, so Fang Hao would send others to take over managing the city later. Yes, sir. After sorting things out here, Fang Hao once again cast demon teleportation. He led his entourage into the beam of light. A dark red portal appeared in the center of Yu Tianpeng's territory. Just as Fang Hao's vision was restored, he heard a low growl, "Release the arrows, shoot quickly." Whiz whiz whiz. Yu Tianpeng had already prepared, and a large number of arrows poured down on the spot where the light curtain appeared. Yu Tianpeng's army was already prepared. Fang Hao had quickly eliminated Song Yu and Chu Jisheng, meaning he had a method of teleportation similar to that of the Alliance building. As soon as the teleportation curtain appeared in front of the Lord's mansion, Yu Tianpeng immediately gave the command to surround it. Seeing the first figure, he didn't wait to confirm their identity before issuing the command to attack. Arrows poured in, loosed from all angles and aimed at the curtain. The sounds of bowstrings and the whoosh of arrows filled the surroundings. The archers were a special unit in Yu Tianpeng's forces, obtained from his members. Storm Crossbowmen, Level 6. Storm Crossbowmen have an active skill called Storm Arrow. The arrows they fired carried wind properties and moved faster than regular arrows. Each Storm Crossbowman was equipped with a blue crossbow. With such a short distance and considering the power of the crossbows, he was confident he could kill the enemy in one volley. After the volley, the crossbowmen began to reload their crossbows. The teleportation curtain in the center had already disappeared. When everyone finally saw the new arrivals, they were shocked. 3 armored bone dragons had arrived. Skeletal soldiers leapt off the backs of 2 of the bone dragons. The bone dragon in the middle crouched on the ground, its body wrapped around Fang Hao and his companions, protecting them. Fortunately, the bone dragons had dragon armor. Otherwise, with their hollow bodies, protecting Fang Hao and the others would have been difficult. Roar. The bone dragon unleashed a dark beam, sweeping towards the encircling enemies. The undead soldiers, brandishing their battle axes, also charged at their enemies. Even the level 6 storm crossbowmen were elite units under Yu Tianpeng's command. But from Fang Hao's perspective, their level and power were only average. The slow reloading speed of the level 6 storm crossbow was their weakness. Those who didn't die from the bone dragon's breath were pursued and killed by the skeleton trolls and Nisbet. Suddenly, the entire city fell into a state of chaos, filled with screams and battle cries. Blood splattered on the ground. Anybody bearing a weapon was killed, except for the farmers who hadn't left their homes. The dead bodies dragged over the ground, staining it red, and were then piled into a small mound in front of the Lord's mansion. After half an hour, the soldiers outside were eliminated. Yu Tianpeng had already sought refuge inside the Lord's mansion as soon as he saw how the battle was going. Inside the Lord's mansion, leaning against the wall, Yu Tianpeng peeked out from a crack in the window and watched the fighting outside. Such a bloody and brutal scene made him feel terrified. It was certain that the black-haired young man in the center was Fang Hao. But why did he have bone dragons and such powerful undead units? Surely that golden-armored lizardman was a hero. Damn it, this kid must be cheating. Otherwise, how could he have such strong troops? What kind of a person had he provoked? It was impossible to say he had no regrets. But it was too late for anything now. Given the situation outside, it had come to a do-or-die situation. Soon, the soldiers outside had been completely wiped out. Skeleton soldiers surrounded the Lord's mansion. Yu Tianpeng, I'm already here. What are you hiding for? Why not come out and let's have a proper talk? Fang Hao called out loudly from behind his ranks. Transmigrators often had no martial virtues, so he had to be careful of distant enemies launching a surprise attack. Humph. Fang Hao, what is there to talk about between us? Are you going to let me live? Yu Tianpeng shouted back. Inside the Lord's mansion, the remaining storm crossbowmen were ready. They were just waiting for Fang Hao to come out from behind his troops, so they could shoot him. Let you live. Alliance Master Yu, you're too formidable. I dare not let you live. Otherwise, I'll end up dying at your hands, which would be a loss for me, Fang Hao replied, shaking his head. Hearing that Fang Hao would not spare him, Yu Tianpeng felt even more desolate. If the opponent were to let him live, he just might have surrendered directly, expressing his subservience. But he somewhat understood Fang Hao's character. While he didn't oppress people wantonly, he was ruthless with enemies. Then there is nothing left to talk about. If you have the guts, come in and fight. I have many tricks up my sleeve to take you down with me. Even in death, I'll have you as my company, Yu Tianpeng shouted in defiance. After his shout, he noticed the hesitation outside and opened the Book of Lords, searching for a way to escape. If he could find a teleporting item, then there might still be a tiny glimmer of hope. Hearing Yu Tianpeng's defiance, Fang Hao sensed something strange. Did their adversary still have a trick up his sleeve? But who would set a trap in their own home? The other side was probably just trying to buy time. He ordered directly, attack. As soon as his command came out, the skeletal soldiers launched an attack. The skeleton troll led the charge, followed by 19 Nisbets, who marched boldly towards the Lord's mansion. Demetria and the bone dragon stayed by Fang Hao's side. For a battle inside a building, the forces they had already deployed were more than enough. Whoosh, whoosh. The remaining soldiers inside the Lord's mansion began to counterattack. Crossbow arrows whistled out of the windows, directed at the charging skeleton troll. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out as the arrows struck the armor of the undead. The leading skeleton troll, its breastplate studded with multiple arrow shafts, charged directly to the front gate of the Lord's mansion. It swung its axe without pause, slamming it against the massive gate. With a few loud bangs, the sealed door was smashed to pieces, and Skeleton the Troll, along with Nisbet, charged into the building and started a reckless slaughter. The sounds of battle surged from the first floor all the way to the top. As the shouting died down, the fight was nearing its end. Skeleton the Troll began moving bodies outside. Yu Tianpeng, who was stained red with blood, and two pale-faced, trembling, female lords, were dragged out. Yu Tianpeng had sustained several injuries, his demeanor had somewhat faltered. Fang Hao, I am not convinced by you. If you have guts, let me go, and we can have a fair fight again. I refuse to believe that I will lose to you. Yu Tianpeng gritted his teeth and said. Whether you believe or not, and how many people care, you have already lost once in this game of ours, Fang Hao said indifferently. So what do you want to do? You have proved that you have won, you don't need to kill me. Yu Tianpeng was now filled with regret. If he hadn't coveted the vast amount of equipment resources Fang Hao had put up, if he hadn't had the leisure to challenge Fang Hao, he would still be the alliance hierarch of Tianpeng Alliance. Power and women, he had it all. And, as time went on, he would have had more and more. But he, unwittingly enough, provoked Fang Hao. Now he had lost everything and might even lose his life. You have already attacked me. Do you think I'll let you off? You can start preparing your last words. Fang Hao continued. No, Fang Hao, you can't kill me. You said in this world we are kindred, we should help each other. I promise I will never provoke you again, you can't kill me. Despite the pain in his body, Yu Tianpeng begged loudly. The injuries could be treated, but if Fang Hao really killed him, he would truly be dead, and he wouldn't have a shred of hope remaining. The fear of death drove him to beg for his life aloud. Fang Hao found what he said rather amusing. Not wishing to waste more words, he instructed, Demetria, go ahead, make it quick. As you wish, sir. Seeing Demetria draw his longsword, Yu Tianpeng's pupils shrank. He began to struggle wildly. But his actions were no match for Demetria. With one swipe of the sword, Yu Tianpeng's head was severed from his body. As his head fell, his body slowly collapsed onto the ground. Yu Tianpeng's head rolled to Fang Hao's feet, staining the ground a dark red with his blood. His face retained an expression of terror and pain. This thriving alliance hierarch met his end here. Ah! The two female lords on the side, splattered with blood, let out shrill screams. But they quickly quieted. They huddled together, not daring to lift their heads to take in the scene before them. Are you two with Yu Tianpeng? Fang Hao's gaze fell on the two women. These two were brought out from Yu Tianpeng's estate. Those who are able to enter his mansion must have significant status. If they were closely associated with Yu Tianpeng, Fang Hao would show no mercy. No, we weren't. We were members of his alliance. After joining the trade alliance, he forced us to abandon our own territories and we lived here, to accompany him, one woman spoke softly. In their previous lives, one was a movie star and the other was a singer. While not famous, their looks and figures were quite outstanding in the world of female celebrities. Upon arriving in this world, every individual's survival conditions were tough. Their bodies and looks didn't grant them any advantages in this world. Then they joined Yu Tianpeng, but they didn't expect him to be more ruthless. He absorbed their Book of Lords and made them abandon their territories and kept them around to serve him. At this moment, the two women were crying their hearts out, afraid that Fang Hao, this god of death, would take their lives next. Boss Fang Hao, we know you. Before we joined, we bought goods from your place to develop our territories. We have nothing much to do with Yu Tianpeng. We've only been here for a few days. The other woman also started speaking. As they looked up, Fang Hao could see their faces clearly. He remembered them. They were indeed celebrities from the original world. Jia Yu, handle these two for now. If they make any moves, kill them directly, Fang Hao instructed. In plain language, these two people relied only on their former star statuses. After seeing Aira, Rolana, and Rebecca, he realized that these stars weren't anything special and didn't have any significant advantages. He decided to hand things over to Dong Jiayu first, and arrange things for the others when their abilities were needed later. Having taken care of the two of them, Fang Hao began to absorb Yu Tianpeng's Book of Lords. Possibility to absorb the Book of Lords Level 2. Yu Tianpeng's Book of Lords turned into a beam of light and integrated into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. Successful absorption. Your Book of Lords is currently at level 6, with 3/20 points needed for the next level raise. This time, Fang Hao absorbed 3 Books of Lords altogether. Song Yu's Book of Lords was level 1. Both Chu Ji-sheng's and Yu Tianpeng's Books of Lords were level 2. Chu Ji-sheng possessed 2 additional subsidiary cities outside of his own, while Yu Tianpeng, due to his status as Alliance Hierarch, did not expand in the typical Lord fashion. His Book of Lords was also level 2, but he only developed his 1 city. Absorbing the Books of Lords from these 3 people allowed Fang Hao to go from a level 5 Book of Lords directly up to level 6. Book of Lords has risen to level 6. Marching speed plus 4.5%, resource exploitation plus 5.5%, troop attack power plus 1%, regional channel daily speaking limit plus 60. After the upgrade, various attributes also improved. The speaking limit in the channel had already reached 60 messages, which he couldn't use up every day. You have obtained decision-making power over Yu Tianpeng's territory. Occupy, abandon. Occupy. You have occupied this area, automatically becoming a subsidiary city. You can set a deputy governor in the Book of Lords. Fang Hao was not unfamiliar with these prompts. He skillfully chose to occupy it. Now, this level 10 city also became his subsidiary city. Just as Fang Hao was about to search the Lord's mansion again, Demetria asked, "Sir, shall we bury this body now?" For the bodies of transmigrators, Fang Hao ordered that they be buried nearby instead of being thrown into the conversion field for transformation. No matter how intense their previous enmity, all was forgiven and forgotten after death. Now, as they started clearing the battlefield, Demetria intended to directly bury Yu Tianpeng's body. "Wait," said Fang Hao. He placed Yu Tianpeng's head and body together, took a photo with his Book of Lords, and promptly sent it to the regional channel. Image: Yu Tianpeng is dead. This event has come to a conclusion. You can all continue to peacefully develop your territories. As soon as these words came out, the channel suddenly fell silent. Nobody spoke. Even those arrogant alliance members closed their mouths without arguing about it. This continued for 3 minutes. Finally someone carefully asked, "Is this alliance master Yu? Does anybody know him? Is there any need to recognize him?" If it wasn't Yu Tianpeng, those mad dogs of the Tianpeng alliance would have been yelling a long time ago. Haven't you noticed that not a single one is speaking up right now? Yeah, where are those guys? Don't tell me they all got slaughtered by Lord Fang Hao. So bloody, Lord Fang Hao must have a fondness for beheadings. Last time, that Li Teng was also decapitated. Beheading is the quickest way to execute someone. If you want to torture someone, you can cut them at the waist, slash as low as possible and they will crawl forward in pain, taking a long time to die. Oh my, the person upstairs must work in the judiciary. The people in the channel began to discuss. Those who had taken sides with the Tianpeng alliance shut their mouths. Existing members of the alliance, the moment Yu Tianpeng died, were informed that the alliance was disbanded. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Feeling uneasy, they hid in their territories, hoping that their previous remarks hadn't drawn Fang Hao's attention, and thus the wrath of this killer. After sorting all this out, Fang Hao continued to examine the blueprints unlocked by his latest territorial conquest. Blueprints unlocked. Storm Crossbowman Training Field Construction Blueprint, Blue Lionheart Night Camp Construction Blueprint, Purple Misfortune Strike Production Blueprint, Blue Courage Chestplate Production Blueprint, Blue Guardian's Wristband Production Blueprint, Blue. While occupying Yu Tianpeng's territory, a large amount of blueprint equipment was also unlocked. As an alliance hierarch, Yu Tianpeng did have several useful building blueprints. Storm Crossbowman Training Camp. Hardwood 2200, stone bricks 1200, thick leather 500, cast iron blocks 220, metal parts 200, traces of wind 1. Description. The Storm Crossbowmen are full-time soldiers that serve as the standby army to resist enemy attacks, continuously knocking down the enemy in round after round of volley fire. Fang Hao had just experienced the power of the Storm Crossbowmen. Their strength was already at level 6, and their crossbow arrows, augmented by wind attributes, were faster and even more powerful. Among the human faction, they were considered as quite excellent troops. Fang Hao continued to review the second blueprint, a purple cavalry blueprint. Lionheart Night Camp. Hardwood 5200, Stone bricks 3,500, fine stone bricks 2,200, thick leather 1,500, cast iron blocks 800, metal parts 420, traces of battle 2. Description: the Lionheart Knights are made up of the kingdom's most elite knights. They occupy high positions, have made remarkable achievements, carry the banner of knightly honor, and adhere to the Knight's Code of the kingdom. The Lionheart Knight camp is a purple building blueprint. Given Yu Tianpeng's strength, it was likely that this blueprint was a purple reward given to him for reaching level 10. The system rewarded me with an orange one as the first to reach level 10, rewarding him with a purple one for being second seems fairly reasonable. Probably he used up all his building materials when he upgraded his lord's mansion. The Lionheart Knight camp had not been built. Even if he had built it this time and recruited Lionheart Knights, they would still be no match for Fang Hao. A level 10 Bone Dragon and Nisbet are already top-level troops, and Demetria is also present. The killing of Yu Tianpeng left no suspense. After reviewing the 2 building blueprints, he continued to check the production blueprints. Misfortune Strike. Hardwood 2, cast iron blocks 3, metal parts 5. Description: this crossbow, despite its ugly appearance and strong string, can inflict tremendous damage on the enemy. Misfortune Strike was the weapon previously equipped by the Storm Crossbowmen. It is indeed suitable for their profession. Moreover, the Skeleton Hero Heavy Arrow possesses attribute bonuses for commanding crossbowmen. Heavy Arrow could be the backbone of a crossbowman team. The remaining 2 pieces of equipment were simple blue equipment. They were not as good as the set Fang Hao had. After reviewing all the blueprint rewards, Fang Hao entered the Lord's mansion to see if there was any spoils of war he needed. Checking from the first to the second floor, it was evident that Yu Tianpeng's decorations were indeed up to mark. The chandeliers, carpets, and furniture used were all finely crafted items. But for Fang Hao, who had already ransacked several area leaders' residences, these things seemed somewhat ordinary. After putting all the rare materials and the gold and silverware from the warehouse into storage, he walked straight out of the Lord's hall. Outside the Lord's mansion, all the farmers had been gathered together, heads bowed and not daring to look ahead. The farmers in the territory are divided into 2 types. One is domestic recruitment, corresponding to the worker skeletons on Fang Hao's side. The other is the displaced people who have chosen to settle down. Given the satisfactory development of Yu Tianpeng's territory, there were a significant number of these settlers. Many of them had already formed families and had children. This territory has been occupied by me, but you still have the right to choose freely. Those who wish to stay here can continue to live here and will have better treatment. Those who want to leave, I will not make it difficult for you. I will provide enough water and food for you to go to other cities. Fang Hao loudly told the crowd below. The farmers fell into brief chaos and discussion. About a half of the people went to Dongjiayu to get food and water, taking 3 steps back, leaving the city with glances back every now and then. This was not because they had a fondness for this place, but out of fear that Fang Hao might arrange for people to attack them from behind. The remaining people stayed. Most of them were those who had formed a family. They had children and residences. If they left this city, there would be no place for the women and children to live, and it would be very difficult for them to make it to the next city. Seeing that most of the people still stayed behind, Fang Hao nodded slightly. All right, you can go back and take a break. I will assign a city lord to you tomorrow. They will be responsible for your daily affairs and assign you new tasks. The farmers dispersed and returned to their homes according to Fang Hao's instructions to keep their doors tightly closed and not to come out. After handling the farmers' affairs, Fang Hao went back to the barracks and built a heavy sword infantry training camp. Utilizing the Hundredfold multiplier, he recruited 303 heavy sword infantry and produced their equipment. This was currently the highest tier infantry Fang Hao had, serving as the defending force in his territory for now. After recruiting the infantry, he went on to recruit archers at the storm shooter training ground. In the case of defending the city, long-range troops still had more advantages. Storm shooter training ground. Type: human building. Recruitable: storm shooters tier 6 troop. Storm shooter. Soul crystal 6, food 40. The recruitment number was set to 5 and the recruitment started. Hundredfold multiplier activated. 505 storm shooters recruited. As the light fades, 505 storm shooters appeared before Fang Hao. Storm shooter, 6th tier. Faction. Human. Race features. Living creatures, human spirit, learning. Skills. Storm arrow, limb breaker. Constant abilities. Intermediate shooting proficiency, intermediate crossbow proficiency. Storm arrow active crossbow bolts cause an additional 5% wind property damage, crossbow bolt speed plus 10%. Crippling passive heavy blows to weak parts of the body have a high chance of causing limb breaking effects. Description. Storm crossbowmen, full-time soldiers serve as the standing army to repel enemy attacks, continually felling enemies with their rain of fire. Storm crossbowmen possess characteristics of human faction soldiers. They can equip the equipment they are skilled with, or through learning traits, become familiar with a second piece of equipment for matching. This is a characteristic of the human camp, they are adept at learning and thinking. 505 storm crossbowmen stand orderly in front of Fang Hao. Dressed in linen attire, the only unique feature is that on the right side of each person's hat, a feather is tucked. At first glance, they look somewhat like Native Americans. Lord. The 505 storm archers salute in unison. Welcome to the ranks. In these 2 days, I need you to guard this city. I'll arrange a governor to come over later. Fang Hao nodded and said, Yes, my lord, we will follow your arrangements. Storm crossbowmen continued. Next, Fang Hao provided them with archer suits and misfortune strike crossbows. After changing into their gear, they all got on the city wall and began their patrol. With the city defense issue resolved, Fang Hao continues, Knees 2, station yourself here for now, I'll arrange someone to replace you later. Knees 2 nodded, Yes, my lord. After everything was taken care of, Fang Hao once again used demon teleportation. He and a few others, through the teleportation array, returned directly to Dongjiayu City. Coming out of the teleportation portal, they were back in Dongjayu's territory. After all, it's a city managed by a young girl. The streets were very clean, especially in front of the Lord's mansion where there was a flower bed filled with all kinds of exotic plants. Butterflies and bees had attracted a multitude of brightly colored birds. He'd planted some plants in his backyard too, but because of the numerous undead, hardly any birds dared to come in. Thank you, Brother Hao. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen into the hands of those bastards, Dongjiayu said with a smile. Among us, you are hands down, the best fighter. Even if I didn't come, that boy named Song Yu probably wouldn't stand a chance against you, Fang Hao replied, also smiling. Of course, this was just courteous talk. If it came to the point where Dongjiayu had to fight personally, it would mean that there were hardly any of his men left alive. Song Yu himself was not a threat. The real danger was the Alliance army. Thousands of troops are enough to destroy Dongjayu's army at that time. I'm not that great. On the other hand, Brother Hao, you're very fierce. Don't tell me you're really like what others say the favorite son of the system. This morning, she was still worried about her safety and was even preparing to evacuate her people from the city. Unexpectedly, by afternoon, the problem was already resolved. Not only did Fang Hao kill Song Yu, who attacked her, but he also slaughtered Yu Tianpeng. He single-handedly disintegrated the formidable Tianpeng alliance. This kind of power was simply unfathomable. Don't be absurd, there's no such thing, Fang Hao replied. Once they entered the city lord's mansion and sat down, fruit wine was served. The fruit wine was brewed from the troll wine barrel that Fang Hao gave her, which was easy to operate and tasted quite good. On the side, the 2 female celebrities stood quietly. They looked more like 2 waiting maids. Since gaining the city transfer ability, the status between transmigrators and original inhabitants no longer mattered. Whoever manages a city mainly depends on their ability, not the identity of a transmigrator. Transmigrators with low abilities who have already lost their territories are no different from ordinary natives. Of course, the natives are mostly illiterate. That's where transmigrators have an advantage. Dongjiayu glanced at the 2 relatively restrained women and said to a soldier beside her, You take them around the city to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Yes, My lord, the soldier replied, leading the two women out of the city lord's mansion. Inside the hall, besides two servants, only Fang Hao, Dong Jiayu, and Demetria remained. Jiayu, the map of the desolate battlefield you gave me last time, have you sent anyone there later? Fang Hao asked again. Dong Jiayu was taken aback, not expecting to suddenly bring up this matter. The desolate battlefield map was found by her in the ancient tomb. Because of her limited abilities and the debt she owed to Fang Hao at that time, she gave this map to him as a gift. 2 months later, she didn't expect Fang Hao to suddenly bring it up again. No, brother Hao, are you planning to explore the desolate battlefield? Dong Jiayu asked curiously. Transmigrators often use game-like terms when referring to specific locations. Terms like explore a dungeon, equipment attributes, and top-quality equipment are all game-related terminology. Yes, not long ago, the army captured a temple, and a temple's map was found inside which coincidentally overlaps with the desolate battlefield map you gave me last time. I'm considering taking a look at the desolate battlefield in the next few days. Fang Hao, without any concealment, spoke directly. To enter the desolate battlefield, Dong Jiayu's city must be used as a base. Naturally, he had to inform her in advance so she could prepare herself. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Dong Jiayu fell silent for a moment, then continued, the place should be quite dangerous. The desolate map mentions that many have died there. No worries, I'm not afraid of danger. My forces are still quite abundant here. I'll need you to organize a city for me as a base to attack the desolate battlefield, said Fang Hao. Oh, okay, I'll get right on it, Dong Jiayu agreed right away. In Dong Jiayu's mind, it seemed as though she was in charge here, but in reality, everything belonged to Fang Hao. His discussions with her now were merely serving as notifications. Alright, then if that's all, I'm going to head back now. I'm leaving these skeleton trolls to you. I'll coordinate for more forces to come here later, Fang Hao continued. Before leaving, he constructed a life spring for Dong Jiayu. This would allow her to take baths regularly and also help improve her physique. Once everything was arranged and his spiritual power was nearly replenished, he reactivated the demon teleportation, leading Demetria and Nisbet through the portal back to his territory. The following day, in Zhongbin's city. Zhongbin's development was going well, having already established 10 associated villages. All of them were primarily agricultural, producing large amounts of food. Zhongbin greeted Fang Hao, who had suddenly arrived, saying, "Boss, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have tidied up a bit." Unfazed, Fang Hao walked straight into the city lord's mansion and sat down. No need for that. Zhongbin chuckled and sat down next to him. He continued, "Boss, I hope Miss Dong is alright. Those Tianpeng guys were way too arrogant, even bullying a girl." Zhongbin, Dong Jiayu, and Fang Hao had all teamed up for trial tasks before. Having experienced life or death challenges together, their relationship had naturally strengthened. There's no danger anymore. Tianpeng no longer exists, Fang Hao stated calmly. Boss, you took out Tianpeng, didn't you? Zhongbin knew that Fang Hao would step in because the Tianpeng alliance had lashed out at Dong Jiayu, but he didn't expect Fang Hao to wipe Tianpeng off the map. He was aware of Fang Hao's troop strength, but each territory was still distanced from one another. But being able to be boisterous in the morning, and butchered by the afternoon, seemed too fast. There's nothing surprising about it. I learned a teleportation skill and teleported my troops directly there, Fang Hao revealed without any concealment. Right, that explains why Tianpeng was desperate to exchange 1,000 units of rare resources for a teleportation scroll. He must have wanted to escape at the time, explained Zhongbin. Fang Hao paused at the mention of the teleportation scroll as it was indeed a good way to escape. At that time, Tianpeng had indeed hidden in the city lord's mansion, which was probably when he got hold of a teleportation scroll via the channel. Thankfully, Fang Hao gave immediate orders to attack, capturing him before he got teleported. If he had managed to teleport himself away, it would have been tough to catch him. Oh, Tianpeng's place is a level 10 city, already at Stone Castle grade. I'm currently short of a city lord, are you interested in switching? Fang Hao bluntly stated his intention. As for city management, Fang Hao didn't really have any good candidate available. After some consideration, since Zhang Bin was his longtime acquaintance, it seemed fitting to offer the level 10 city to him. He expected Zhang Bin to agree readily. However, Zhang Bin seemed hesitant. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with the city you've built up? Fang Hao asked curiously. Zhang Bin blushed and stuttered. Well, it's not that. I need to go back and let my father-in-law know. Quote. That caught Fang Hao by surprise. What? Since when did you have a father-in-law? Zhang Bin was the first to become a transmigrator associated with his city. Although there was a relationship of affiliation, they also considered each other as friends. Despite being somewhat cautious and hesitant, his character was overall decent. The title, boss, originated from Zhang Bin and was soon adopted by Fu Lei and Kong Yang, who also began referring to him as such. Originally planning to relocate him to a level 10 city, he found that Zhang Bin was already married. This was beyond Fang Hao's expectations. Seeing Fang Hao's surprised look, Zhang Bin's face turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Well, last week Wyatt and I had a simple wedding ceremony. It was a small event, so I didn't mention it to you, boss. Wyatt. Listening to the name, it seems she's a local resident. Oh, this is nice, to have someone to rely on. Fang Hao did not comment much. Just then, a plainly dressed girl emerged from the side of the city lord's mansion, carrying a fruit plate and refreshments. Zhang Bin quickly introduced her. Boss, this is Wyatt. Wyatt, quickly greet the boss. Hello, boss. Wyatt placed the fruit plate and cup in front of Fang Hao and bent over to bow. Wyatt had wheat-colored skin, a handsome face, and youthful freckles on her cheeks. She was young and adorable. Moreover, Fang Hao remembered Wyatt. He had seen her while touring the villages affiliated with him, led by Zhang Bin. At that time, he had a feeling that she was quite fond of Zhang Bin. And now, the two had come together. Well, Zhang Bin never mentioned this at the wedding. This gemstone jewelry is a gift to you. From now on, please take good care of Zhang Bin's daily life. Fang Hao flipped his hand in a magician-like manner, and a gemstone necklace magically appeared, which he placed on the table. The necklace was obtained from the treasure from the dragon to the east. Although it was not an attribute prop, the necklace was made of pure gold and adorned with several thumb-sized gemstones. It could be said that even among the nobles, it was a luxury. Seeing the dazzling gold necklace in front of her, Wyatt looked at Zhang Bin hesitantly. Zhang Bin also hesitated. Boss, this is not necessary. We didn't have a formal wedding and simply took Wyatt from the village. Just keep it, said Fang Hao with a smile. Zhang Bin did not insist further and nodded slightly. It was only then that Wyatt took the necklace, her face full of joy, and said, Thank you, boss. No woman dislikes such glamorous jewelry. You're welcome. He then nodded. After Wyatt bowed again, she quickly withdrew. Boss, Wyatt is the youngest daughter of her family. Every few days, my father-in-law comes to check on his youngest daughter. For the relocation, I need to talk to them, Zhang Bin continued. Zhang Bin didn't object to the move, he just needed to consult with Wyatt's family. After all, it was not easy to come back to their newly married home as they didn't possess Fang Hao's teleportation ability, especially with the long distance. Furthermore, Zhang Bin had put a lot of effort into developing the town. Reassigning another city lord might lead to many problems. After thinking for a while, Fang Hao finally gave up on his plan to relocate Zhang Bin. Well, I'll relocate someone else. At that time, he could just as well assign someone else to go. Would that work? Asked Zhang Bin. Yes, you continue to manage here, expand agricultural production, as the number of people who need to eat is gradually increasing, Fang Hao continued. With the capture of the Blood Rage Mountains, Fang Hao could procure more mineral resources. At the same time, he had to ensure that everyone could satisfy their food requirements. Otherwise, with the temper of the trolls, problems were likely to occur. Therefore, the scale of agricultural production must still be expanded. No problem, I've become very specialized in agriculture. If I could travel back, I feel like I could even teach at the agricultural university. Zhang Bin thumped his chest, full of confidence. Good, I'll leave it to you. Speaking of which, boss, some time ago a cavalry trading team came from the west, exchanging goods and resources. I was thinking if we should create a commercial area in the city to establish a connection with the western cities. Zhang Bin continued. You can, go ahead and arrange it. Whatever you need, I'll send it to you. Alright, boss. Blood Rage Highlands. Xu Yang led his people out of the cave, carrying various supplies and goods. They stayed in the cave for 17 days, every one of them looked unkempt, dirty and ragged. Most of the equipment that they had obtained from Fang Hao had been sold in exchange for food and survival materials. They had only about 10 longswords left, the rest were replaced by iron axes. Once outside the cave, they made their way along the edge of the mountain range. As they observed, the battle between the trolls and the undead had ended. The undead army had been relocated somewhere. In short, the path to the outside was unblocked, and as long as they were careful, they could leave this desolate land. Soon, they bypassed the site of the former Bloodthroat tribe. Along the only mountain road, they kept going. Sir, we did pretty well, we can finally get out, a peasant exclaimed joyously. Being cooped up in the cave for 17 days without daring to venture out had been hard on them. If food and water had not been plentiful, their loyalty would have plummeted a long time ago. Now, they finally saw hope. Yeah, once we get out of here, we can live in the cities of the humans and no longer need to live in fear, a smile appeared on Xu Yang's face. Finally escaping the troll, finally escaping this place filled with deserted hills and shattered stones. Yes, thanks to you, sir, or else we would have been eaten by those trolls, someone said. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry and get out of here before it gets dark. Yes, everyone stopped talking and quickened their pace. With the help of the map, Xu Yang led the way for everyone. After walking for a whole morning, they finally arrived at the edge marked on the map. However, the originally clear path was blocked by a massive fortress, blocking everyone's passage. And on the walls of the fortress, they could see skeleton soldiers on guard. Damn, what the hell? The undead built a fortress here. Xu Yang and the others immediately hid, hugging the mountain wall, cursing in a low voice. According to the information obtained earlier, there was not supposed to be any fortress here, but a fortress appeared out of nowhere. Sir, what should we do? A peasant asked. Let's go back and take the path through the Coldwind mountain range. Xu Yang gritted his teeth and said again. Okay. Everyone picked up their belongings and turned back in the direction they came from. But as soon as they turned around, they heard the quickening pace of footsteps and the sound of carriage wheels crunching stones not far in front of them. The color drained from Xu Yang's face, faced with a fortress behind them and in front of them a group of people and horses approaching. Had they spent all this time hiding for nothing? Were they doomed to die here after all? Sir, what should we do? A peasant asked anxiously. Grab your weapons, get ready for the final battle. Xu Yang said through gritted teeth. There were steep cliffs on both sides, impossible to climb up. In a situation where there was nowhere to retreat, they could only arm themselves to bolster their courage. Soon, the dense footsteps became louder, and even more chaotic. One could tell that there were a lot of people moving quickly. Rounding the obstructing mountain in front of them, an army made of white bones appeared within the sight of Xu Yang and the others. At this moment, with the fortress in the back, and the undead army in front, they were stuck in the middle. Xu Yang and the others tightened their grip on their weapons. Get ready to fight them to the end, slaying one is earning one. Xu Yang shouted. The undead troops also spotted the humans in the middle of the road, holding their weapons. The clash of swords rings out, producing a harsh abrasive noise, surrounding all the humans in front of them. As Xu Yang was about to order an attack, he saw an orc with a pig-like face mounted on a skeleton horse coming toward him. The female orc had gems in her big ears and a gold pendant around her neck. Apart from her appearance that didn't fit human aesthetics, her attire made her look more like a woman of noble birth. Shu Yong and the others stared wide-eyed and gaped at the pig-like human in the carriage. What's happening? Why was there a pig-headed human in the team of the undead? And riding a horse, too, which seemed to denote her high status. It was Petty, who was tasked with the duty of orchestrating the withdrawal of the troops. Her mission today was to withdraw 500,000 undead troops, then have other heroes relocate this group of troops to a city on the western side, preparing for an attack on a place called Desolate Battlefield. But she didn't expect to come across a group of humans blocking their way as they approached the fortress. On second thought, something didn't seem right. How did these humans get through the fortress and into the Bloodthroat mountain range? Who are you? Why are you here? Petty asked. Seeing the orc willing to communicate, hope ignited in the eyes of Shu Yong, he said directly, "We mean no harm, we just want to pass through the fortress and leave this mountain range." You're lying. What's your real purpose for entering the Bloodthroat mountain range? This is your last chance. Petty's voice suddenly turned cold. The undead army had swept the entire Bloodthroat mountain range. Every troll village was leveled in the face of the undead army. If there really were a few humans there, they would have already been found and perhaps even killed. Moreover, how could humans possibly survive in that place? So, these people could only have come from outside and not be trying to leave. Could it be that Bloody Fortress has a hidden path that allowed these few humans to sneak in? As Petty's warning had just fallen, the surrounding undead warriors stepped forward 2 more steps, in a posture ready to attack at any time. Shu Yong looked at them, realizing there was a misunderstanding, immediately said, "Esteemed one, as you can see, we are human fur traders who came to exchange some goods with the trolls." He carefully eyed the pig-headed human on horseback, and continued, "But it seems there are some problems with the trolls here, so we were thinking of leaving. We just met your team by chance. But rest assured, we did nothing wrong, and we took nothing." Shu Yong loudly assured him, intending to use this as a way to convince the pig-headed human to allow him to leave. Petty observed the group in silence. The story could make sense, but it also had many questionable points. Looking at the leader of the humans, with his fawning smile, he felt the man was trying to deceive him. He said plainly, "I can lead you out, but whether or not to allow you to leave is up to our Lord. That's not necessary, we are just fur traders. We didn't get any good returns this time, so we need to go back as soon as possible." Shu Yong continued. "It won't take too much time. I suppose you wouldn't want me to have the army forcibly arrest you." Petty continued. Shu Yong knew he had no choice, but at least the pig-headed human was willing to negotiate. At least they didn't have to fight with the undead upon meeting. After thinking it over, he tossed his weapon onto the ground, reiterated, "Esteemed one, we mean no harm. We hope you won't make things difficult for us." The undead soldiers promptly step up to guard all the humans. Seeing the issue resolved, Petty lowered the cart door. The army continues its journey, out of the Bloody Mountains. Watching the undead lead them out of the mountains, Shu Yong and the others rejoiced. The villagers admired their lord even more. In just a few words he managed to use the undead to cross the fort that had trapped them. Next, as long as their cover as fur traders held up, they could leave here and head towards the human city. But as they traversed Bloody Fortress under the escort of the undead, in a blink, their originally relaxed facial expressions instantly turned to fear. On the other side of the fort was a highly disciplined, well-equipped undead army that seemed endless. Among the ranks, orcs sprinted, delivering various orders. Originally, the undead army stationed near the Bloodthroat tribe had scared them for several days. Seeing the scene in front of them now rendered their legs weak. The humans were dragged by undead soldiers towards a huge cage. Beyond being brought some food at noon, no one paid them any attention. At 2 in the afternoon, Fang Hao rode the bone dragon directly to the Bloody Fortress. In the commander's hall of the fortress, he reassigned tasks to the people. Black sword, giant shield, heavy arrow, they were to lead an army of 2 million to Dong Jiayu's city based on the map, preparing for the upcoming assault on the desolate battlefield. Fang Hao was still very curious about the identity of that huge heart. Could it be, gods can die too? If gods can die, should they still be considered gods? Fang Hao thought to himself as he walked out of the commander's hall. Just as he was about to mount the bone dragon to leave, he heard a shout from a close distance, "Fang Hao. Is that you?" Following the voice, he saw several massive metal cages at a distance. Some scruffy-looking humans were imprisoned in the cages. There was no dungeon in the fortress, and traditionally there were no prisoners. Seeing humans held captive in metal cages, all while shouting his own name, he was slightly confused. What's happening here? Fang Hao did not recognize the identity of the others. He turned to ask Black Sword who was close by. They were brought back by Petty this morning. They were caught sneaking into the Bloody Mountains on the way here. There has been no time to interrogate them yet, Black Sword explained softly. Sneaked into the Bloody Mountains. Yes, they claim to be fur traders, trying to sneak in. The two spoke quietly. However, the man in the nearby cage was restless and started shouting, "It's me, Shu Yang, Fang Hao. It's me, Shu Yang." Shu Yang and Fang Hao had met before at the Trade Alliance's base. It had been over 2 months, but he could still recognize Fang Hao's face. Although Shu Yang was curious about why Fang Hao was acquainted with the undead, he couldn't afford to wonder about that right now. He could only pin his hopes on Fang Hao, else he was likely to be killed by the undead. So, as soon as he confirmed Fang Hao's identity, he immediately called out for help. Fang Hao approached the metal cage. When he heard the disheveled man inside claim to be Shu Yang, he expressed surprise. He had initially thought the cage contained only a group of savages. Fang Hao frowned and asked, "You are Shu Yang?" "Yes, big brother Fang Hao." Shu Yang immediately wiped his somewhat dirty face, pushed his hair aside and said, "Big brother, could you please tell these gentlemen that we haven't done anything wrong and to let us out?" It seemed Shu Yang was not sure of Fang Hao's status, he just assumed that Fang Hao knew these undead. He wanted Fang Hao to vouch for him and his men so they could be set free. Fang Hao nodded and said to the Black Sword standing by, "I know this man. Let them out." "Yes, sir." Black Sword nodded. Immediately, 2 soldiers came up and opened the metal cage, freeing the men. Shu Yang was surprised to hear the blue undead hero respectfully calling Fang Hao, "Sir." He was further surprised recalling how Fang Hao killed Yu Tianpeng yesterday. A fantastical idea formed in his mind. Could it be that this seemingly endless undead army was all under Fang Hao? This idea was quickly negated by himself. How could this be possible? Even if Fang Hao was powerful, he was still just a transmigrator. 3 months was not enough time to gather such an army. Compared to the local forces, this was beyond comparison. After the cage was opened, Shu Yang, along with several disheveled villagers, crawled out. "Thank you, big brother Fang Hao, thank you so much." Shu Yang quickly expressed his gratitude. Whether considering his current situation or Fang Hao's slaying of Yu Tianpeng yesterday, he did not dare to disrespect him. "Have your men rest over there for a while. Let's talk inside," Fang Hao said. Shu Yang nodded, gave a few instructions to his men, then followed Fang Hao into the command hall. They took seats inside the hall. Intrigued, Fang Hao asked, "What happened to you all? I thought you guys were savages from somewhere." "Ah, after we exchanged food and equipment with you last time, those damn trolls wanted to eat us, so we escaped in the middle of the night and hid in a cave for 17 days, thus ending up like this." Shu Yang sighed. He did not mention the fight between the undead and the trolls, as they were now in the undead's camp. If he said something wrong and got decapitated, there would be nowhere to go to reason. "So you mean, you came out of the cave today and were immediately captured?" Fang Hao found this a bit funny. He had been told by Black Sword that Shu Yang had sneaked into the Bloody Mountain range. In fact, Shu Yang had been trying to sneak out. "Exactly, we didn't do anything, oh. Life is so hard." Shu Yang sighed again. In the Bloody Mountain range, there were many abandoned cities everywhere. These were all established by transmigrated human lords, but after the 7-day protection period, most of them had been devoured by trolls as appetizers. Being born in such a place was unfortunate, but surviving until now was fortunate. Fang Hao thought for a moment and asked, "Once you're let go, do you have any plans?" Upon hearing Fang Hao's question about their further plans, Shu Yang appeared a bit confused. His plan was to leave the Bloody Mountain Range. He hadn't yet thought about which city he should settle in and develop. He was unfamiliar with the world outside. In human cities, the advantage was that no one would eat you, but there were other dangers. Xu Yang glanced at Fang Hao. He'd heard that Fang Hao killed Yu Tianpeng because Yu was planning an assault on Dongjiayu City. Fang Hao had a good reputation in the area. If he could align with Fang Hao, that would be a good decision. Cough cough, we don't have any plans for what comes next. This is our first time leaving the Bloody Mountain Range. Brother Fang Hao, if it's possible, could I become your assistant? Xu Yang asked directly. Becoming an assistant meant helping with tasks. Instead of struggling on his own, he would be better off following Fang Hao. Building a city required a vast amount of manpower and materials. Even though he no longer had a domain, his advantage as a transmigrator allowed him to manufacture things and decipher all kinds of racial texts. This skill was definitely superior to that of the average villager. Having worked as a foreman for a long time among the trolls, he could manage the villagers' production. In short, he wanted to follow Fang Hao, but the decision would ultimately be up to Fang Hao. Fang Hao looked at Xu Yang. He wasn't surprised by Xu Yang's decision. He calmly said, "Two cities have recently become vacant. I can appoint you as the governor of one of them. However, you need to ensure a steady output of resources. Can you handle it?" Fang Hao planned to assign him to Chu Jishang's city. Chu Jishang's city had a large number of ceramic kilns set up. Fang Hao needed someone good at management to ensure steady ceramics production and expand agricultural development. Xu Yang seemed to be a good candidate. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Xu Yang immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. Initially, he thought Fang Hao would assign him a common job, but he didn't expect to be given a city straight away. His abandoned city, wasn't this equivalent to reclaiming it? Moreover, his previous city had nothing, so even if it was a worse situation it wouldn't be worse than his. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, boss, I'll work hard, complete the task, and won't disappoint your expectations of me. Xu Yang loudly promised. Great, give me the Book of Lords. You'll be the governor of my affiliated city then. Oh, okay. Xu Yang removed the Book of Lords and respectfully handed it to Fang Hao. You can consume the Book of Lords level 1. Consumption successful. Your Book of Lords is currently level 6, 4/20ths to upgrade. After it was consumed, Xu Yang's Book of Lords disappeared. Meanwhile, a Book of City Lords split off from it, which Fang Hao handed over to Xu Yang. Go and tell your people, I'll take you all over there soon, Fang Hao said. Oh, okay. Xu Yang agreed and immediately went out to explain to his people. Once everything was dealt with, Fang Hao summoned demon teleportation and took Xu Yang and his subordinates. They went straight to Chu Jishang's city. My lord, Ni, who was stationed there, immediately came forward to greet him. Fang Hao nodded. Ni, you leave it to them now, you'll follow me back later. All right, my lord, Ni replied solemnly. Chu Jishang's city had reached level 7. Among transmigrators, it already ranked high. Xu Yang looked excited. Not only did he have his own city again, but he no longer had to worry about being eaten by trolls. Thus, it was as if he had been reborn, with hope in his heart once more. Boss, thank you, I will work hard, Xu Yang seriously promised again. He realized that Fang Hao's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Following Fang Hao was the best decision he had made so far. All right, just give your best shot, said Fang Hao, patting his shoulder. After that, he built 2 special human camp structures, Heavy Sword Infantry Camp, and Storm Crossbowman Camp, for Xu Yang. He recruited 505 Heavy Sword Infantrymen and 505 Storm Crossbowmen. The necessary equipment for these troops was then provided. After introducing Xu Yang to the pottery kiln and setting his tasks, Fang Hao used demon teleportation to return to his own main city. That afternoon, Fang Hao temporarily handed over Grey Bear and his 20 underlings to Yu Tianpeng's territory. He originally intended to send over the bunny maids who were serving him. The maids were all bound to him by slave contracts and given their physical strength after taking the potion. Many of them had reached tier 3 or tier 4. It was feasible for them to manage a city. But soon, Fang Hao gave up this plan. The maids, having been longtime slaves, were quite soft-hearted and lacked firm opinions. If sent directly to a far-off land where he could not supervise them, they might not be able to deter the city's residents. But Grey Bear was different. She used to be a bandit in the mountains. Even though she's a woman, she's quite fierce. More than capable of managing and enforcing rule in a city, Fang Hao had to remind her to be mindful of her identity and be more restrained in her actions. As for the direction of development, it was all decided by Fang Hao. She didn't need to make any decisions, just to serve as local administration. After settling both cities, Fang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days later, at the open space in front of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao stood still, starting to gather fire elemental energy. Then, he swung his starfire wand forward. The ground in front of him showed red cracks, like broken ceramics, as if something was trying to break out from the ground. The next second, whoosh! Flames rose, and a 2-meter-tall 3-headed fire python emerged from the ground. Its body was burning with intense flames, seeking a target to attack. Fang Hao directed it to attack the wooden target set up not far away. The fire python spat out a jet of flame, and with a bang, the wooden target exploded instantly and the surrounding area ignited. Yay! Fang Hao called out. After studying the multi-headed fire python mystery for such a long time, he finally succeeded in summoning one today. A 2-meter-high 3-headed snake, each of its heads could spit out flames to attack enemy targets. The effect was very impressive, much to his satisfaction. Most importantly, this was not acquired through a skill scroll, but learned bit by bit through books. He felt a great sense of achievement. Once again, Fang Hao waved his magic wand, and the 3-headed fire python immediately dissipated into sparkling pieces of fire. At once, a maid directed a skeleton to step forward to extinguish the burning fire. By noon, after lunch, a bone dragon suddenly fell from the sky, and Nelson, along with 6 funeral priests, who had been absent for several days, stepped down from the dragon's back. In Nelson's hands, he was holding a viscera jar. "My lord, the viscera jar has been successfully sealed," Nelson said. "You've worked hard, Scholar Nelson." Then, Fang Hao curiously looked at the viscera jar in his hand, and asked, "Does this viscera jar possess any special abilities?" According to the description displayed by the half-hearted heart, it could be determined that it had a certain connection with the giant spirit god. But the effect after sealing was still unclear. There was a sense of anticipation in Fang Hao's heart. "My lord, please see." Nelson directly handed over the viscera jar. Fang Hao received it and could already see the attributes of the viscera jar. Viscera jar, dark gold. Category: magic container. Ability: giant body, thunder strike. Giant body, body strength plus 80%, strength plus 50%, elemental resistance plus 50%. Thunder strike can throw a lightning strike at an enemy target, max attack range of 500 meters, cooldown time 15 minutes. Description: enraged thunder will bring about total destruction and disaster. Seeing the attributes of the viscera jar, Fang Hao was taken aback. A dark gold level viscera jar, this was his first encounter. Even at the Trade Alliance site, the highest level viscera jar he had seen so far was only of orange quality. He didn't expect that this time after sealing the viscera, it directly reached dark gold, making his heart thump wildly. The viscera jar provided 2 abilities: Giant Body and Thunder Strike. Giant Body was a passive skill, providing 80% of the original body strength, and 50% strength. In Fang Hao's view, body strength was the character's defense power. Whether it's 80% defense power or 50% strength, both are very high increments. In addition, it increases elemental resistance by 50%, which can resist various elemental attacks. The second one, Thunder Strike, was the provided active offensive skill. This was also the only viscera jar among all those he had obtained that had an active skill. It could launch a thunder strike on a target unit within a range of 500 yards, causing damage similar to magic thunder and lightning damage. So far, Only one viscera jar could be placed in each viscera museum building. Whether it's the 80% body enhancement, or the 50% strength enhancement. The higher the basic attributes, the better the effect. There is no doubt that Nisbet, this tier 10 troop, is most suitable. But, thinking from another perspective, Fang Hao felt it was wrong. Thunder Strike, used by Nisbet to release a Thunder Strike, is also only 101 individuals. If this Viscera jar is used to enhance regular skeleton warriors, it would result in millions of Thunder Strikes. The effect of which, must be better than Nisbet's effect. Fang Hao's battle method has always been to overwhelm with numbers, not individual heroism. Thinking in this way, the burial grounds, which has the most troop recruits, was more suitable for this Viscera jar. But, whether ordinary skeleton warriors could properly use Thunder Strike needed to be tested first. He still remembered when the skeleton troops first used the sling dropped by the gnolls. Not only did they knock down a large number of companions, they almost blew his own head off. No sooner said than done. Together with Nelson, he went to the Viscera Museum, where Fang Hao directly took out the Viscera jar, revival, from the burial grounds. Then he put the dark gold grade Viscera jar he held into it. When the Viscera jar sank down, a faint blue light circle infused with electric arc instantly spread out. The aura spread and the amplification effect of the Viscera jar came into play. Next, they were to test some effects, ensuring that the skeleton warriors would not harm other soldiers when using this ability. Stepping out of the city gates, they selected a piece of open land. Fang Hao summoned 1,000 skeleton warriors, each armed with a sword and a shield. A perfect square formation was formed by the orderly ranks. Someone was instructed to set up some practice targets 500 meters away from the square formation, after which everyone else retreated to a safe distance. Fang Hao directly issued an order to the formation of skeleton warriors, targets 500 meters ahead, initiate Thunderbolt Strike. 1,000 skeleton warriors each summoned a sparkly lightning spear. They targeted the targets 500 meters away and hurled their spears. The Thunderbolt javelins traced an arc in the air and hit with a bang. 1,000 Thunderbolt javelins thoroughly covered the entire target area. Apart from the immediate damage dealt by the javelins, an area of effect damage due to the spread of electricity also occurred. Blue sparks spread out in all directions, covering a large area. The effect that Fang Hao was worried about, the potential friendly fire, did not happen. After throwing the Thunderbolt javelins, not a single one of the 1,000 skeleton warriors was injured accidentally. The square formation maintained their standing position, standing by. Set the target at 200 meters. Fang Hao continued to give orders. The earlier targets 500 meters away had already been shattered in the Thunderbolt strike. New targets were brought in and set up 200 meters in front of the formation of skeleton warriors. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance and the Thunderbolt strike ability had cooled down, Fang Hao issued another order, objects 200 meters ahead, Thunderbolt strike. The 1,000 skeleton warriors summoned their Thunderbolt javelins again, hurling them at the targets 200 meters away. Due to the distance, the front rows of the skeleton warriors had landed their Thunderbolt javelins on the targets. The ones at the back, having to avoid the ones in front, threw their javelins in a larger arc, causing some deviation in their aim. But one thing was certain, the current skeleton warriors did not have the ability to think independently yet. However, they would avoid causing friendly fire during combat. Fang Hao was very satisfied with this. He had plenty of soldiers, and even if the hit rate was not high. In large-scale battles, full coverage bombing could completely replace accuracy. Alright, return to your posts. Fang Hao instructed the 1,000 skeleton warriors to return to their respective positions. He himself, contented, returned to the Viscera Museum. Nelson was still standing at the door, giving instructions to the priests about the items and work to be prepared. Currently, 2 corpses of trolls were still stored in the Viscera Museum. One of them was Rockhead Bagath, the other was Meatfist Caius. Nelson had just returned and had to continue working to turn these 2 corpses into skeleton heroes. Even though the weather was gradually turning cold now, the corpses still needed to be treated and dried as quickly as possible. Seeing Fang Hao's return, Nelson asked, "My lord, how was the effect? The effect was very good. This viscera jar would be considered top tier even if it were in the trade alliance. Fang Hao replied with a smile. As long as my lord is satisfied. Nelson would not offer any suggestions or proposals about the planning and decisions of the territory unless Fang Hao asked him. All decisions were made by Fang Hao himself. Moreover, currently, every time Nelson came out of his closed-door practice, the strength of the territory would significantly increase, something he was quite satisfied with Fang Hao for. He was even amazed sometimes at the speed of Fang Hao's growth. Therefore, Nelson's loyalty remained stable and never decreased. Scholar Nelson, there is no need to rush with work, you can take a 2-day break occasionally. Fang Hao added. The territory currently had a certain level of self-defense ability. Nelson didn't need to work non-stop in the Viscera Museum to create skeleton heroes as he did before. Fang Hao, in fact, hoped that Nelson could balance work and rest, maybe play chess with others sometime, avoiding high-intensity work. Thank you for your concern, my lord. With the help of the funeral team, my workload has been cut by more than half. Nelson nodded. The auxiliary work was handed over to the funeral team, which indeed lightened Nelson's workload. Tell me if you need anything, or have Dujin directly purchase it from the trade alliance. Very well, my lord. At this point, the priest had brought over some materials. Nelson once again saluted, then led a few priests directly up the stairs to the second floor. Simultaneously, a few others picked up the dried corpse of Bagath and carried it upstairs. Nelson started working upstairs. Fang Hao, in the meantime, placed the replaced revival viscera jar into the slot of the ancient burial pit. Another day passed. The army of 2 million led by Black Sword arrived at its destination after a day and night of travel. Wen Dong Jiayu was awakened by her attendant, and she stumbled up the city wall. Seeing the endless, undulating white bone army outside the city, she stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the approaching army. The city's alarm bells had already been rung, and all the city's defenders ascended the city walls, watching the approaching army with trembling legs. At this moment, a bone horse slowly came to a halt beneath the city gates. A pig-headed human, fully armed, sat on the bone horse. He pulled off the mask cover his nose and mouth and said loudly, "Who is Miss Dong Jiayu? We are a team from North Town. Sir Black Sword invites Miss Dong Jiayu over." The pig-headed human shouted loudly 2 or 3 times before the people on the wall understood the meaning in his words. Dong Jiayu stood on the city wall and asked the pig-headed human below, "Are you Fang Hao's army?" Fang Hao had mentioned to her that he would send an army, which she would receive and arrange to be stationed in a city. The sight of the undead army in front of her was so terrifying that she could not ascertain if it was Fang Hao's team. "Yes, we are Lord's army. May Miss Dong Jiayu come with me to meet Lord Black Sword," the pig-headed human continued to shout loudly. The battle at the Bloody Mountain Range was over. Blackthorn, as the commanding officer, stayed at the North Town. This time, in the operation to conquer the desolate battlefield, Black Sword acted as the general while the 2 heroes, Giant Wall and Heavy Arrow, acted as deputy generals. Of course, once the march was over and barring any special circumstances, Fang Hao would come too. He wanted to see if this desolate battlefield was as terrifying as described. "Oh, all right, I'm leaving now." She quickly descended the city wall, and after opening the city gate, she walked out. The pig-headed human led her through the many skeleton troops, to the middle of the formation. There, she saw a skeleton hero, covered in metallic armor and with a dark iron sword at his waist. "Lord Black Sword, I've brought Miss Dong Jiayu," the pig-headed human reported. You may step down," Black Sword said. The pig-headed human withdrew. After Dong Jiayu looked over Black Sword's attire and the rank of a hero, she said, "Lord Black Sword. Miss Dong Jiayu, have you prepared the city for our army to station in?" Black Sword asked calmly, without exchanging any pleasantries with Dong Jiayu. "It is ready." After receiving instructions from Fang Hao, Dong Jiayu had already prepared the city for lodging. "Then we will trouble you, Miss Dong Jiayu, to lead us." Okay. The undead army began to move westward. In the end, they arrived at the city Dong Jiayu had freed up for them. Dong Jiayu was managing 4 cities, and the one in front of her was the closest to the desolate battlefield. The original residents of the city were already evacuated. The city was completely given up to the undead army to station in, as a temporary base before heading to the desolate battlefield. Upon arrival in the city, the undead began to take up defensive positions, orderly bringing the city under their control. Miss Dong Jiayu, Black Sword said. Lord Black Sword, please speak, Dong Jiayu replied, having recovered from her initial shock by now. Knowing that these were Fang Hao's heroes and troops, she knew they wouldn't harm her. How many troops do you have? Black Sword asked bluntly. Dong Jiayu was startled, wondering if her troops were also being asked to join in the fight. But then she realized it was unlikely. The number of undead troops was probably over 1 million already. Her few troops wouldn't make any difference at all. After a quick mental tally of her forces, she gave an honest answer. I have 2,000. She had soul crystals in her hand, but she had all along been focusing more on developing agriculture, rather than military growth. She'd built many farms and quarries. But she hadn't recruited many combat troops. She had the blueprint for a heavy infantry training camp from Fang Hao. It was only when she found out that the Tianping Alliance was going to attack her that she built it, expanding her forces to 2,000. Otherwise, she usually had just over 1,000, responsible for the safety around the city. The most common job was to drive away and hunt wild beasts. Good, transfer 1,000 of them over first. I'll arrange for them to serve as messengers and logistic personnel, Black Sword instructed. Oh, all right, Dong Jiayu nodded in agreement. After chatting with Black Sword for a while, Dong Jiayu returned to her own city. She started to prepare the manpower and supplies required by Black Sword. This was her first time participating in a battle on such a large scale. She was a little excited after the initial nervousness. The next day at dawn, Fang Hao got up early, and after washing and eating. Served by Era, he put on his armor and equipment. Yesterday afternoon, he'd received a message from Dong Jiayu that Black Sword's army had arrived and they could set off for the desolate battlefield anytime. So, first thing this morning, Fang Hao began his preparations, intending to journey to the desolate land as well. With his demon teleportation ability, he directly avoided the time consumed on the road. If something happens in the fiefdom, I can be teleported back immediately. Master Nelson should be in seclusion for a few days. We will need you to look after the fiefdom in his absence, Fang Hao instructed Era. Will Master be returning home tonight? Era asked softly. If ever there are any special circumstances, I will spend the night here. Era instantly beamed with delight. I shall prepare a new dish for you tonight, Master. All right. Fang Hao gave a sweet pat on her head, then left the city lord's residence. Outside the gate, Demetria and Angia, accompanied by 20 Nisbets, awaited Fang Hao's presence. Given that the desolate battlefield is perilous, they naturally had to make additional preparations. Everyone was fully equipped and prepared. Fang Hao didn't bother with small talk, he directly summoned the demon doll and initiated demon teleportation. The teleportation gate appeared instantaneously, lasting merely 10 seconds. Fang Hao stepped in without hesitation. As their vision returned, they found themselves amidst the city where the Blackthorn stay. The city was exceptionally bustling. Hundreds of soldiers were busy loading arrows and other resources onto carts under the command of specific instructions. Though undeads formed the core strength of the army, there were also a considerable number of humans and orc soldiers assisting. As Fang Hao too was going to embark on the journey, adequate food and other essential items, including tents, were prepared beforehand. Seeing Fang Hao and the others approaching, Blackthorn and Dong Jiayu swiftly emerged from the city lord's mansion. City Lord, Miss Angia, Master Demetria. The skeleton hero and a few orc captains paid their respects. Dong Jiayu also curtsied while curiously inspecting the beast-eared young girl standing beside Fang Hao. She had never visited Fang Hao's fiefdom and admittedly didn't recognize Angia. I see another hero has emerged. How many heroes are there around Brother Hao? I've already seen 5 of 1 orange and 4 blue. How are the preparations coming along? Fang Hao casually inquired. Everything is prepared. We can depart at any moment. Blackthorn confirmed. Have the routes ahead been scouted clearly? Yesterday, several scouts were deployed to make sure of that. We have a clear route now, he informed right away. Good, let's prepare and set off. Yes, Master. Blackthorn complied, transmitting the orders down the line. In no time, the army gradually began moving, following the pre-decided route leading towards the desolate battlefield. Fang Hao sat inside the coach, following the troop at a leisurely pace. He held a book of magic in his hands and was reading it attentively. Master, there's a small human city ahead. A scout rode up to the coach, inquiring in low tones. Fang Hao parted the coach curtain and gazed into the distance. It was a city of a transmigrator. Given the size of the city wall, it appeared to be a level 5 city. As long as they do not attack our troops, we shall ignore them and simply pass by, Fang Hao declared softly. Yes, Master. The scout responded, and rapidly darted away. On the way, the troop came across a level 5 transmigrator's city. The city lord, still not out of his slumber, was jolted awake by an assistant who hurriedly stormed into the room. Startled, the city lord glanced at his underling. As he simultaneously gathered his undergarments to cover his privates, he berated, "Have you gone crazy? Why the sudden intrusion?" The assistant, oblivious to his condition, spoke up in terror. "My lord. Disaster. A massive troop of undeads is approaching our city." "What? Are you out of your mind? My lord, you should have a look. We ought to flee if things worsen." The assistant lunged at the city lord, dragged him out of the room, and rushed towards the city wall. Taken by surprise, the city lord stumbled along, hurriedly pulling up his SpongeBob SquarePants underpants. As he barely made it up the stairs of the city wall, he immediately sensed the seriousness of the situation. Several of his soldiers had already collapsed due to sheer panic. He could feel the rhythmic vibrations emerging from the ground. There was some gigantic body approaching from the distance. Without any further delays, he hastily ascended the city wall and cast his glance into the distance. At a single glimpse, his face turned deathly pale, and his legs started to wobble. Undeads, an endless stream of undeads. Transformed into an extensive, undulating white serpent, they were steadily moving closer this way. Hoa, how is this possible? Where did all these multiple undead come from? In this world's understanding, living creatures and the undead are natural enemies. Even though living creatures differ in morals and races, their attitudes towards the undead are surprisingly unified. Upon encounter, it basically evolves into a life or death situation. Even if these undead's targets are not themselves, such a huge army could trample a city as they pass through. "My lord, what should we do?" A subordinate propped him up, asking with a trembling voice. The lord's legs were still wobbling. "What else can we do? We notify everyone to exit from the side door." Just as the soldier prepared to notify everyone to leave. In the sky, several white bone dragons roared past, exuding an oppressive aura. The lord, who just stood up, collapsed once again. Drawing out time this way, the undead army has already closed in on their city. Opening the city gates at this point would be even more dangerous. Escape was no longer an option. The city gate was tightly shut, and everyone sat paralyzed on the city wall, awaiting their approaching demise. The marching steps echoed like drumbeats in everyone's ears. A soldier cautiously stood up and looked over the city wall. He saw the undead army passing approximately 10 meters in front of their city but completely ignoring them. My lord, they have passed us by. They didn't take notice of us," the soldier said in a whisper. The lord blinked and immediately got up, looking over the city wall as well. He saw that the undead troops, marching along the dirt road, clearly had no intention of interacting with them. "We should be safe. Tell everyone to hide as best as possible to avoid attracting these creatures." The lord was instructing everyone but could not help pulling out the Book of Lords. At the gap of the city wall, he took several photos of the undead army. Then, leaning against the wall, he posted them in the regional chat. Accompanied with a comment, "Damn, the survival of mankind depends on today. I will shed the last drop of blood for humanity, victory to humans and living creatures." There were still quite a few people in the chat at this time. Upon seeing the pictures and the comment, they began to discuss. What's going on? Why are there so many undead? Too scary. Bro, I have a fear of crowded things, these pictures give me the chills. Are the undead launching an attack on humans? The tone of this comment feels as if we are preparing for a final desperate fight, quite tragic. Tragic my ass, all I see is teenage edginess. Judging by the angle, he should be hiding and spying. Looking at what the guy above analyzed, it does feel that way. Clearly these undead are moving forward, they didn't even look in the direction of the photographer. The angle is not the point. Did you guys notice that the undead troops have a very complete lineup? Shield soldiers, spear soldiers, even archers and mages, this seems to be a large-scale undead force. Indeed, the troop has a very complete lineup. There are all sorts of skeleton horses, skeleton cows, if only I had a skeleton horse, so cool. Aren't you afraid it destroys your genitals? I'm a girl, not afraid. Respect to the girl who's not afraid, your topic is so off topic. Did no one notice that the shield and iron sword of the shield soldier looked like the equipment that Big Brother Fang Hao sells? Come to think of it, they do resemble his. What if this is Fang Hao's Legenda? Even if Fang Hao is powerful, he wouldn't have even close to this many troops. It is probably easier to obtain the weapon blueprints from the undead side. Fang Hao's merchant is a skeleton. I think so too. Fang Hao did not see the conversations in the regional chat. Even if he had seen it, he would not explain anything. Now, Fang Hao's power had already developed, and it was a good thing if the secret could be kept going. Even if discovered by others in the region, it didn't matter much. Currently, with the strength of the transmigrator, no one could pose any threat to him. Even the local top powers, except for assassinations, he wouldn't falter in a direct confrontation. The troop continued marching forward, passing by several transmigrators' cities. Fang Hao paid them no mind. These city lords along the way didn't make any rash actions either. They simply took pictures, posted them in the chat, accompanied by various comments. Gradually, the people in the chat began to feel numb. Then, when other city lords posted similar pictures, it hardly stirred any commotion in the chat. In fact, they were often overlooked amongst other topics. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sir, we have arrived at the edge of the desolate battlefield, the soldier's voice came from outside the carriage. All right, I know. Fang Hao responded. Gently patting Angia, who was resting on his lap, he said, Angia, wake up, we're here. Angia mumbled, opening her eyes. Where are we going to? Is it time for dinner? Angia asked. What dinner? We just arrived at the desolate battlefield, Fang Hao replied irritably. This girl can really eat and sleep. From the time she got on the carriage, she slept until now. It always felt like she was about to hibernate, sleeping quite heavily. Oh, Angia wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, replied. Fang Hao moved to the side of the carriage, standing next to the black sword, and saw in front of him a vast expanse. Looking at it, it was indeed the perfect landscape for the name, desolate battlefield. Unlike the desolation of the Chilly Wind mountain range, which was due to the many rocks and hills, this was a different type of desolation, as if the land had been devastated. There were no trees or greenery here, only scattered pieces of armor and weapons buried by the dark red soil. One could only imagine how many lives were lost in the war here. Have someone take a look to see if there's anything strange here. Fang Hao said. Black Sword immediately assigned a skeleton, who stepped boldly into the red soil. The red land was a bit soft. Once stepped upon, it depressed like mud. The skeleton soldier marched forward for 100 meters and then made a circle without any abnormal situation occurring. By following the order, the muscular undead dug out the buried metal weapons from the ground. The weapons and armors were severely corroded, but still, no monsters emerged. Seeing this, Black Sword ordered the skeleton to return. However, halfway returning, Demetria whispered, behind the mound on the west, there are some figures hiding. Demetria's voice was low, but Fang Hao and Black Sword heard her clearly. Looking towards the west, they quickly spotted two figures swiftly hiding behind a mound. The distance was too great and the individuals moved too quickly, they couldn't see what kind of creatures they were. But they could confirm there were indeed people over there. Could it be that there are still living creatures surviving in the desolate battlefield? Black Sword, send people to bring them here, preferably alive, said Fang Hao in a low voice. As you wish. Black Sword turned around to give instructions. Whoosh, whoosh. Several breaking sounds rang out as dozens of skeleton mantis shot out, and with a few jumps, they arrived at the distant mound. A longsword swept out, and pleas for mercy immediately followed. Then, 3 short human-shaped creatures were escorted over by the skeleton mantismen. Standing before Fang Hao and the others, they bowed their heads. Dwarf Miner, Level 2. Dwarf Blacksmith, Level 3. Dwarves. The 3 people in front of Fang Hao only reached a little over 1 meter in height and none exceeded 1.5 meters. Although they were short, their bodies were thick and their rough, ragged linen clothes revealed arms and legs covered in strong muscles. Just standing there, their muscles tense, they looked like 3 personal trainers. All 3 dwarves were male with rough features and exaggerated beards. Fang Hao had seen dwarves in the Trade Alliance's station before. Their distinctive beards were their most significant feature. Gentlemen, we're just passing through and don't mean any harm, said one red-bearded dwarf tentatively. Although they stood obediently, their shifty eyes revealed that they were seeking a chance to escape. Why are you here? Asked Fang Hao. The dwarves looked puzzled to see a human amongst the undead army. Still, they explained, we're just passing through. Your army arrived here just as we were passing, and we hid to avoid any misunderstandings. The undead and living creatures generally were in conflict. Each party instinctively avoided the other's army when they saw either the explanation was plausible. However, Fang Hao was not concerned with these details. He wondered why they would be in the desolate battlefield. What brings you to the desolate battlefield? Fang Hao continued to ask. The red-bearded dwarf glanced at the skeleton mantismen surrounding him and said, we wanted to take some equipment from here. Many weapons and armors could be seen buried under the dark red soil of the desolate battlefield. In other words, they were scavengers. Fang Hao didn't immediately continue his questioning but instead had Jia Yu summoned. Are there dwarves around here? Asked Fang Hao. Jia Yu shook her head. The area around the desolate battlefield is very deprived of resources. Except for a few human villages, there are no dwarves or other races. Before becoming a subdomain of Fang Hao, Jia Yu had relied on exploring ancient tombs to develop her territory. As such, she knew this was a desolate area. The nearby rulers would go to war for minor resources. They were on the brink of war. But I've never heard of dwarfs settling here. Fang Hao's gaze fell back on the 3 dwarfs, speaking flatly. If you guys are not willing to tell the truth, you can only die here. Hearing the indifferent tone made the backs of the 3 dwarfs chill in an instant. The vast undead army had already terrified them. If the opponent wanted to kill them, the chief would not be able to take revenge. No, my lord, we indeed came here to pick up some iron pieces for resmelting, then make them into equipment to sell to the nearby human cities. The red-bearded dwarf was already breaking into a sweat on his forehead, assuring Fang Hao that he wasn't lying. Fang Hao felt they were not getting to the point. So he asked directly, how many of you are there? Are you from outside or have you always lived nearby? Upon hearing Fang Hao's question, the 3 dwarfs stiffened immediately. After looking at each other, they all shut up and stopped talking. Fang Hao found it a bit amusing. What was the use of being stubborn at this crucial moment? Kill them. Fang Hao issued the order. The skeleton mantis standing beside him immediately drew its sword, preparing to strike. The dwarves immediately opened their mouths. We have over 1,000 people, we migrated here a month ago. Contrary to the popular belief that dwarves are hot-tempered and difficult to communicate with, Fang Hao found the method of communication very straightforward. This area is quite desolate. Why would you move here? This is because 2 months ago, there was some conflict between the dwarf clans, we lost, many people died, and eventually moved here. The red-bearded dwarf gritted his teeth, but still disclosed the information. Fang Hao's brow furrowed, suddenly recalling a period of time in the past. His shop had received a large number of dwarf orders, including gunpowder, firearms, and even equipment used by dwarves, all within the scope of the orders. He had suspected that there might be a war brewing among the dwarves. But it hadn't occurred to him that it might be infighting within the clans. The talks of the three were consistent with his orders, so they were probably not lying. Moreover, there would be no purpose in lying about this matter. What's your leader's name? Fang Hao continued to ask. This time, the dwarf hesitated and didn't respond immediately. Instead, he said, "My lord Undead, I can assure you that we have no ill intentions or plots against you or your army. Please, in the light of our honesty, do not continue to make things difficult for us. I'm inclined to believe that the three of you merely encountered us. I want to talk to your leader," Fang Hao straightforwardly declared. He was becoming more interested in the dwarves, who were known to be born craftsmen and masters of firearms. He wondered if there would be unexpected gains this time. "My lord, there's no need for that. I can notify the leader to leave here immediately so as not to disturb your operations." The red-bearded dwarf continued. He definitely didn't want to lead this enormous undead army to their encampment. Otherwise, wouldn't all of them be wiped out by these undead? Just because the dwarves were unwilling to talk, didn't mean that Fang Hao had no other means. Before long, a gnoll came running over, panting and reporting, "My lord, in the southwest direction, we discovered a dwarf encampment, where dwarfs can be seen coming in and out. The population is close to 1,000. Gnolls are not considered elite troops within the orc tribe. However, they possess some tracking skills, and their quadrupedal running is swift. In Fang Hao's army, they were often used as scouts and messengers." Another type of operator, focused on reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, was the Blackfoot Cat tribe, which hadn't yet joined the ranks. "Good job," Fang Hao praised. The gnoll left, and the three dwarfs looked dumbfounded. If they had known that the opponent could figure it out, they would have said so earlier. They risked being killed and said nothing, but the adversary figured out the location in the blink of an eye. Now that they've answered all the questions, they wouldn't be killed now, would they? When Fang Hao looked back, he saw that the faces of the three dwarfs were getting worse, and the sweat on their foreheads was increasing. He thought, there wouldn't be any sudden illness, would there? "Are you three okay?" Fang Hao pointedly asked. Their robust legs were slightly shaking. Fang Hao continued to ask, "There's no danger to living creatures inside, right? I see you guys going in. If we tell you, will you let us go?" The red-bearded dwarf asked, looking up. "Yes. Really?" The three dwarfs were taken aback. "Do you think I need to lie to you?" Fang Hao questioned back. "All right then, I'll tell you, there's a poison inside." "Poisonous?" Fang Hao looked curiously at the trio. They were not high-ranking, nor wore masks. It didn't seem as if there were poisons inside. Perceiving Fang Hao's confusion, a dwarf explained, "Normally, you wouldn't get poisoned, but any wounds could result in infection. Within a short time, the injured would turn into undead creatures, attacking their own peers." Fang Hao's gaze fell on the iron gauntlets they wore on their hands. It seemed these gauntlets were to prevent cutting their fingers while collecting various spoils of war. "Is the detox potion effective?" Fang Hao asked. "No, but holy light is," another dwarf answered. "Holy light. Holy light is the church's term for all light spells." Mentioning holy light, the red-bearded dwarf gave his companion a glare. As if blaming him for his indiscretion, he shouldn't have mentioned holy light before the undead army. However, once the words were out, they couldn't be taken back. The red-bearded dwarf quickly explained, "Yes, our leader once had a vial of holy light potion. It did have some effect on the injured. But it only provided temporary relief. You still need to leave the red soil area immediately, or you'll still get infected. Light spells do have some suppressing effect on dark energy forms." It made sense that it had some effect. Fang Hao continued, "What kind of enemy creatures are in there? How far have you all ventured?" "Yes, there are many infected living dead inside. We are not strong enough. We have only been around the periphery to pick up some items," the red-bearded dwarf replied. Fang Hao nodded. He had asked everything he wanted to know. After a pause, he said to the others, "Jia Yu, heavy arrow." "Brother Hao, Lord." The two responded simultaneously. "You two take some troops to escort these three back. This place is new to you, Jia Yu. You should meet the dwarf leader as a form of greeting, Fang Hao quietly ordered. Okay. They both agreed. The three dwarfs turned pale when they heard this. Lord, no need. It's not far. We usually go by ourselves. There's no need for an escort, the dwarfs hurriedly said. But Fang Hao didn't answer them. Heavy Arrow signaled, and several skeleton warriors immediately lifted the three dwarfs and started walking to the side. Dong Jiayu moved closer and asked in a low voice, Brother Hao, why are we going to see their leader? To see if their leader is a hero, and if so, what his expertise is. They don't even have a place to live. We could attempt to recruit them, Fang Hao shared his thoughts. These dwarfs were obviously in a bind. It was a good time to recruit. Oh, I see. As expected, Brother Hao, you have thought it through. Be a bit arrogant when you go, you represent our territory. We're not afraid if it comes down to a fight, Fang Hao added. Dwarfs are known for their explosive temperaments. But it depends on who the other party is. Just like earlier, if you're strong, dwarfs, being human, are also afraid of death. But if they perceive you as weak, naturally, they will not show a friendly attitude. Understood, Dong Jiayu replied. Fang Hao nodded, be back before dark. Okay. Dong Jiayu agreed, bringing her people into Heavy Arrow's troops. Tens of thousands of undead soldiers started moving towards the dwarf camp. Having dealt with the dwarfs, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords. In the building page, he found the fort building. He chose a location and started building immediately. Soon, a level 1 fort appeared before everyone's eyes. Fang Hao upgraded the fort to level 5 and built large amounts of residential buildings and warehouses inside. This provided accommodation for the accompanying orcs and humans. The warehouses were used to store supplies. He then made a vast number of single beds and living supplies. Taking advantage of the hundredfold increase, Fang Hao didn't mind the bit of resource waste. With the buildings and items prepared, the soldiers began patrolling the buildings. This place would serve as their base for attacking the desolate battlefield. Once everything was settled, Fang Hao gave Black Sword some simple instructions, handing over the whole place to Black Sword. He then performed a demon teleportation, taking Angia and Demetria directly back to his main city. They appeared outside the Lord's mansion. Without waiting for Fang Hao's command, Angia was the first to shout, Era, I'm so hungry. Era came out of the room with a smile. Good, we have a feast tonight. On the other side, Dong Jiayu and Heavy Arrow, with an army of 50,000, had arrived at the dwarf camp. The doors of the camp were tightly shut, with dwarfs holding fire guns on the walls, pointing their muzzles at the army beneath. Dong Jiayu and Heavy Arrow were guarded in the middle. We just want to talk to your leader. If he is unwilling to talk, it might be easier to level this place, Dong Jiayu told the three dwarfs. Lords, please give us some time. I will bring the message to our leader. We will not start a war, the dwarf quickly answered. They were aware that the 50,000 army before them was only a small part of the undead army. Let alone over 1,000 of them in this camp. Even if it was the dwarf's dwelling, the 8 Peaks Mountain, it wouldn't be able to withstand an army this large. Good, our lord also does not wish to initiate a war. We hope that this meeting can be concluded peacefully, Dong Jiayu continued. Absolutely. Good, let them leave, said Dong Jiayu. The undead troops made way. 3 dwarves slowly walked towards the camp. Only after confirming that the undead army had no intention of attacking, the city gate cracked open slightly, allowing the 3 to enter. Afterwards, the gate was shut again. Until half an hour later. The gate reopened, and the red-bearded dwarf came again, whispering, Sir, our leader invites the 2 of you to come in for a discussion. I'm afraid, it's only the 2 of you. Upon hearing this news, Dong Jiayu's face turned cold. This dwarf was actually too self-important. Even at this point, he still couldn't see the situation clearly. Miss Dong Jiayu, I think we should just kill them all. We have to go back before it gets dark, Heavy Arrow suggested some action. The division of responsibilities between the 2 was explicit. Although Dong Jiayu could fight, she could only be considered a decently agile militiaman. She had no way to match a hero. For this occasion, she served as the negotiator and Heavy Arrow as the general. Dong Jiayu looked at Red-Beard Dwarf and continued, "In 10 minutes if your dwarf leader doesn't come out, I'll launch an attack. It depends on him if he continues to be arrogant or wants to drag all of you into a burial with him." "Yes, okay." The Red-Beard Dwarf turned pale, turned around, and scurried back. Indeed, in less than 10 minutes, the city gate opened again. A dwarf clad in heavy armor, wearing a bullhorn helmet and a gray-white beard, walked out. Behind him, 5 strong-looking dwarves followed. Walking to the front of the undead ranks with large strides, his deep voice rang out, "Belerga welcomes friends of the undead clan." The undead army cleared a path, and the dwarf walked into the middle of the formation. Meanwhile, Dong Jiayu saw the other party's name. Ironbird Belerga, Purple Tier 4 Hero. Belerga wore a gold and silver alternating horned helmet, and a dense, long, gray-white beard on his chin. Like iron wires, it was braided into 5 slender twists. "I am Belerga, the leader of Bagang Peak, of 8 Peaks Mountain. What should I call you?" Belerga's tone was noticeably displeased, his suppressed anger reflecting in his words. "Dong Jiayu, and this is General Heavy Arrow," Dong Jiayu introduced in an indifferent manner. Her calmness exuded the self-possession of a seasoned negotiator. Belerga curiously examined the strange alliance before him. From the city wall, he had only seen a vast number of undead below, but only after walking to the middle of the formation did he realize that he was dealing with a human. The gathering of the undead and living creatures piqued his curiosity about the origins of this army. "So, Miss Dong Jiayu, what is the purpose of besieging my camp this time?" Belerga continued. "It's nothing serious. Our lord was passing by with the army and heard that the dwarves had set up camp here. He sent me to ask if you would meet him tomorrow," Dong Jiayu replied calmly. As Fang Hao predicted, the leader of this team was indeed a dwarf hero. And a purple hero at that. Although he was unsure of his skills or attributes, his basic attributes already placed him among the top tier of heroes. Belerga was stunned. This was beyond his prediction. They came all this way just to inform him to meet their lord tomorrow. What did this mean? "I don't seem to be familiar with your lord. I wonder what he would like to discuss with me." Belerga probed further. "Belerga leader, our lord's willingness to talk is a good thing for you. I think you also do not want both parties to use a more simplified way to deal with this matter." Dong Jiayu darted a glance at him, adding a note of warning in her words. Fang Hao had sent Dong Jiayu and Heavy Arrow for 2 considerations. If the other party was willing to talk, Fang Hao didn't want to be the villain who attacked anyone in sight. But if they didn't want to talk, the situation would be much simpler. He wouldn't allow a camp that could potentially observe his military movements to exist in his vicinity. A dwarf hero and a skeleton dwarf hero made no difference to him. "Yua." Belerga's face turned cold, his eyes filling with fury. However, considering the situation at hand, Belerga had no choice but to agree after a few whispered words with the dwarves who accompanied him. "All right, I will visit your lord tomorrow." "Yes, this is exactly what we intended to see," Dong Jiayu nodded. Belerga snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Behind him continued the voice of Dong Jiayu, "By the way, don't let your people out of the city at night. There are quite a few undead warriors around here. They can't distinguish friend or foe. It would be disastrous if there were casualties." Belerga's expression hardened even more. This comment was a warning not to try to escape. This was unbearable. Having been driven out from 8 Peaks Mountain, he couldn't believe he once again had to face this humiliation here. Belerga left in large strides, returning to his camp, and the city gates were heavily shut again. Dong Jiayu and Heavy Arrow turned directions, moving toward where they had set their camp. The next morning came. After Fang Hao woke up, he simply freshened up and had breakfast. He activated the demon teleportation to return to the desolate battlefield camp. The army was ready. Everyone was awake, preparing for today's operations. Fang Hao and his companions suddenly appeared in the middle of the camp without attracting anyone's attention. As if they were invisible, everyone was busy with their own tasks. Upon entering the command post, he saw Dong Jiayu, who was accompanying several dwarves. "Brother Hao." "Ahem. My lord, This is Chief Belerga from the Eight Peaks Mountain, Dong Jiayu introduced as Fang Hao entered. Then she introduced Fang Hao to the dwarves. This is our lord, Fang Hao. Fang Hao glanced at Belerga. Like the other dwarves, his limbs were extremely developed and he was wearing golden and silver armor. The two huge horns on his helmet made him nearly as tall as Fang Hao. Welcome, Chief Belerga. Fang Hao warmly greeted him while taking a seat at the head. 10 dwarves had come in total. Apart from Belerga who was seated, the others stood behind him. The higher back of the chair blocked their view. Of course, Fang Hao didn't mind this. If they preferred to stand, he wouldn't insist. Upon seeing the 3 people who had entered, Belerga became more confused. A human lord, an undead army, orcs, lizardmen, this was downright madness. When did all these unrelated races gather together? And form a territory? Sir, what do you want from me by calling me here today? Belerga skipped the formalities and went straight to the point. I heard you and your men are in a difficult situation. No, that's absolutely slanderous rumors. Chief Belerga, I have a vast territory and need people to populate and develop it. Perhaps we can cooperate and survive together on this land. It will offer a better living environment and provide your followers with a better life, Fang Hao calmly proposed. Despite Belerga's denials about his desperate situation, Fang Hao continued with his proposal. What do you mean? Belerga's brows furrowed. It's simple. Join my territory. I provide protection for you and your men, and you work for me. Don't you dare think that I'll submit to you undead. No way. Belerga roared violently, his iron wire-like beard trembling slightly. Don't refuse so quickly. Are you prepared to let your followers scrape a living in the desolate battlefield? Even if you can support them for a while, how long can you keep it up? Fang Hao took a sip of fruit wine and continued, autumn's here, and winter is coming. Why do you think the other dwarves of the Eight Peaks Mountain spared you? They're waiting for you to freeze to death in winter, saving them the trouble. Don't you want to take back everything that is rightfully yours and prove you're not a failed leader? Fang Hao spoke slowly, but Belerga's face started to darken. He had been acting all along, but he hadn't expected that Fang Hao already knew everything. Clearly and surely. Who exactly are you and how do you know about the affairs of the Eight Peaks Mountain? It wasn't hard for Fang Hao to find out about the events in the Eight Peaks Mountain. Connecting some scattered pieces of information could allow one to speculate about all of it. I'm merely an ordinary lord. Inside my territory, undead, humans, orcs, trolls all live peacefully. If you join, I can assure your safety, and provide ample food as well as warm clothing. Belerga fell silent. He was unable to refute a single word of the man in front of him. The man was right. If they didn't have enough food reserves and warm clothing before winter, his over 1,000 people would be waiting for death. How long could they sustain themselves by picking through the trash in the desolate battlefield? I need to think about it, said Belerga. All right. I will give you some time. I will be here tomorrow morning, waiting for your answer. Okay. With that, Belerga rose from his seat and led his people out. Only after they had left the city gates did Angia speak up. Those dwarves are so short. Your comment is, as if you didn't say anything. At that moment, Black Sword came in. My lord, everything is ready. We can set off at any time. Okay. Let's go. Yes, my lord. 9 o'clock in the morning. The massive army marched into the desolate battlefield, leaving behind footprints on the deep red land that resembled trails of blood. They'd learned from the dwarfs that injuries could lead to toxic infections. The number of living creatures in the army was reduced. To lessen the chances of casualties, Fang Hao's body remained outside the battlefield at the fortress. He controlled the demon doll, rode the bone horse, and advanced with the troops. After several days of diligent practice, his ability to control dolls had become increasingly proficient. Even now, he could simultaneously control his own body and the doll without any distractions. However, controlling both to fight simultaneously was still quite challenging. What he could do was to control one side finely and slow down on the other. The troop advanced forward. About 500 meters into their journey, they encountered something. Monster-like rotten corpses crawled out of the ground, staring at the incoming undead army in the distance. Rotten Dwarf, Tier 4. Rotten Giant Bear, Tier 3. Rotten Warrior, Tier 5. Rotten Horse, Tier 2. Rotten. It seemed these were the rotten corpses referred to by the dwarfs. Those who were infected and didn't receive treatment would eventually turn into these monsters. However, these rotten monsters were vastly different from standard corpses. Their bodies weren't rigid in the least. On the contrary, they appeared more flexible than normal humans and possessed great strength. Looking at these monsters, Fang Hao was reminded of the tainted soldiers he encountered in the dragon tomb. They were strikingly similar to the monsters in front of him right now, and just as agile. The cause of their corruption probably had something to do with the bodies of powerful creatures. The number of the crawling tainted monsters kept increasing. There were corrupted animals, but more of them were rotten soldiers clad in the remnants of rusted armor. All sorts of creatures mixed together. They numbered nearly 10,000 and more kept appearing. No wonder nobody has ever dared to enter here. The army of the corrupted alone was more than a match for an ordinary force. Prepare to attack, a hoarse voice issued from the mouth of the demon doll. Or perhaps not from its mouth, as its hollow lower jaw remained shut. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shields of the skeleton warriors went up, forming a crisscrossed iron wall. Battle drum. Boom, boom, boom. The drum of the undead resonated, a gray-white halo spreading out and enveloping the undead army. First and second ranks, release the lightning strike. Fang Hao continued to issue orders. The signal officer spurred his horse and passed the orders in all directions. In the first and second ranks were the skeleton warriors. Right hands forming into lightning war spears that shimmered with blue thunderbolts. Then, the warriors hurled the lightning strikes straight forward. Boom, 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 ZZT. The lightning spears bombed the camp of corrupted beings, causing large areas of confusion. The current rapidly spread out, linking nearby rotten creatures together. Their bodies trembled like they were being electrocuted. A large number of rotten creatures melted into the dark red soil like butter under the thunderstrike. After 2 rounds of lightning strikes, large areas of rotten anomalies continued their reckless charge. The skeleton warriors and pikemen in the rear began to form lightning spears in their right hands. They hurled the lightning spears, killing the charging rotten creatures as if they were crazed dogs. Boom, 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 boom. Soon, the rotten creatures reached the front line. Their bodies harshly collided against the iron wall of the warriors. With their powerful charge force, many rotten creatures broke through the first line of the shield formation. They rushed into the ranks. But behind the first shield wall was another, and even behind that was the spear wall. The rotten creatures that had just rushed in were immediately hacked by weapons on all sides. Turned into ashes. At the same time, the skeleton archers, under the guidance of the heavy arrows, began a series of simultaneous shots. The undead mages, their magic missiles formed a dark sky above the army, falling on the enemy in a parabolic curve, causing massive damage. The skeleton army held their ground without advancing, resisting the endlessly emerging rotten creatures. The army was like an unyielding mountain, with only the signal officer constantly moving through the ranks, passing down one order after another. The sound of battle grew louder and louder. Corrupted creatures from the depths of the earth also started to crawl out. By then, there weren't any corrupted beasts anymore. All that emerged were differently equipped rotten human soldiers. After they crawled out, they found some rotten weapons around, picked them up, and continued the attack. The sound of the shield wall being struck echoed. Corrupted creatures continuously found ways to break in, only to be eliminated. Archers and mages in the rear continuously inputted output, the sky overcast with a gloomy dome as magic bullets and arrows soared through the air. 3 hours later, the battle gradually came to a close. The deep red ground was now covered in wounds and scars. A vista of burnt, deep pits and scattered arrows filled the view. This battle was nothing more than a war of attrition. The corrupted creatures held an absolute advantage on this land. If Fang Hao had brought a living creature army today, then the rule of infecting living creatures on the battlefield would have been extremely disadvantageous for the attacker. If anyone gets injured, they will become infected and turn into a corrupted monster. This was more like a subplot from a biochemical crisis, with the number of monsters only increasing as the battle progressed. It eventually turned into an endless, unbeatable war. Fang Hao, however, led an undead army. Even if both sides clashed, their bones would not become corrupted monsters. As a result, many concerns were put to rest. At the end of the battle, the corrupted monsters would turn into rotten ash after death. They left no corpse behind but dropped many rare resources. Death Trace, Shadow Stones, and Essence of Magic were in great abundance. The value of these rare resources far exceeded most of the war spoils. It could be considered a huge gain from this battle. Move forward, clean up the battlefield along the way, and be careful of enemies, Fang Hao commanded. The army continued to advance. Shield warriors, with iron shields in hand, stepped directly over the battlefield. And the soldiers behind began to collect the war spoils scattered all over the ground, including arrows. The team continued to move forward, encountering several waves of attacks by corrupted monsters. They were repelled one after the other. At 4 p.m., a collapsed stone tower appeared in front of the army. The tower was cut off at waist height, the upper part of it had fallen to the side, with most of it buried in the soil. The stone tower was severely weathered and extremely dilapidated. The sudden appearance of a tower here made people somewhat curious. "Sir, there have been no corrupted monsters in this area. There might be threats inside the stone tower." Black Sword walked over from the front and said to Fang Hao. This was indeed a thing of concern. Corrupted monsters had appeared along the way, but none had appeared near this place. It was very likely that more powerful enemies nearby had already killed the living creatures before they could transform into corrupted monsters and had cleared out their bodies. As a result, there were no corrupted monsters crawling out of this plot of land. "All right, arrange for some people to go check it out," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, sir." Black Sword agreed and then immediately went to prepare. Soon, 2 skeleton warriors came straight out of the team and approached the stone tower. The skeleton warriors approached with their metal iron boots clanging on the hard stone steps. Just as they approached the hollowed arch of the stone tower, the entire architecture of the stone tower trembled violently. Shashing. The rustling sound rose, as if numerous tentacles were rapidly climbing, making one's hairs stand on end. Black Sword issued a retreat command. Just as the 2 skeleton warriors turned around, from the broken top of the stone tower lunged a giant, dark red centipede. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the 2 skeleton warriors, chewing their bones and swallowing them into its stomach. Carrion Centipede, 10th Order. The centipede was over 10 meters long, its body covered in dark red scales, the underside a dense array of tiny legs, coiled around the stone tower. On the edge of the centipede's huge mouth, sharp teeth shaped like saw teeth were full, chewing on broken bones and staring at the undead army that appeared below. For a while, both sides were dumbfounded, with neither side taking the initiative to attack first. Fang Hao widened his eyes, somewhat surprised at the centipede in front of him. Looking at its name, Carrion Centipede, it should have been the one that ate all the corrupted monsters nearby. That's why no corrupted monsters appeared near the stone tower. Looking at it from above, its bug-like round eyes observing the undead army, it can be seen that this centipede possesses a certain level of intelligence. Fang Hao observed it, but the next second, the carrion centipede slithered down from the stone tower and charged straight at them. Looking at its saw-toothed teeth constantly writhing and its speed of attack, it obviously wasn't here to negotiate. Fang Hao directly ordered, "Attack!" Clash. All the skeleton soldiers drew their weapons, and in the right hand of the first row of skeleton warriors, the spear of thunder and lightning appeared. Just as they were about to throw it at the target, they saw the carrion centipede plunge its head down. Its whole body drilled straight into the ground. The ground began to bulge rapidly, quickly getting closer. "Be careful with the ground," Fang Hao roared. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the continuously bulging dirt mounds had already reached under his carriage. Without any hesitation, he spread his bat wings and flew straight up into the air. Just as he took off, beneath the carriage, the corruption centipede broke through the ground, standing straight up, swallowing the carriage along with the bone horse into its stomach. Surrounded by skeleton warriors, a dense barrage of arrows shot at the emerging centipede. Ding ding ding. The arrows hit the centipede's scale armor, making a clashing noise. The centipede, seeing more and more people gathering around, plunged its head back into the ground. Dirt mounds kept spinning under the army's feet, causing chaos among the troops. Fang Hao was fluttering his bat wings, hovering in midair. He was somewhat surprised that the carrion centipede attacked him first. It seemed that it had heard him giving commands and decided to kill him first. It was rather intelligent. A 10th order mutant monster with high intelligence indeed posed some challenge. However, there was only one such monster, and it posed no real threat to them. He flew down again, behind the army, and gave out a few more orders. Nisbet and the Bone Dragon, following the army, began to approach the central area. Standing in the middle of the troops, waiting for the centipede's next attack. Soon, the carrion centipede, constantly moving underground, found another opportunity to attack. Its body suddenly burst from the ground, swallowing several skeleton warriors in one gulp. After striking successfully, it wanted to burrow back into the ground. But from the corner of its eye, the centipede beast saw a dog-headed skeleton nearby, pointing at it. A dark cloud swiftly appeared above its head. Bang! Its body, which could previously break through the ground, instead hit the earth directly. After a muffled sound, the centipede beast felt a bit dizzy from the impact. The centipede beast was taken aback, not understanding why it could not penetrate the ground. It tried again. Boom. The result was the same. Its forehead smashed heavily into the ground, leaving it disoriented. Just then, in the sky, a colossal bone dragon swiftly swooped down, its claws seizing the body of the centipede beast. Taking it aloft. In the air, the dragon claws forcefully pulled apart, trying to rip the body of the centipede beast in half. The centipede beast writhed in pain, its body wrapping around the dragon claw and its sharp, serrated teeth biting down. But the dragon's claws were armed with iron armor. Even with sharp teeth, it could only distort the iron armor. Amid the struggles of the centipede beast, its body was torn into two halves. Green blood fell from the sky. The centipede beast was split in two yet still struggled, attacking the bone dragon furiously, attempting to break free to survive. But the bone dragon's strength and airborne advantage utterly surpassed that of the centipede beast. The bone dragon circled in the air with the centipede beast. The rear of the undead troops was immediately flooded with hordes of skeleton giant bats and skeleton pseudo-dragon guards, covering the two halves of the centipede beast's body. Tearing at the flesh while feasting. The centipede beast's dark red scales were ripped off one by one, its flesh along with green blood, incessantly falling from the sky. The centipede beast's struggles became weaker and weaker, until it hung lifelessly from the dragon's claw. It was then that the bone dragon let go of its claw, hurling the beast from the sky. Nisbet, who had been standing by, immediately struck it with a few massive axes as soon as it landed. Killed the centipede beast on the spot. The head of the centipede beast no longer struggled, but the remaining tail sections continued to wriggle. Just in case, the soldiers slashed wildly at its tail. They only ceased their attack when the body of the centipede beast had become completely still. Fang Hao and a few others walked over from the rear, confirming its death. They began to clean up the battlefield. "Collect the cadaver and bring it back," said Fang Hao. Even though he didn't fancy centipede-like soldier types. A creature with tier 10 strength, along with some unique abilities, still held certain advantages. He decided to take it back first to increase the number of soldier types in the skeleton conversion field. Whether it would be recruited or not would have to be decided later. After the order, the troops began to clean the battlefield and treat the wounded. There were 2 wounded orc messengers nearby, their wounds beginning to rot. As Fang Hao ordered the retreat, he cast a healing spell for the orcs. Like the 2 dwarves had said, the Holy Light spell had a strong effect on the rot. It stopped the spreading of the injury, and even helped the wounds heal. A single battle had continued up until 7 in the morning. Fang Hao marked the location of the stone tower on the map and returned directly to the camp. After returning to the camp, he delegated the work to Black Sword and others, carrying the corpse of the centipede himself into the transport light curtain with 2 other leaders. "Do you think this creature is edible?" Angia asked, following Fang Hao. Fang Hao ignored her, directly ordering his men to toss the centipede into the transformation pool. The next day, early morning. Fang Hao got up early to visit the skeleton conversion field. The centipede beast transformed from yesterday should also be finished by now. Upon reaching the transformation field, he saw the centipede beast clinging to a nearby building. Undead Centipede, Tier 9. Undead Centipede, Tier 9. Faction: Undead. Racial characteristics: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness, Centipede, Subterranean. Skills: Bite, Swallow. Innate abilities: Advanced Crawling Mastery, Advanced Hunting Mastery. Centipede can crawl on ground, walls, and ceilings to hunt prey. Subterranean: its robust lower jaw can dig winding tunnels underground, approaching prey quickly and stealthily. Bite: a close-range attack, its mighty teeth can easily shatter an enemy's armor and bones. Swallow: the centipede swallows small enemies it is grappling. Note: this skeleton creature, converted from a corpse, still retains the characteristics and attack modes it had when alive. The centipede in front of him was somewhat different from the skeletons transformed in the past. Its appearance is more like that of bloodless arthropods, possessing a desiccated, hard animal carapace. Even though it has become an undead creature, the myriad tiny legs beneath its abdomen are still somewhat unsettling to see. He dispatched it to the outskirts of the city to complete patrol duties along with skeleton soldiers. Having seen the new troops converted yesterday, Mr. Fang Hao's curiosity was sated. After breakfast, he used demon teleportation again, arriving at the desolate battlefield fortress. Just like yesterday, as soon as he entered the main hall, he saw the waiting dwarf, Ironbird Belerga. It seemed that these dwarfs had reached a decision yesterday and were waiting here for him early on. Seeing Fang Hao enter, the dwarf sitting in the chair quickly got up. Mr. Fang Hao. His attitude was much more respectful than yesterday, giving Fang Hao a hint about what their answer might be. Good morning, Chief Belerga. Fang Hao greeted with a faint smile. After saying this, Fang Hao directly sat down in front of the table. Seeing Fang Hao sit down, Belerga also sat. The few dwarfs behind him stood respectfully to one side in silence. Fang Hao needed to continue his exploration of the desolate battlefield and had no time to beat around the bush. So, he asked directly, Chief Belerga, have you decided? Belerga's eyes flickered. In the end, he spoke solemnly. I still want to confirm something. If we were to join your territory, where would we be assigned to? Joining the territory meant becoming one of its members. They would have to work for the Lord, Fang Hao, but also would have a new place to live. Preferably, they wanted to select a suitable location. As a matter of fact, my troops just subdued the Bloody Mountains not long ago. There are an astonishing number of ore veins there. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to settle there. Fang Hao spoke indifferently. These dwarfs came from 8 Peaks Mountain. Just by its name, one would know it was a mountainous region. In the Bloody Mountains, all of the trolls in that entire region had been killed, leaving only 70,000 people. It made sense to have these dwarfs settle there, perfectly satisfying the lifestyle habits of the dwarfs. Similarly, upon hearing Fang Hao's answer, something seemed to change in Belerga's expression. Although he had never been to the Bloody Mountains, the existence of a trade alliance building made him aware that it was troll territory. Trolls were inherently brutal, born to be mighty warriors. Furthermore, the troll ruler was the orange hero, Caius. Even 8 Peaks Mountain in the past did not desire to deal with or conflict with trolls. However, he didn't expect the young human in front of him to casually mention that he had flattened the Bloody Mountains. This certainly befits the warfare style of the Undead clan. Seeing the changing expression on Belerga's face, Fang Hao asked, Does Chief Belerga have any other questions? Belerga confirmed once more, how many trolls are left? 70,000. Belerga's heart tightened. This was almost akin to extermination. Such a vast area had only 70,000 people left. This man was a killing god. It was fortunate that they didn't conflict with Fang Hao, otherwise they would have been annihilated by this undead force in a matter of minutes. After a moment of silence, Belerga finally made a decision. My lord, we wish to join your territory and follow your commands. After saying this, he stood up, leading the dwarfs behind him to bow towards Fang Hao. Good. Welcome to our ranks, Belerga. Sign this, and then you can take your people home to pack up. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the Bloody Fort. Finding a purple hero scroll in the Book of Lords, Fang Hao handed it to Belerga. The highest level hero scroll that could be found on the market was purple. There was no orange or dark gold scrolls available for sale. According to the merchants, reaching the orange hero level meant becoming the leader of a force. No one was willing to let the orange scroll circulate on the market, hence no orange scrolls were produced. Seeing the purple hero scroll, Belerga's face became a bit unsightly. After signing it, he would no longer be free and would permanently have to follow Fang Hao's orders. But he didn't have any other choices. If he did, he wouldn't have come here early in the morning, waiting for Fang Hao. He cut his finger directly and pressed it onto the hero scroll. A purple light emerged from the scroll and directly entered Belerga's body. With that, the pact was sealed. Ironbird Belerga, your current loyalty score is 65. That's not particularly low. Fang Hao immediately opened Belerga's stats, examining them closely. Ironbird Belerga, purple tier 4 hero. Affiliation. Dwarf. Template. Purple. Racial traits. Living creature. Robust physique. Royal bloodline. Legion talent. Never defeated. Dwarf leader. Skills. Ancestor's hammer. Rage leap slash. Firearm adept. Magma power. Magma master. Inherent skills. Advanced strength mastery. Advanced defense mastery. Advanced tactical mastery. Advanced command mastery. Advanced area forging mastery. Robust physique. Dwarf's physical strength plus 5%. Royal bloodline. Melee capability plus 10%. Dwarf charismatic attraction plus 50%. Never defeated. This unit leads a dwarf army, will never rout for any reason. Dwarf leader. Only formidable leadership skills and Iron-like will can lead the race toward victory. Command dwarves. All attributes plus 50%. Ancestor's hammer. The weapon in hand strikes the front enemy, causes 100% damage. Every 5 points of rage increases the Ancestor's hammer's critical hit chance by 1%, requires either an axe or hammer. Rage leap slash leap into the air. Inflict 80% damage on enemies and reduce their movement speed by 60% for 3 seconds. Firearm adept. All firearm class equipment and devices, effects increase by an extra 20%. Magma power. Proficient control over fire. Magma master comes with a blueprint for giant magma furnace, a building plan automatically unlocked after recruiting the hero. I-1/4 description. I am the legitimate heir of the 8 Peaks Mountain. This is the will of the ancestors. I-1/4. Seeing Belerga's stats, Fang Hao was somewhat astounded. The dwarf standing before him, wearing a horned helmet and slinging an axe by his side, surprisingly possessed the bloodline of royalty. Based on the description, there seems to involve a dispute for inheritance. However, even Caius Meatfist of the Bloodridge Mountains is only an orange hero. Belerga, the legitimate heir, merely possesses purple level 4 capabilities. No wonder he was expelled by his clan and lost his inheritance rights. The other surprisingly fact for Fang Hao was that Belerga also comes with a building plan. The Book of Lords unlocked that blueprint after his recruitment. This is similar to Nelson. However, whereas Nelson unlocked the Viscera Museum, Belerga's was seemingly a forge. This doesn't need to be rushed. Once the dwarves reach the Bloodridge Mountains, Fang Hao can teleport them directly to build the furnace. The dwarves' forging technology is higher, they should be able to smelt fine iron. After inspecting his properties, Fang Hao said, "All right, Belerga. Tell your tribesmen to get their required belongings ready. I will arrange for someone to escort you to the Bloodridge Mountains when the time comes." "Yes, my lord," Belerga respectfully responded. As a descendant of royalty, his pride had been worth little since he was exiled, now leading a life of vagrancy. The pitiful state of his tribesmen, the revenge of 8 Peaks Mountain, motivated him to persevere. Here is no place for the survival of his kind. Scavenging weaponry from the desolate battlefield was not enough, they would never reclaim what they had lost. Joining Fang Hao and moving to a more suitable location was the only means to bring about change. They had no second choice, and Fang Hao did not provide one either. Seeing Fang Hao had nothing else to say, Belerga left the Grand Hall with his tribesmen, heading back to their camp to prepare their departure. After seeing the dwarfs off, Fang Hao summoned his puppet, spreading bat wings behind him and flew towards the stone tower. The road from the fortress to the stone tower, after clearing away monsters, was now leveled and well marked. A constant flow of construction resources was transported from the fortress to the stone tower. Everything was proceeding as planned. The puppet bat wings, inherited from Red Duke, an orange hero, were extremely fast. It didn't take long for Fang Hao to arrive at the stone tower's location. The troops had already set off, continuing to clear out the re-emerging corrupted monsters. My lord. As Fang Hao landed, Black Sword and others advanced to salute him. All right, let's move on. Fang Hao commanded. Black Sword responded. The troops began advancing again. As the troops moved deeper into enemy territory, the rank and numbers of the corrupted monsters was increasing. Apart from the corrupted soldiers around the edges, a few corrupted trolls began appearing. However, without exception, the weapons and armors of these corrupted monsters had all deteriorated. They presented no difficulties to kill. Relying on their overwhelming numbers and superior equipment, they pushed forward relentlessly. Thorough cleaning of monsters was needed to prepare the foundation for the following transport. Not a single corrupted creature was overlooked, ensuring the safety of the rear convoy. 2 hours later, an abandoned village appeared in front of the team. Brick walls had collapsed, and the village houses, eroded over the years, had turned into ruins. Bricks and stones were scattered, and the beams had turned into ashes. The transport team needed landmarks. In other words, the convoy transporting supplies in the rear needed a distinctive landmark to determine their location on the map. Unlike transmigrants like Fang Hao, who on the big map, have a light point to show their location. Local residents needed to rely on significant buildings to discern location and direction. Therefore, the village in front of them was such a landmark. As they approached the village, they could see traces left on the walls. It seemed that this village had not only eroded over time but also bore signs of many past battles. The village was quiet. The silence, however, only heightened a sense of danger. From the rear of the team, 50 undead mages were chosen. Arcs of magic missiles were hurled at the village. Bang bang bang. A cloud of dust later, numerous large bat-like creatures rose from the ground. They hovered densely in the sky. There are indeed monsters, and they can fly too. Ambush demons, Tier 8. These creatures were huge, with 2 large wings. They circled in the sky, very much like a type of fish called batoid that Fang Hao had seen at the aquarium. Because this type of fish greatly differed from ordinary fish, they were also referred to as devilfish. Their bodies, like the devilfish, were composed of soft tissue and muscles. By flapping their fins like bat wings, they could fly into the sky. This kind of ambush demon appeared like a dark cloak. They clung to the walls and the dark corners of the village, ready to catch any prey that wandered there. Having a strong ability to camouflage, only when they flew into the sky, would they reveal their gray-white abdomen. From the centipede beast of yesterday to the ambush demons of today. It made people feel that the creatures that could survive here had experienced severe mutations. Powerful and ugly were the first impressions these monsters gave. The ambush demons circled continuously in the air, with thousands of them in number. With their ugly heads, they stared at the army of the Whitebone below. The threat brought by the Whitebone army prevented them from launching an attack, but they had no intention of leaving either. Long-range archers attack. Pseudo-dragons and giant bats get ready to wipe out these monsters. Fang Hao directly commanded. Yes, sir. The messenger immediately passed on the command, and the sound of bowstrings tightening echoed in the archers' ranks. Then, a flurry of arrows covered the ambush demons in the sky. Swish swish swish. In a blink of an eye, the ambush demons were turned into porcupines and fell from the sky. And the remaining surviving monsters didn't attack, but started to flee in all directions. From both sides, a large number of skeleton pseudo-dragon guards and skeleton giant bats flew out again, chasing and killing the fleeing monsters. They were eaten up completely. The bones of these ambush demons were small, and most of their bodies consisted of soft tissues and muscles. After being eaten clean, they looked just like skinned rats. The fight ended quickly. Only a few skeleton giant bats were lost, and no other losses were incurred. The deeper they went, the more the number of corrupted enemies increased. All kinds of strange bugs with odd and massive mutated bodies launched attacks against this sudden undead army. On the third day of entering the desolate battlefield, following the markers on the map, the army finally approached the temple. The area of the desolate battlefield was vast. The army wasn't tasked with clearing the entire area, but rather, according to the route, clearing a path to the temple. "Sir, the temple can be seen up ahead," someone reported. Fang Hao nodded and looked up at the mountain, where a majestic palace could be seen. Perched on the mountainside, palaces and lofty halls soared high. The palace rooftops were covered with glazed tiles, and jade railings wrapped around the stacked stones. However, it had been left unattended for far too long. The walls were covered with a layer of iron color. Nonetheless, standing beneath it was like looking up at a celestial palace, grand and magnificent. Proceed with caution, beware of enemies along the way. Upon command, the army continued to press forward. Below the mountain, a city encased by thick walls lay. The city walls still stood tall. The wooden parts of the city gate were already rotting, and various metal parts, covered in rust, were scattered everywhere. "My lord, there are some special circumstances ahead. Black Sword Leader requests your presence." A soldier relayed the message once again. Fang Hao controlled the puppet, all along staying in the middle of the army. Upon hearing the soldier's message, he finally spread his wings and flew to the front of the formation. As Black Sword and his men were gazing into the city from the gate, Fang Hao landed at their side. He was momentarily taken aback by the scene within the city. In the open space within the city walls, was a countless number of golden-armored soldiers kneeling neatly in rows. Corrupted Temple Guardians, Tier 10. Corrupted Temple Knights, Tier 10. The enemies were mainly in three categories: Corrupted Temple Guardians, Corrupted Temple Flag Bearers, and Corrupted Temple Knights. The soldiers were tall and burly, their backs erect as they knelt, a long halberd placed in their right hand and resting on the ground. Within these troops, there were a few soldiers holding flagpoles. However, the flags that once topped these poles had long rotted away, leaving nothing but bare poles. The golden-armored soldiers, who must have been kneeling there for countless years, were covered in dust and their armor was patched and speckled. Through the gaps in the armor, rotten sackcloth clothing and blackened skin could be seen. If the enemy's tiers and names were displayed, it meant that these soldiers still possess combat capabilities. No need to probe any further, these enemies still have fighting capabilities, and they have all reached Tier 10 as well. "Get ready for battle," Fang Hao directly stated. "Yes, my lord," Black Sword responded. He began to issue sets of commands. All soldiers began to mobilize and prepare for the attack. The enemies remained dormant ahead. This brought an advantage to our side. Leading the offensive were flocks of skeleton giant bats. Their short hind legs clutched onto bombs as they flew towards the golden-armored soldiers. As they barely flew over the city walls, the golden-armored soldiers who were originally kneeling, started to move. They slowly stood up, their hollow eyes looking at the mob of bats surging in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden-armored soldiers, whose equipped crossbows had already rotted away, could only throw partially rotten lances into the sky. But it had little to no effect. At this point, behind the golden-armored soldiers, from the base of the mountain, a large number of contaminated avian soldiers took flight and headed straight for them. They entangled with the skeleton giant bats in the sky. However, the volume of avian troops couldn't compare to that of the skeleton giant bats. When the skeleton giant bats reached the space above the golden-armored soldiers, the bombs were dropped like rain, falling all over the ground. After the skeleton giant bats completed their task, they showed no inclination to stay and fight. Just as they had arrived, they left, swiftly retreating to the back of the undead's formation. In the meantime, the avian species were almost entirely devoured by the large group of skeleton giant bats. Boom, 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 boom. Following the first bomb explosion, a series of explosions resounded inside the city walls. Dust and smoke filled the air, causing the entire land to tremble. When the explosions ceased, the ground was strewn with the limbs of golden armored soldiers. However, since they were Tier 10 troops, their inherent attributes provided them with a massive advantage. A considerable number of golden soldiers still survived. Compared to prior bombing campaigns against the Troll Coalition army, the golden soldiers had a higher survival rate. Furthermore, the contaminated soldiers, who were immune to pain, launched a counterattack despite missing a large part of their body. Following the explosion, the golden armored soldiers began their assault on the skeleton army. Meanwhile, within the White Bone army, Black Sword also issued the attack command. Attack! Whoosh! 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 Lightning strikes, magical missiles and arrows were rained down on the enemy's territory from far above. The disparity in numbers doomed the battle to be one-sided. Each golden armored soldier that broke through the city gates was struck by at least hundreds of magical spells and thousands of arrows. The city gates seemed like a barrier of death. Those who broke through fell in swaths, dying instantly. They turned into heaps of ashes, only leaving behind their battered armor, which gradually accumulated into a small hill. After several rounds of carpet bombing, all enemies were obliterated, leaving only armor and ashes in their wake. After the battle, everyone began collecting their spoils of war. On the way, in addition to the regular drops of shadow stones and traces of death, many traces of prayer and traces of divinity were also discovered. If traces were separated into common and rare, then these two kinds would undoubtedly be considered the rarest resources. After collecting the loot, the troops continued deeper into the city. The path to the palace atop the mountain was a steep stone stairway. Once it was confirmed there were no dangers within the city, everyone started to march up the mountain. The army trudged up the steps, advancing briskly. Finally, they arrived at the palace. The temple was much more magnificent and grand than what they had seen from the foot of the mountain. In front of the temple, a large copper door stood proudly. The sheer size of the door was beyond comprehension. The mountain initially appeared small, but the structure matched its size. Complex patterns were carved into the bronze gate. Symbols could be identified, alongside figures of towering deities looking down upon their diminutive followers. There were no triggers present on the gate. Arrange for the skeleton soldiers to forcefully push the gate. Accompanied by a screeching sound, the bronze door slowly creaked open. Behind the door was a grand hall. The ceiling and walls were adorned with numerous nightstones, which illuminated this ancient, dormant temple. Lifelike carvings adorned the temple's pillars, while images of numerous figures and animals were carved on either side of the walls. At the edge of the mural, a giant enveloped in thunder sat on a divine mountain, worshipped by the billions. Apparently, it was indeed the giant spirit. Just as Fang Hao was fascinated by the drawings on the walls. Whoosh! A sudden sound cut through the air. A cold sensation shot through Fang Hao's heart, only to see a blue beam of light burst out of a corner. Its target was not him, but rather the undead troops entering through the doorway. Bang! The blue beam exploded in an instant, disintegrating nearly 100 undead warriors who had just entered. Their bones were scattered. Fang Hao retreated to the gate using his bat wings. He then looked straight towards the corner where the blue beam had originated. A giant figure emerged, almost the size of a troll. A man, covered in blue scale armor and a massive cloak, stepped forward. The man had a thick beard, and his eyes were not hollow like the others outside. Lord of Thunder, quasi-god. Seeing the name and rank of the Lord of Thunder, Fang Hao frowned. Quasi-god. He had recently read many original books that contained some vague descriptions. Quasi-gods are also known as hero gods. The end of a hero god. Another type of quasi-god, birthed by the union of a mortal and a god. Because of their divine bloodline, they don't need to ascend like heroes and are born with immense power. Could it be that this Lord of Thunder, with a physique approaching that of a troll, is the son of some god in the mortal world? Finding a living quasi-god in this long-dormant temple was beyond Fang Hao's expectations. Considering the enemies he had encountered so far, All were corrupted and tainted monsters, resembling the undead rather than the living. It's surprising for you to have reached this far. The Lord of Thunder casually walked forward, devoid of any emotion in his voice. Really? You knew we were coming? Fang Hao inquired curiously. I heard the prayers of my servants. They spoke of an undead army slaughtering their kin, pleading for my help, said the Lord of Thunder. Fang Hao frowned. Are you the giant spirit god the trolls spoke of? Aren't I? You are far from what I had imagined, Fang Hao replied. Bearing in mind the massive heart in the temple where the trolls worshipped the giant spirit god exceeded the size of the human body. He had imagined the giant spirit god as a towering figure of a few dozen meters. But the figure before him stood only a little over 5 meters tall. Hey, I prefer this body. It doesn't use much energy, said the Lord of Thunder unenthusiastically. Then why didn't you help them? Why did you watch me level the trolls' territory? Fang Hao continued questioning, and behind his back, gestured his sword, the black blade. The Lord of Thunder, as if noticing Fang Hao's action, failed to react. Instead, he continued, rather than them, I wish to bestow my power upon you, a worshipper with ambition and wisdom. With slightly squinted eyes, Fang Hao looked at the quasi-god. The man spoke calmly, but his arrogance and indifference couldn't bear more clarity. He abandoned his once trolls and decided to support the trolls' enemy and transform them into his new disciples. Fang Hao was curious about the power he mentioned. What do I have to do, and what will I get? It's pretty simple. Just erect my statue in your realm and let the inhabitants worship me, the Lord of Thunder. In return, you will receive the power I bestow upon you. One day, when I achieve divinity, you will become the sole spokesperson. As the Lord of Thunder spoke, he spread his arms out passionately. Fang Hao remained unmoved by the animated Lord of Thunder. Simply put, the quasi-god before him needed the faith of his people to achieve some position. Ignoring whether he could achieve this position later, just by the way the Lord of Thunder treated the troll followers. If he were to agree, wouldn't his realm belong to the Lord of Thunder? And wouldn't he then be treated as a puppet lord? Moreover, this speech reminded him of the pie in the sky promises his boss used to make, which were insulting his intelligence. I believe what you're saying makes sense, Fang Hao responded. The Lord of Thunder was pleased, of course. However, the next second, Fang Hao stepped out of the temple gate. Simultaneously, a cold voice from outside echoed, "Kill him." Whoosh. Like a floodgate opening, the undead soldiers poured in from the massive bronze door. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with the undead who raised their weapons against the Lord of Thunder. As he saw the undead charging towards him, the Lord of Thunder realized too late that he had been played by that brat. Anger spread across his face instantly. You're courting death. I'll turn your territory into a wasteland. The Lord of Thunder roared. He pointed forward with his left hand. Countless arcs of blue thunder shot out from all around him, sweeping towards the incoming undead warriors. In an instant, a large number of undead warriors were struck by the thunder, their bones scattering to pieces. Even the shields in their hands were melting like molten lava under the onslaught of the thunder. The shield of the skeleton warrior was a blue equipment acquired by Fang Hao, crafted from pure iron and extremely heavy. But under the assault of the Lord of Thunder, it began to melt. It was clear how formidable the power of this lightning was. Arcs of blue electricity spread over the ground, the nearby skeleton warriors dying in droves. Fang Hao and the rest of the Black Sword group, standing at the entrance, were stunned by this spectacle. A quasi-god possessed such formidable power, the might unleashed by his skills far surpassed anything they had seen before. His slaughter was on a mass scale, causing death wherever he struck. Black Sword, bring up all the troops down below. I don't believe, with this many people, we still can't wear him down. Fang Hao ordered. Yes, sir. Black Sword moved to follow orders. The army began to form in a dense line along the mountain's stone steps. They were waiting for empty spots to open up at the front, so they could continue to engage the enemy in battle. Inside the hall, countless skeleton giant bats also rushed into the hall, launching their attacks and causing disturbances from the air. The face of the Lord of Thunder grew more grave by the moment. He released a thunderous barrier around himself, blocking the diving white bone bats and skeleton pseudo-dragons from the sky. The thunderous barrier was like a giant net flashing with thunder, which completely enveloped the Lord of Thunder. The skeleton giant bat foolishly crashed into the electric net like a moth to a flame. Although the Lord of Thunder was not injured, his expression became increasingly serious. The enemy outside was so numerous that he couldn't kill them all. He also caught sight of Fang Hao and the others in the distance beyond the door. He made several attempts to charge out and kill Fang Hao. But whether in the air or on the ground, each time he was pushed back to where he started by the massive undead soldiers. He couldn't get out, and the enemy couldn't easily attack him either. Just then, thunder erupted again from the Lord of Thunder, and a whole row of skeleton warriors fell. Glug glug. A few cylinder objects suddenly fell out of the chest cavity of the skeleton warriors, rolling underfoot. A sparking snake of electricity ignited the fuse on the cylinder, emitting a weak smoke. What is this? A magic scroll. The Lord of Thunder looked puzzled. But he didn't have time to analyze it further and quickly released several more bolts of lightning, slaying the charging undead soldiers. At that moment, the Lord of Thunder suddenly got a bad feeling. He looked down to see that the cylinders no longer emitted smoke. Was he being paranoid? Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion sent the body of the Lord of Thunder flying instantly. He slammed into the stone wall behind him and slowly fell down. But the next second, the Lord of Thunder stood up abruptly, his body wrapped in twisting thunder while his face was seething with rage. Damned undead, daring to injure him. And he noticed, these undead were trying to wear him down alive. If he continued combating them here, he would be drained of his spiritual power and stamina. Eventually, he would be killed here. He no longer wished to recruit the opponent as a believer. He wanted them to pay the price, to understand the cost of angering a deity. He glanced in the direction of the entrance. You've enraged a god, you'll receive the punishment you deserve. The moment his words fell, the Lord of Thunder's eyes suddenly turned silver gray, his pupils were like two gray pearls, and the rolling thunder gradually formed into a mysterious rune. Outside, Fang Hao stared at the sudden appearance of the dark clouds in the sky, and the thunder rolling within. His heart sank heavily. This guy was pulling out all the stops. Retreat. Let's move back. Fang Hao immediately ordered. He spread out his bat wings, grabbed Black Sword, and flew towards the bottom of the mountain. They hadn't flown too far when they heard a voice coming from within the temple, Thunderforge. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thick bolts of thunder fell from the dark clouds in the sky, covering the entire mountain range. The temple collapsed, the mountain shattered. The skeleton warriors inside the temple and halfway up the mountain were turned to ash under the onslaught of the thunder in the blink of an eye. Even their armor and weapons melted under the thunder, becoming molten iron. Fang Hao's heart pounded as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. This was much more powerful than Rolana. The dark clouds hadn't dispersed yet, but the thunder had already stopped. The Lord of Thunder, his hair disheveled, burst out of the collapsed mountain. With a speed as fast as lightning, he lunged towards Fang Hao. You little brat, where do you think you're going to run to? A full strike from the Lord of Thunder. It wiped out all the undead soldiers who had rushed onto the temple. However, at the same time, the Lord of Thunder saw a swarm of undead soldiers at the foot of the mountain. He never imagined that there would be so many people below the mountain. His gaze eventually landed on Fang Hao in the crowd. With a stamp of his foot, his figure burst forth. He closed in on Fang Hao's location at an astonishing speed, for only by killing him could he control the current situation. Seeing the other party rush towards him, Fang Hao also showed a trace of panic. The previous battle had already involved tens of thousands of people. Even if the opponent had strong physical and spiritual power, he should be nearing exhaustion, right? But this Lord of Thunder not only killed all the soldiers on the mountain with one blow, but now, he morphed into a streak of light, rushing in his direction. Even if he was controlling a Diome doll of orange strength, it would be tough to withstand an attack from a quasi-god. Fang Hao stepped back, his giant bat wings instantly spread wide. He intended to put some distance between them. But the opponent's speed was too fast, and it was likely that this attack would be hard to avoid. Bang! Just at the critical moment, a giant shield collided directly with the Lord of Thunder's side. The inertia of the two forces deviated the Lord of Thunder's body. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Hao shot into the air. He moved away from his opponent. Kill, Fang Hao said with a grim expression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Countless arrows shot towards the position where the Lord of Thunder had fallen. After the arrows, magic bullets flew towards him as well. The powerful energy made the air distorted, and energy waves exploded in different directions. Boom! The ruins exploded open again, and the Lord of Thunder's figure reappeared before everyone. However, the Lord of Thunder's scale armor was shattered, and blood traces even began to flow from his forehead and neck. Even a quasi-god has its limit of endurance. After his forces, which consisted of tens of thousands of men, joined the battle, he was getting injured. Continue the attack, Fang Hao commanded again. The undead once again swarmed towards the Lord of Thunder. Without the restriction of the copper door, the undead soldiers began to surround from all sides. They fearlessly rushed towards the spreading thunder. A black cloud began to gather above the Lord of Thunder's head. This was Nisbet's stripping characteristic. Although it didn't seem effective, Nisbet had also joined the battle. 10-tier soldiers, plus the Corpse Witch's modified soldiers. They could withstand the impact of thunder. And they caused quite some trouble. Bone Dragon, Skeleton Pseudo-Dragon, Skeleton Giant Bat, Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Troll. With the Lord of Thunder as the center, the white bones piled up into a small hill. The Lord of Thunder, standing on Bone Mountain, brandishing thunder in his hand, was killing the undead soldiers who had rushed up. As the battle continued, the Lord of Thunder's condition got worse and worse, with more and more wounds appearing on his body. The entire person looked like a blood man, as if lifted out of a pool of blood, covered in crimson. Crack! Suddenly, the Bone Dragon seized the opportunity of the Lord of Thunder's attack gap and bit down on his retracting right arm. The strength erupted by the Bone Dragon dragged the Lord of Thunder off the Bone Mountain, and the undead soldier next to him lifted his weapon and hacked away crazily. Damn reptile! The furious Lord of Thunder roared, and thunder began to spread rapidly around him. All the surrounding skeleton warriors were shattered. He turned around and hugged the Bone Dragon's head, then twisted it forcefully. Bang! With a flash of lightning, the Bone Dragon's head exploded fiercely, and its body softened and crumbled into a pile of white bones. Thump! Just after he crushed the head of the Bone Dragon, the Lord of Thunder felt a pain in his shoulder. As he turned his head abruptly, he saw a burly dog-headed skeleton, whose battle axe had struck his shoulder. The ribs of his left arm were broken by the blow. The Lord of Thunder kicked the dog-headed skeleton and sent it flying, but he felt another sharp pain in his thigh. An undead soldier, who had lost his lower body, was hacking at his thigh with a weapon. His attention was increasingly dispersed. Every part of his body was under continuous attack. This made the Lord of Thunder realize that if he didn't find a way to break free from the fight, he might really die here. He surveyed the battlefield once again. The undead skeletons, still in vast numbers, stretched as far as the eye could see. The leader of the undead with whom he was conversing before was hiding in the crowd, no longer in sight. A vast army of undead killed their way to him again. With determination, he once again forcefully activated his divine arts. His pupils turned gray again, and his body began to shrivel. In the sky, black clouds as heavy as cotton wool appeared again, with visible thunder rolling in them. Thunderforge. With the experience of previous times, Fang Hao recognized this as the other party's killer move. While retreating, he quickly ordered the soldiers in the targeted area to speed up their attack. At the same time, the rest of the people tried to distance themselves from the battlefield as much as possible. Rumble. Thunderforge covered the Lord of Thunder's sky. Like giant pythons, thunder snakes shot out from the black clouds and continuously blasted the ground. In an instant, all the undead soldiers in the city and the area turned to ashes. The armors that the temple guardians had left behind also melted into iron under the impact of thunder. After Thunderforge, the battlefield was silent. Everyone was on alert for the Lord of Thunder, and just when the undead army continued to swarm him. Swoosh. At that moment, a figure darted out from the dust. However, he was not attacking anyone, but trying to escape to the north. The Lord of Thunder had escaped. Chase. Don't let him escape, chase him. Fang Hao immediately roared. The quasi-god wasn't slow, and up till this point, I've lost hundreds of thousands of troops and equipment. If he escapes now, it would be a loss for me. Most importantly, Fang Hao cannot afford to give the Lord of Thunder a chance to recover. Once he escapes, the next time we meet, I will be the one to die. So, no matter what, he must be killed here and now. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing Fang Hao's orders, the first to respond were the bone dragons and the countless skeleton giant bats and skeleton pseudo-dragons at the rear. One advantage of flying troops is their airborne speed, which is much faster than running. As soon as the words fell, they were carried off by a gust of wind, chasing after the Lord of Thunder. Meanwhile, the countless undead army followed closely behind. The Lord of Thunder was escaping rapidly to the north. His armor was scattered, his body was as shriveled as cured meat, and he was severely injured. The situation was critical. He had not expected those low-level skeletons to be so difficult to deal with. Killing one batch after another, it seemed like they would never run out. He remembered this grudge. Once he recovers from his injuries, he will return to kill everyone who dared to insult him. While thinking this, he did not slow his pace. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain from his body, he continued to flee northward. However, his speed was ultimately affected. Roar. A roar suddenly came from behind. Several black energy pillars enveloped his body. The strong aura of death began to age his flesh. His body stumbled, falling directly to the ground. Then, a large number of tightly packed skeleton giant bats began to surround him, one after another, devouring his flesh. Although he continued to resist, he couldn't hold on for long. Fear was evident in the Lord of Thunder's eyes. Seeing the majority of the troops coming from afar and surrounding him again, he knew in his heart that there was no hope of escape. You cannot kill me. The Lord of Thunder gritted his teeth and roared. He was surrounded by a dense mass of undead. The Lord of Thunder couldn't see Fang Hao, nor could Fang Hao see him. But the Lord of Thunder knew that Fang Hao must still be nearby, waiting not far off for him to be slowly worn down to death. Why? The voice of Fang Hao came, but it was difficult to make out his location. If you dare to kill a god, you will incur the wrath of all the divine spirits. Your mortal body will be feared by the divine spirits and they will seek revenge on you. The Lord of Thunder bellowed. On hearing this, Fang Hao's brows furrowed. It is now proven that gods really do exist in this world. A mortal showing the ability to kill a god might indeed arouse the fear of other divine beings. This was hard to say. In books, it was recorded to respect and obey gods. Killing a god, even a quasi-god, such a thing had not been passed down in books or legends. But on second thought, things had turned out this way. If the Lord of Thunder seizes an opportunity, he would not hesitate to kill me. It wouldn't be the divine spirit's turn to make a move. So, unless there is a divine spirit to save him now, he must die by my hand. You're a quasi-god, not a true divine spirit. Moreover, as the Lord of Thunder, you attempted to steal the followers of the God of Undead and their faith. Naturally, I, as a representative of the God of Undead, have to eliminate you. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said confidently. You. The Lord of Thunder was left speechless. What about you? Kill him. Whoosh. The army attacked again. This time, Nisbet and the Bone Dragon attacked together. They besieged him for half an hour. The attacking undead suddenly became static. Nisbet took big steps back and said in a hoarse voice, "My lord, the enemy is dead." Fang Hao nodded. Disperse and reform. Fang Hao loudly commanded. The stationary soldiers that were surrounding the Lord of Thunder immediately dispersed, revealing a severely mutilated body. Gurgling. The shrunken head of Lord of Thunder also rolled to Fang Hao's feet by the dispersed skeleton warriors. The skull was still wide-eyed, looking at the sky in disbelief. Is he really dead? The Lord of Thunder can no longer display information. It seems he truly is dead. Just then, a gust of wind blew by. The body also turned into ashes and was scattered with the wind. Damn, The body's gone. Fang Hao exclaimed. In Fang Hao's eyes, the body of a quasi-god was a rare treasure. As long as he brought it back, he could have a quasi-god skeleton hero, and his status would be unshakable. But now, right before his eyes, the body of this quasi-god was lost in a gust of wind. Fang Hao felt a bit regretful, but then he saw a gray-white light ball in the ashes of the body. It resembled the glow of a nightstone. What on earth is that? The inner core burst out. On this journey, the bodies that turned into ashes would drop various rare materials. Similar to the Lord of Thunder, after his death and subsequent transformation to ashes, he must have dropped something valuable. Fang Hao immediately approached to examine the item in the ashes. It was a light ball, not in the form of a material object. More like an elemental energy source. Divinity, level 0. Description. The core power of a deity. Powerful divine arts rely on divinity to function. Divinity. Looking at the description, this divinity seems to be the core energy of a deity's divine arts. It must be quite valuable. Perhaps a special kind of rare material. As Fang Hao pondered this, he controlled the puppet to pick up the light ball. He quickly put it into his bag. At this moment, Black Sword and the others came over. Sir, are you all right? Fang Hao glanced at the ash on the ground and said, I'm fine. Start cleaning up the battlefield, and arrange people to clear the collapsed temple, dig out the items inside, and take them all back. The temple had been reduced to ruins in the thunderbolt. However, just now in the temple, Fang Hao saw many valuable things. Gold and silver utensils, nightstones, there were a lot of them inside. And during this battle, up till now, he had not found a single treasure chest. Fang Hao suspected that the treasure chest was in the temple. Hence, after the great battle, manual labor was needed to clear the ruins, dig out all the valuable items inside and take them all back. Understood, sir. I'll immediately arrange for the cleanup. Black Sword immediately said. As far as the battle was concerned, it was coming to an end. Next, it was the work of excavating the ruins and searching for the treasure chest. Fang Hao need not be there personally. The route from the fortress to here had already been cleared, and transportation and support were completely unproblematic. Black Sword and the others could handle it themselves. All right, I'll leave it to you for now. Inform me timely if something comes up. Fang Hao nodded. Yes, sir. Several heroes responded with a nod. After delegating the tasks, Fang Hao controlled his puppet to fly towards the direction of the fortress. He reached the fortress before dusk. Fang Hao cancelled God's presence and put away the puppet. He took the divinity light ball from the puppet's hand. The moment he touched it, he instantly felt the light ball turn into a powerful energy, breaking through Fang Hao's mental defense and seeping into his soul. At the same time, Fang Hao also felt a strong and strange energy operating in his body. Successfully fused with level 0 divinity, you can set up deity statue, collect power of faith to upgrade divinity level. Unlocked traits. Immune to thunder, spirit of thunder, giant body. Unlocked skills. Thunder strike, thunderforge. Immune to thunder, immune to damage from lightning, thunder elements. Spirit of thunder, lightning and thunder related skills, skill effects increased by an extra plus 100%. Giant body, all attributes plus 100%. Thunder strike, throws a bolt of lightning with a maximum distance of 500 meters, cooldown time 1.5 seconds. Thunderforge manipulates the weather, unleashes Thunderforge within a certain radius, causing indiscriminate damage of 300% attack power. After absorbing the divinity, Fang Hao immediately unlocked several skills of the Lord of Thunder. Particularly the final, Thunderforge, which single-handedly annihilated hundreds of thousands of his undead soldiers. Whether it was the palace or the mountain, they all turned into ruins under the barrage of thunder. It was also the most powerful skill Fang Hao had seen since arriving in this world. Now that he himself had absorbed the divinity and learned this skill, it greatly enhanced his own combat power. Even if he had to face some enemies alone in the future, he would have a strong ability to protect himself. Just that he had been studying fire elemental magic and just started reading a few fire element books with some of his own understanding, and now switched to thunder and lightning. Ah, the world is unpredictable. After bouncing back from divinity, Angia and Demetria and others immediately felt a change in Fang Hao. Originally, Fang Hao was just an ordinary person who knew some spells. At this moment, he gave a sense of majesty and strength. Is it raining on the battlefield? I heard thunder. Angia didn't focus on Fang Hao's change, she was more curious about the sunny day ahead was thundering. No, we encountered a powerful person who can release thunder and lightning. Fang Hao answered. A thunder elemental mage. In this middle of nowhere. There is a mage. Angia became more curious. The noise just now was not small. They could hear the dense, huge thunder outside the desolate battlefield. Those who could possess such power obviously had strength. At the same time, she was also a little worried about the situation ahead. Fortunately, Fang Hao came back, the battle was over. It's a quasi-god, it's the giant spirit god that those trolls worshipped. Fang Hao continued explaining on the side. Oh, God, so amazing. Angia finally showed a surprised look. Not really, we killed him. Fang Hao waved his hand, with a casual expression. The battle to kill the Lord of Thunder was not easy at all. Without a matching hero unit, they completely exhausted the enemy with their undead soldiers. Similarly, Fang Hao paid a heavy price as well. At least hundreds of thousands, even close to 1 million undead soldiers died in this battle. This was the largest loss Fang Hao had ever suffered in a battle in history. Luckily, the loot was also enormous, not to mention the treasure chests and war spoils still hidden in the temple. Just the divinity had already compensated for the loss in the battle. Divinity gave Fang Hao a new development path. Actually, he didn't want to accept the undead transformation ceremony that much. If he could gain powerful forces and eternal life by relying on divinity, this would made Fang Hao felt more acceptable. Is there any good stuff in the residence of the quasi-god? Didn't see you brought anything back. Angia did not forget about the spoils of war. The temple collapsed, the spoils of war were buried inside, letting Black Sword to clean it up. So what should we do next? Angia continued asking. Let's go back, we're not needed here anymore, just leave it to Black Sword and the others. Oh, you've killed a quasi-god, should we celebrate tonight with something good to eat? Angia suggested. Wasn't it good enough last night? Even better. Fang Hao stepped out of the command hall. He saw Dong Jiayu and others were looking in the direction of the desolate battlefield and discussing softly. Fang Hao was also curious about what everyone was discussing. He walked closer, and then discovered the changes happening on the desolate battlefield. The thick, lingering decay started to gradually dissipate. The vision towards the depths was not only clear, the dark red color in the soil also paled a lot under the sun. With the death of the quasi-god in the temple, the entire land seemed to have stepped out of a curse. It was gradually returning to normal. Perhaps, after a few years, the land here will return to its normal state. Jiayu, Fang Hao softly called out. Brother Hao. Dong Jiayu had always been in charge of logistics operations, so she never entered the battlefield. Now that the battle was over and Fang Hao was about to leave, she still had to handle the follow-up matters. The battle is over, I'm making some tools, you arrange for people to send them to Black Sword and the others. Fang Hao ordered. Oh, okay. Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords and started making various tools. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification, obtained Dwarven Drills 101,000. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification, obtained Iron Spades 101,000. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification, pittering and pattering, various tools appeared from the air. Dong Jiayu started organizing manpower to load the tools into the truck. Excavating the temple on the mountain was not an easy thing, all kinds of tools had to be fully equipped. Okay, these are for Black Sword and the others to use first, if there is any tool you need to supplement, you can directly make it. Fang Hao continued. Understood, Brother Hao, don't worry. Dong Jiayu readily accepted. I'll leave it to you. After Fang Hao finished speaking, he teleported using demon transportation and returned to his territory. Everything in the territory was as usual. The maids were working normally without any changes. After having dinner, Angia told Lori and the other maids about their experience at the desolate battlefield. The episode where the troops battled the quasi-god was even more thrilling. The maids were all gasping in shock from time to time. In the Lord's Hall, Fang Hao was standing in the middle of the hall, with Gray the stone carver sitting next to him. In Gray's hand, he held a clay model. The clay model on display was a perfect replica of Fang Hao, who was standing in the middle of the hall. "Sir, it's ready. Are you satisfied with the model?" The clay model in Gray's hands was a small sample. It was a miniature version used before the creation of the full-sized clay sculpture. Any necessary adjustments were made on the small sample, with the final product only being made once everything was assuredly correct. Upon hearing that Gray had finished, Fang Hao kindly approached. Looking at the clay model, he nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Proceed with this design." Fang Hao confidently finalized the plan. "Very well, sir. I will acquire the necessary materials tonight and officially begin work tomorrow," replied Gray. "That's fine. Plan accordingly. Remember, the statue should be placed in the temple and not collide with other statues during transport," Fang Hao reiterated. Currently, there were 4 statues placed in the temple. Ever since witnessing the power of the quasi-god, Fang Hao no longer dared to take divine matters lightly. Although he speculated that gods couldn't directly interfere in worldly matters, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Everything should be handled with caution. In his domain, they still relied on benefactions from the gods, and it would provide no benefit to offend them. Nonetheless, he wasn't bothered about setting up a statue of the king. Since the buildings possessed such an ability, they would follow the laws of this world. There should be no issue in offending the gods. "Understood, sir," acknowledged Gray, holding the clay sample as he stepped out of the hall. After sending Gray away, Fang Hao soaked in a hot spring before returning to his room for rest. Meanwhile, inside a basement in Lis City, dimly lit by a dangling nightstone lamp that gently swayed from the ceiling, and elongating the shadows of those present. Around a round table stood hooded figures draped in black, cloaked individuals. They were the faceless of Lis City. One of them broke the silence, commenting, "Speak up. Why have you summoned us? I utterly dislike being targeted by that lady from the city lord's mansion." This retort was not well received, as it became evident that this meeting was unwanted. The rest acquiesced with the speaker's resentment. The faceless of Lis City had become universally detested. They led fearful lives, behaving cautiously within the city. The culprit of this crisis was the indomitable Rebecca of the city lord's mansion, who scrutinized and oppressed the faceless relentlessly. No one knew whether they would be next, their homes searched, and recklessly thrown into detention. Hence, they tread carefully. The lead faceless didn't refute nor explain anything in response to the adverse comments, but instead straightforwardly declared, "I would like to introduce you all to the newly arrived chief steward, Adeline." As his words faded, crisp footsteps echoed from the basement corridor. A beautiful and sophisticated lady soon emerged from the dim shadows, striding with an alluring sway. She serenely positioned herself before the round table. The other faceless were slightly taken aback by the appearance of the woman. This was because she was not wearing the typical black robe with a hood, only a golden silk veil that covered her face. She was genuinely attractive. Her golden, curly locks of hair cascaded onto her chest. Her right thighs were revealed through the high-slit dress, which was tightly wrapped around her voluptuous buttocks. This kind of outfit was exclusively sold at the Bone Textile store in Lis City. The woman held a crystal ball, placing it on the table. A fortune teller. These swindlers were quite common in taverns. "This is Lady Adeline, who just arrived here. From now on, she will be assigning tasks to us," the leading cloak figure reintroduced her. A chief steward of the faceless held a prominent rank and status within the organization. Upon reaching any city, they would immediately take command. Lady Adeline, recovering from the initial surprise of her beauty, everyone respectfully greeted her. Adeline greeted back with an enchanting smile. My presence here is to help everyone navigate out of this predicament, and at the same time use this opportunity to acquire control over Lis City." Thissa. The faceless looked at each other in unease. Commanding control of Lys City would sound impossible for anyone familiar with the city's affairs. Lady Adeline, the lady from the City Lord's mansion, also holds significant powers. Seizing control won't be easy, a faceless figure gently reminded in a low tone. Adeline responded with a smile, as long as the woman you mentioned dies, the powers will naturally fall into our hands. Soon, the resource allocation of this city will be rewritten. Everyone's wealth will reach unprecedented heights. Kill Rebecca. Only those unfamiliar with city affairs would dare utter such words. Rebecca controlled the city's power center and the military command. This wasn't as simple as just killing her. If it were so easy, Rebecca wouldn't have survived until now. Lady Adeline, this Issa. A faceless attempted to speak, but Adeline interrupted him once again. I know what you want to say, but I am already prepared. Adeline turned to the faceless at her side, questioning, Lord Aubrey, if Rebecca dies, can you stabilize the government? The faceless figure next to her didn't hesitate and pulled back his hood. To everyone's surprise, it revealed a familiar face, that of the City Lord of Lys City, Aubrey. Aubrey immediately replied, there's no issue with this. According to the Federal Conference's rules, I can take over as City Lord if Rebecca goes missing or dies. However, the matter of the army will still need to be arranged by Lady Adeline. Aubrey spoke in a matter-of-fact manner, but the rest of the faceless down below were practically staring wide-eyed. No one expected that the biggest freeloader in the whole city would actually be right beside them. Moreover, he has always been waiting for the opportunity to replace Rebecca. Adeline was quite satisfied with everyone's reaction. That's the exact situation she wanted to see. She said to everyone below, I naturally have a plan for the army. This time, everyone just needs to follow my plan. Lady Adeline, what do we need to do? Someone asked. They were the faceless. They had no chance to choose. Adeline continued, before that, I need the information of one person, and the more detailed, the better. Please say, lady, if you're talking about dealing with Rebecca, we don't have the capability, but if it's about information, no one in this city can escape our ears and eyes. Adeline gave a slight smile and said casually, the transmigrator, Fang Hao, I want all his information. That cloth merchant, he's just an ordinary person. Adeline shook her head. Ordinary. The #1 transmigrator is not as simple as you all think. She had met Fang Hao once at the Trade Alliance's base. At the time, due to being in the Trade Alliance's territory, she couldn't act too outrageously. However, she didn't expect Fang Hao to appear in Lys City. Okay, we'll organize the information immediately after we return and give it to you, the faceless replied. Good, intensify the interrogation of the other transmigrators. I want to know the exact location of Fang Hao's territory. Yes, Lady Adeline. Next day. Fang Hao woke up in the morning and immediately received a message from the webweaver, Domina. The orcs near the webweaver's camp and the mithril mine had evacuated 2 days ago. According to Domina's inquiries, the Blackstone orc tribe had indeed been attacked by a dragon. The incident was significant, and the whole village was almost razed to the ground. Now, everyone from the Tazgo Orc City is trying to mediate the situation, but the final outcome is still uncertain. However, their goal has been achieved. Recently, the orcs from the Blackstone tribe have stopped harassing the mine's production. The development of the entire incident is somewhat similar to what Fang Hao had imagined. The owner of that treasure cave, in his anger, really did make a move against the Blackstone tribe. Once a war begins, it's hard to mediate. Even if it is finally proven that the Blackstone tribe was framed and is innocent. Will the Blackstone tribe not seek accountability regarding this matter? Without being able to find the real culprit and also losing so many of their own people, the Blackstone tribe will not let this matter end. No matter how powerful the dragon is, this is after all the territory of the orcs. What follows, will be their quarreling. As long as he isn't implicated, that's good enough. After listening to Domina's report, Fang Hao put away the sound-transmitting shell. After getting dressed and freshening up, he immediately left the room. Aira was on the first floor preparing breakfast, and the other maids also got up early and started their work. Following a simple morning exercise and breakfast, A bone dragon landed in front of the Lord's mansion. After 2 orcs disembarked from the dragon, they also brought down a dark gold chest. My lord, this is the chest sent by the Black Sword Commander. The rest of the spoils of war are still being mined, one of the orcs said. Good work. Have you encountered any dangers since my departure? Fang Hao asked. No, sir. After the destruction of the temple, no more rotten corpses appeared in the other regions. Everything is normal, and mining work is also going smoothly, the orc answered. The rotten corpses mentioned by the orc referred to the corrupted creatures. After the death of that quasi-god, the entire land recovered to normalcy. The corrupted creatures also disappeared accordingly. All right, I got it, Fang Hao nodded in understanding. A maid brought 2 cups of fruit wine. After the 2 rested for a while, they got back on the bone dragon and returned to the desolate battlefield. After the 2 orcs left, Fang Hao then turned his attention to the dark gold chest. The challenge of this battle was immense. Not only did they encounter tens of thousands of corrupted creatures along the way. The strength of the Lord of Thunder far exceeded Fang Hao's understanding of individual combat power. One person releasing one skill was enough to raise a city to the ground. This kind of power is simply terrifying. Fortunately, the earnings were equally huge. A dark gold chest. Opened it immediately. Obtained. Blueprint of the Temple Guardians, shoulder armor purple. Blueprint of the Temple Guardians. Boots purple, blueprint of the Temple Guardians. Breastplate purple, blueprint of the Temple Guardians. Helmet purple, blueprint of Thunderblade's shield purple, blueprint of Thunderblade's cloak purple, blueprint of Thunderblade's war halberd purple, blade of the Thunder Eagle, dark gold, hero heart 15, heroic certificate 10, shadowstone 172, god's trace 55, warfire coin 1750. A large amount of radiance appeared before Fang Hao's eyes. At first glance, Fang Hao caught the dark gold equipment. Blade of the Thunder Eagle, dark gold. Category: Giant Sword. Damage: 7-tier damage. Ability: Power of the Sky, Flight Ban. Power of the Sky increases the effect of air elemental magic by 100%, reduces consumption by 50%. Flight Ban lasts a minimum of 2 seconds and a maximum of 15 seconds, causing enemy air units to lose the ability to fly. Description: Thunder is the wrath of the Heavenly Father, and thunderclaps are the voice of the enigmatic messenger. The Thunderhawk blade is a remarkably ornate giant sword. Complex engravings adorn the hilt of the sword while the blade features designs mimicking feathers and thunderbolts. Although the giant sword seems massive, when Fang Hao grips it, it doesn't feel as heavy as he imagined. In fact, its weight feels similar to the Starfire wand he usually uses. The damage of the Thunderhawk blade reaches level 7. Even the damage of purple weapons is only level 4, level 7 surely marks it as a divine weapon. Moreover, this sword's attributes mesh well with the latest lightning ability he has acquired. It would be a perfect substitute for the Starfire wand. Holding the giant sword in his hand, he waves it around in the air with one hand a few times. After testing the feel of it, he directly stores it into his storage space. Having checked out the dark gold weapon, he continues to peruse the remaining blueprints. Temple Guardian's Shoulder Guard. 8 blocks of cast iron, 5 fine iron, 10 thick leather, 12 spools of thread, 10 metal parts, 3 mithril. Temple Guardian's Boots. 6 blocks of cast iron, 4 fine iron, 8 thick leather, 15 spools of thread, 12 metal parts, 2 mithril. Temple Guardian's Breastplate. 12 blocks of cast iron, 8 fine iron, 15 thick leather, 22 spools of thread, 18 metal parts, 4 mithril. Temple Guardian's Helmet. 8 blocks of cast iron, 6 fine iron, 12 thick leather, 10 spools of thread, 15 metal parts, 5 mithril. The Temple Guardians set is the uniform of nobility's guards in the temple. Despite enduring countless years, these guardians sets have remained well preserved, demonstrating strong defensive power in battle. In terms of the quality of the equipment, it's considered top-notch among the army's outfits. The finest armies of all major regional forces are uniformly outfitted in only blue sets. Only a few leading heroes are equipped with 1 or 2 purple armors or weapons. if Fang Hao's army could equip themselves in bulk with their specific type of weaponry. Their equipment standard would exceed most forces' troops. The only challenge remaining are the resources. The pressure is now on the newly relocated dwarves. It's up to them to produce the required materials. The following 3 blueprints are for a shield, skin, and a war halberd. Thunderblade shield. 10 blocks of cast iron, 5 fine iron, 8 thick leather, 12 metal parts, 2 mithril. Thunderblade cloak. 5 linens, 2 silk, 22 spools of thread, 5 leather, 8 metal parts, 3 mithril. Thunderblade halberd. 1 hard wood, 12 fine iron, 2 thick leather, 10 metal parts, 5 mithril. All 3 blueprints bearing the name Thunderblade are purple ones. However, the weapons are restricted to spearmen and cavalry, thus restricting the outfitting. Nevertheless, when the undead hordes brandish indestructible purple armors and weapons across the hills and plains, they will demonstrate formidable combat strength. Regular undead warriors will no longer be weak, each person will wrestle with high-ranking soldiers. Unless a quasi-god emerges, it will be difficult for any force to resist his Whitebone army. His remaining rewards include the Hero Heart and Hero Proof. Hero Heart is used to promote troops to heroes, whilst Hero Proof is used for the hero promotion exam. Go call NYI and the others. P.S. The previous chapter has been rewritten. The quasi-gods death was too sudden. If you read it on February 24th, please take a look again.